All right, we're going to begin. It's on there. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our regularly scheduled meeting of Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present and the Chief Executive Office, County Council, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. Before we begin, I want to highlight a couple of new tools to make our meetings more accessible and user-friendly for the public. First, our public comment system has been upgraded. We've moved from the old AT&T teleconference system, that's right, to a more stable and flexible Cisco WebEx platform. Members of the public can still call in directly, but now there's also a registration option that sends a direct link to join the meeting online. You can find this on our website at bos.lacounty.gov. Please click on Remote Participation Instructions for more information. The new service will help everyone connect and share their comments more easily. Second, I'm pleased to announce that we are launching Worldly, an AI-powered translation service for board meetings. For those attending in person, simply scan the provided QR code with your phone or tablet to access real-time translation and transcription of your chosen language. If you are watching online, you can enable translated captions or audio by selecting your preferred language from the menu in the video player in the top center. For audio translation, in-person attendees must use their own headphones or earbuds to avoid disrupting the boardroom. This service means that everyone can follow discussion and participate in your preferred language. And I believe, Eddie, how many languages? 60 or 70 languages, so all languages are covered. These enhancements are part of our ongoing effort to improve access, engagement, and participation with our board meetings. We're excited about these updates and encourage everyone to try them out. They're designed to make your voice heard more easily and clearly than before. We will begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement.
The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov.
The invocation will be led by Reverend Daniel Tam, President of Interfaith Solidarity Network from the 3rd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Marisol Gonzalez, member, Veteran Peer Access Network from the 4th District. If you are able, please stand.
History belongs to the intercessors. If you come from a tradition that utilizes prayer in relating to a divine source, the theologian Walter Wink had this to say: intercessory prayer is spiritual defiance of what is in the way of what God has promised. Intercession visualizes an alternative future to the one apparently fated by the momentum of current forces. Prayer infuses the air of a time yet to be into the suffocating atmosphere of the present. History belongs to the intercessors who believe the future into being. If this is so, my friends, then intercession, far from being an escape from action, is a means of focusing for action and of creating action. By means of intercession, we trumpet the future into being. So, let us pray. Holy being, Spirit, you represent the conscious spiritual presence and power many people from different religions call upon as God, or the Creator, or higher power. Some people might simply call you the light of common sense or conscience. But the more we trust in the Spirit, the more we trust in ourselves, our faith giving us the energy, ability, and courage we need to believe in the possibility of change, teaching us that we can make a difference for the common good. Be with us today, higher power, in this hall of human power, as your faithful servants, Hilda, Holly, Janice, Catherine, Lindsay, and their staffs go about the arduous but uplifting work of the people. Guide them and all who are here today in the true understanding that we are wholly loved unconditionally by you, God. Unleash our compassion to suffer with workers who struggle to stay in their homes, to suffer with those who are unhoused and struggling with the disease of loneliness, to suffer with those who suddenly lost their homes to climate-fueled wildfires, to suffer with those whose minds are in torment and in need of healing, to suffer with the earth, our common home, who cries out for climate and environmental justice and healing. Holy being, inspire these your faithful servants with truth, the spirit of wisdom, so that we may nurture the hope of kinship and authentic community. Let us always remember that practicing loving kindness and respecting the dignity of every human being and the earth liberates us to find that true justice and peace for which we strive. We invoke this among all the people of our county for whom we work here today in the name of all that is holy. Amen.
Good morning. Please face the flag and place your right hand over your heart. If you're a veteran, you may render a hand salute and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you very much. This morning, I am honored to introduce the Reverend Deacon Daniel Tam to thank him for leading our invocation today. Daniel has dedicated his life to building a more just and compassionate world through public service, faith leadership, and community advocacy. In the Episcopal Diocese of Los Angeles, he serves as a deacon postulant with a focus on social justice and spiritual care. He activates advocacy on the Bishop's Commission on Climate Change and helps lead the Green Caucus of the Episcopal Church, uniting the Church's voice on climate action. He is also president of the Interfaith Solidarity Network, building relationships among faith communities in the San Fernando Valley and across Los Angeles. In addition, he chairs the steering committee of the Los Angeles Faith and Ecology Network, pushing for a clean, renewable energy future by 2035, and engages with LA County's Faith Collaborative to end homelessness to strengthen partnerships with faith-based organizations. Daniel's commitment to service also includes years in local government. He worked for the city of Los Angeles during the first 5 years of Mayor Eric Garcetti's administration, focusing on homelessness, jobs, and support for immigrants. He then joined LA Sanitation and Environment, where he helped communities embrace sustainability, environmental justice, and the city's Green New Deal. He and his wife, Nicole, live in Sherman Oaks, and they are proud of their son, Charlie, who recently graduated from college. Congratulations. Join me again in thanking him for his service and for being here with us today. Thank you.
Wasn't expecting all that.
And this is for you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to Ms. Gonzalez for joining us today and leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Gonzalez joined the United States Marine Corps in 2016, right out of high school, and served until 2020. During her military career, she was a Marine security guard protecting the American embassies in Moldova and Kenya. After leaving the Marines, she received help from peer support specialists who educated her on her benefits and resources that were available to her. She was able to obtain an associate's degree from Long Beach City College in history and sociology, and is currently pursuing a bachelor's degree at Chico State University. Since she greatly benefited from a peer support specialist, she wanted to also give back to her fellow veterans. And as of last week, Ms. Gonzalez works as a peer support specialist at VPAM. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, for coming today. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your dedication going forward to help other fellow veterans. And we have a token of our appreciation for you joining us today, signed by all members of the Women Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for being here. Good luck.
So now I am excited to resume our favorite weekly tradition, our Pet of the Week. I want you to meet Bluey, who's going to be coming in. Bluey is a 10-month-old Labrador mix, definitely has a little bit of husky. He's got one blue eye. He was found as a stray in the Antelope Valley before he was transferred to the Agora Care Center. He is very, very sweet and a lot, definitely of puppy energy. If Bluey is a pup for you, call the Agora Care Center at 818-991-0071 to take him home. And again, Agora Care Center, but we have a lot of animal care centers throughout the county. I would encourage you to go to one of them. There are many, many, many pets looking for forever homes, but this is Bluey. You can adopt Bluey by calling 818-991-0071. And now, please turn your attention to the screen for our pet from Palmdale. This is Dusk, a 1-year-old German Shepherd mix. Don't let the sun set on the opportunity to adopt this lovable pet. Call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888 to make Dusk yours. I want to highlight a special promotion as well at our care centers. Thanks to an anonymous donor, fees are being waived for the first 100 dogs. Take advantage of this incredible opportunity while it lasts. Visit animalcare.lacounty.gov to check out the adoptable pets who could be yours. So again, and we're always looking for foster parents as well as volunteers at our care centers. So with that, Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Set Matters 1 to 2. Set Matter 1 is a report by the Chief Executive Officer on the county's budget, including the latest federal and state policy changes with potential impacts to county staff, contracted providers, and service delivery. On Set Matter 1, this item will be held for discussion. Set Matter 2 is a report by the Executive Director of the Homeless Initiative on the implementation of the People Experiencing Homelessness missions, including each department's utilization of the Emergency Proclamations tools and delegated authorities. On Set Matter 2, this item will be held for discussion. On page 3, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 3 through 21. On item 3, this includes additions as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 16, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. Also, this includes revisions and a motion by Supervisors Barger and Hahn to continue this item 2 weeks to September 16, 2025, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 17, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 16, Administrative Matters, items 22 to 67. On item 22, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be continued 1 week to September 9, 2025, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 29, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 37, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 50, this is a request to continue the item to the next regular recurrence of September 16, 2025. One more page. On page 52, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 65A, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On page 53, Ordinance for Introduction. On item 68, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On page 54, Separate Matter. On item 69. On page 55, notices of closed session. On item CS1, County Council requests that this item be continued 1 week to September 9th, 2025, as indicated on the posted agenda. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair. The requests for continuances through CS2 are before you.
All right, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve these items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today's meeting order will be items Set Matter 1 and Set Matter 2, then public comment on items not held for discussion by the board, followed by items 16, 65A, and 68, then on to general comment. and finishing with closed session. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and explain the speaking rules.
Good morning, members of the public. If you wish to participate in public comment, you may do so in person or remotely, as indicated on the agenda. To participate remotely, please visit our website to register and join the meeting. You will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. For items not held by the board, you will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items. For items held by supervisors, you will have 1 minute to address the board and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. When it is your turn to speak, if registered on a computer or device, you will hear a beep and your name will be called. Or if joining by telephone, you will hear you have raised your hand to ask a question. You will then hear your line is unmuted. Your area code and the first 3 digits of your phone number will be called. To ensure we hear from both in-person and remote speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will begin with Set Matter 1, Report on the County's Budget. For members of the public joining us remotely, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on a telephone to comment on this item. Representatives from the Chief Executive Office, Department of Homeless Services and Housing, Los Angeles County Development Authority, and Department of Public Health and Mental Health will make a presentation. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you. Joe?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Joe Nikita, Chief Deputy CEO, and I will be
Can you
providing
get a
today's
little closer to
budget
the mic?
Yes, ma'am. I will focus today on what's new or changed from the last update. I'll also briefly discuss the work being done by our legislative advocates, and then turn the floor over to the department heads and their departmental representatives for a discussion on the impacts of the White House executive order on homelessness as requested by the board at a prior meeting. Could I take the next slide, please? Supervisors, you've seen this slide before. This is the scary slide showing the major challenges we're facing on multiple fronts over the coming years. I think the takeaway for today is that these numbers and pressures will continue to evolve and refine over the coming weeks and months. Yes, there's a lot of noise in the boardroom as well, which may be
I thought it
preventing
was just me.
my...
Yeah, I think it's the volume. Can they turn up? His is working. His is not working as well as ours. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So let me back up. Let me start over on this slide. You've seen the slide. It's the scary slide. It shows our major budgetary pressures that are facing the county over the coming years. And I think the takeaway I want to leave you with is that these numbers are going to continue to change and evolve in the coming weeks and months. For example, in our last presentation, we projected the impact from the big bill over the next 3 years at $1.2 billion. That's decreased slightly to $1.1 billion as departments better understand the numbers. Our long-term impacts project approximately $1.5 to $2 billion in federal cuts to ongoing funding, which of course will be extremely impactful to our residents who rely on these federally funded county services. We also continue to track new cases under AB 218, which stand now at 2,900 claims. Now, I want to caution that these are very preliminary estimates. Things will continue to change, and I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to incorporate dynamic budget changes and uncertainty into our business practices over the next few years. Can I have the next slide, please? So at your last meeting, the board asked how the county was responding to these federal cuts and policy changes, and I've invited our acting branch manager, Angela Ovalle, to join us today to share details on the scope of work being done and conversations going on at all levels of government, on both sides of the aisle, with counties and with cities, and with a variety of subject matter coalitions. Before Angela begins, I do want to set expectations by saying that while we're pushing back on multiple fronts, the reality is that unless Congress or the administration takes action to reverse or mitigate the funding cuts and policy changes in H.R. 1, the county will see significant cuts into the next decade. Now, we're actively seeking ways to shape implementation of the bill, such as providing input on federal agency regulations to advance the county's priorities. Now, much is still to be determined, and many regulations haven't even been published yet in draft form, So we're really at the start of this advocacy journey. I do want to highlight, we're not focused only on the big bill, but on other threats tied to the executive orders and the rollback of policy changes that support our county residents. And we also continue to try to secure federal funding to support county priorities and projects. These include more than $31 million in new appropriations or earmarks requests, building support for the governor's request for more than $32 billion in federal disaster relief, and advocating for the delay or elimination of federal cuts to our county hospitals that are scheduled to start on October 1st. So let me just briefly ask Angela to walk through some of the details on our advocacy at the state and federal level.
Thanks, Joe. Good morning. Angela Ovaya. I'm the Acting Branch Manager for Legislative Affairs in the CEO's office. I've been asked to speak about some of the work we're doing in response to the federal cuts, as well as some of the other budget pressures. So Legislative Affairs, or LAIR, is actively engaged in developing comprehensive advocacy strategies to address all of the budget pressures we face. These include targeted campaigns led by your Legislative Affairs team in policy spaces where it makes sense for us to lead, such as seeking federal and state resources for disaster recovery, as Joe mentioned, advancing federal appropriations requests for county priorities and projects, pushing back on policy changes that threaten to impose new costs or restrictions on the county, and also fighting to preserve federal and state funding for Medi-Cal, behavioral health, health services, legal representation of our vulnerable communities, and food security. Separately, engagement and joint advocacy with partner organizations like NACO, the California Association of Public Hospitals, America's Essential Hospitals, and the urban counties of California remains strong, as these organizations have consistently supported our shared efforts to advance our priorities. Now, given the federal political dynamics and the state's fiscal outlook, collaboration with like-minded partner agencies, as well as other states and counties across the nation who share our interests, will be critical to our success. Since the start of the congressional session early this year and the new administration coming in, our DC office has organized meetings and roundtables to engage and collaborate with congressional leadership, the county delegation, White House officials, and relevant federal agencies. We have expressed our concerns over fast-moving and often unvetted proposals that are having detrimental impacts to the county. We have organized a congressional briefing, which will be taking place later this month. It's hosted by Representative Kamlager Dove, where we will specifically speak to the impacts of H.R. 1. The Departments of Health Services, Public Health, Mental Health, and DPSS will also speak to the impacts of the bill. We also continue to work with departments to develop comprehensive messaging and regular communications with our delegation members, as well as committees of jurisdiction, congressional leadership, and the White House. The state is still assessing the impact of H.R. 1, so we are in communication with them about that. We've offered to act as a sounding board to help them come up with solutions and advance federal funding priorities. Separately, we remain in constant communication with our state partners to also advocate for our budget priorities in the coming year ahead of the end of the session. And I think that's the end of my presentation.
I think the takeaway there, supervisors, is that we are part of some national coalitions. We are participating in some statewide coalitions, and then there are some areas where we are out in front, and of course there's litigation as well where we participate. So there are a number of different ways that we look to shape the implementation of these bills, and that's just a high-level overview. And of course, if there are any specific questions, Angela can stick around to answer those. We can go to the next slide. So this is today's main event. This is a discussion that your board requested on the impacts of the administration's executive order on homelessness and how it would impact the county. I'll take a minute to introduce it, and then my departmental colleagues can make their way up to the dais here to commence the panel. Probably the best place to start is by reminding everyone that the order ends presidential support for Housing First policies. Now, these are policies at the heart of the county's approach and have proven successful in reducing homelessness. The order also emphasizes involuntary treatment as a condition of housing, a preference for funding interim rather than permanent supportive housing, and mandatory data sharing with law enforcement that could jeopardize successful street outreach efforts that have been gaining traction over the past years. And so with that, we'll leave this slide up while our speakers are speaking because I think it frames out the order nicely. And then I will turn it over to start to Sarah Mahan, the Director of the new Department of Homeless Services and Housing, to kick off the departmental discussion.
Great. Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm here today to talk about potential impacts to our county's homeless response system from recent federal executive orders and changes in federal funding. As Joe mentioned, I'm Sarah Mahan, and I'm the Director of the Department of Homeless Services and Housing. I'm joined by my colleagues from other departments and agencies who serve people experiencing homelessness throughout the county. We recently submitted a report back to the board in response to a motion authored by Supervisors Solis and Hahn and passed at your July 29th meeting. The motion, titled Responding to President Donald J. Trump's Executive Order on Homelessness, directed the Department of Homeless Services and Housing and our partners to report back on the impact of this executive order on federal funding for homeless and behavioral health services in the county. On July 24th, President Trump issued an executive order entitled Ending Crime and Disorder on America's Streets. It sets forth the president's new approach to homelessness and the use of civil commitments. I'll begin by providing an overview of the directives within the presidential executive order. It directs the Attorney General to seek reversal of court decisions and termination of consent decrees that impede civil commitment of people experiencing homelessness who have mental illness. It prioritizes discretionary federal grants to states and municipalities that enforce laws that prohibit open illicit drug use, urban camping and loitering, and tracks the location of convicted sex offenders. It instructs the Attorney General to assess whether federal resources may be directed towards ensuring that people who have serious mental illness and have been detained are not released to the community because of a lack of forensic beds. It also directs the Attorney General to enhance requirements for in-custody housing release plans for inmates, requiring individuals to comply with these plans to the maximum extent possible. It directs the Departments of Health and Human Services, or HHS, and Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, to increase accountability in their provision of homeless assistance and transitional living programs. This includes ending support for Housing First policies, which have been for decades the policy of the land. It instructs HUD to take steps to require recipients of federal funding and homelessness assistance to participate in substance use disorder treatment or mental health services. The order specifies that federal discretionary grants for substance use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery do not fund programs that apply harm reduction or safe consumption efforts. Finally, the executive order requires recipients of federal funds to collect health-related information when identified as necessary by HUD and to share this information with law enforcement in circumstances permitted by law. It is important to note that this executive order is not self-executing, meaning it does not require states, localities, or other organizations to take action unless and until federal agencies issue further guidance. The executive order may impact the county's efforts to provide physical and behavioral health care for people who are experiencing homelessness. It may also increase unsheltered homelessness by jeopardizing grant funding for existing permanent housing programs. This includes HUD funding to our local continuums of cares, or COCs. In fiscal year 2024, the LACOC, which is administered by LASA, received over $220 million in federal funds from HUD. 77% of this funding supported permanent supportive housing, 10% supported rapid rehousing, about 5% funded joint transitional and permanent housing programs, and about 1% funded transitional housing only. In addition to the LA COC, the Long Beach COC received about $10.8 million, the Pasadena COC received about $6.5 million, and the Glendale COC received about $3.3 million. While the FY 2024 Notice of Funding Availability, or NOFO, for the COC provided 2 years of funding, HUD has stated that they will release an FY 2025 NOFO that would impact funding in 2026 anyway. This adds extra administrative work to overburdened homeless systems across the country, including our local 4 COCs, and it opens up the door for HUD to redirect funding in accordance with this order. As I stated, in the LACOC, 77% or $150 million of our funding supports permanent supportive housing, which has traditionally operated under a housing first model. The executive order states that federal funding should not support housing first programs and may impact the eligible uses of COC funds. As a result, HUD leadership has spoken about a desire to fund outreach and transitional housing rather than permanent supportive housing. Our permanent supportive housing funding is invested in many project-based buildings that could fail if COC funding is no longer available for rental subsidies. It also supports people with tenant-based subsidies who are renting units in the open market and who could lose their housing. While we know that we won't know more until HUD releases additional guidance, there is potential for disruption to services. This executive order comes amidst federal budget cuts and legislation curtailing access to social safety net programs for some of our most vulnerable populations. It will strain limited resources to end homelessness in our already drastically reduced fiscal environment. The new Department of Homeless Services and Housing is starting with a structural deficit. The county has used one-time funds to provide homeless services and housing, and many of those one-time funds are expiring this year. And we know there are more federal and state budget reductions in our future. For example, we currently draw down Medi-Cal revenue through the CalAIM Section 1115 demonstration waiver to fund wraparound community supports for participants through Housing for Health's programming. The CalAIM Section 1115 waiver is only effective through December 2026. Due to Medicaid cuts overall and this administration's rescission of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services guidance that laid the groundwork for the current waiver that promoted the use of Medicaid funding for housing-related services, we do not anticipate being able to bring in this revenue starting January 2027. And this executive order only further complicates our challenging fiscal environment. I'll now introduce my colleague, Emilio Salas.
Thank you, Sarah. Emilio Salas, Executive Director of Los Angeles County Development Authority. I'm here to speak about the impact to our housing programs, which include the Housing Choice Voucher Program, or Section 8, public housing, as well as the affordable housing funds that we deploy for development of affordable housing throughout the county. Before I start, just wanted to set some context. I've been in this industry for over 35 years and certainly have seen my share of challenges as it relates to funding or policy shifts. But I've never experienced this level of impact as it relates to pressures coming from all sides of the housing ecosystem. When you look at appropriations, for example, and what we are anticipating to come forward for appropriations, it's certainly going to put our strain on our ability to house individuals under both public housing and Section 8. In terms of the executive orders that Sarah mentioned and others that have also come to fruition, they are also making a shift in policy in how we approach housing and how we address homelessness. And finally, as it relates to the administrative side with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and the shifts that are happening there as it relates to how the program is administered, how we are to house individuals, and new requirements that are going to be undertaken as a result of this shift. I want to start with appropriations with the Housing Choice Voucher Program, our largest program here in the county that houses over 30,000 families countywide, just with LACDA alone. There are 100,000 vouchers countywide when you collectively count all 19 housing authorities within the county. In terms of appropriations, under the House and Senate bills, both would result in substantive cuts to our program. But let me start with the House proposal. The House proposal starts with flat funding for housing assistance payments. These are the payments that we make to our property owners, and flat funding really equates to a cut because we all know that rents are rising. So if you get a flat amount of funding, it does not allow you to house as many households moving forward. What's devastating with the House proposal, it includes a 28% cut to administrative fees. The administrative fees are what we use to administer the program, to actually staff the program, to be able to house individuals, for the inspectors to go and to inspect the units, for eligibility workers to determine eligibility, housing navigators, all of those activities. That particular cut, if it came to fruition, would be devastating to our program. It will result in the loss of over 90 positions in the Section 8 program alone. Not to mention any of the support staff as a standalone department for our human resources, IT, procurement, and all of those related support services. Under the Senate version of that same for Housing Choice Voucher Program, it includes a slight increase in administrative fees, but flat funding for housing assistance payments. So although it would be far better, it would still equate to a cut. Historically, we have seen that appropriations fall somewhere between both where the House is and where the Senate is. But either way, we anticipate a substantive cut to our Section 8 program. On the public housing side, it is worse. On the public housing side, we would stand to lose significant amount of funding for our operating subsidy, 11% cut. Our operating subsidy is what pays for the routine maintenance of our public housing portfolio, 3,000 units countywide in 62 different buildings. That pays for maintenance staff, it pays for utility bills, the groundskeeping, and the maintenance inside of the units. As it was, that funding has been steadily decreasing over the years, which is why we have had to look at repositioning that public housing portfolio. Under these scenarios, that would need to be fast-tracked, and we would need to reposition public housing much quicker. It currently operates at a structural deficit, so any cuts to the operating subsidy would mean that there would be a significant gap in funding to maintain those units. What's more impactful is the proposed cuts to our capital fund, which pays for the infrastructure. These are the big-ticket items of our developments: new roofs, flooring, asbestos removal, fire life safety systems. If those things are cut, those would be cut at a significantly higher level. A 29% reduction is what's being proposed. That would certainly put a strain on local resources that we have used sometimes to supplement, like CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, has been used in the past. We would have to rely on that resource, which, by the way, is also being proposed at best, flat funding levels. Those two proposals would devastate our housing ecosystem. There are other programs such as Home and CDBG that support housing operations. Home, for example, under the House proposal, would be completely eliminated. That would be $7 million that would be lost to support housing activities. And for CDBG, flat funding with more jurisdictions opting in would mean some level of cuts to the countywide housing program. So what's also very precarious is the possibility of not having appropriations on October 1st and having a continuing resolution. If we were to have a prolonged continuing resolution, that would significantly impact our programs. What typically happens is you get flat level funding for that entire period of time, and any resulting cuts have to be implemented within a truncated period. So if a continuing resolution is passed sometime in March or April, we would only have a few months to implement the entirety of a 12-month cut. So that's another thing that we're really looking out for. Now, pivoting from appropriations, we also have the executive orders that Sarah mentioned. It certainly would put a strain on our ability to fund affordable housing. Right now, our affordable housing NOFA is focused on permanent supportive housing, using a housing first model. Pivoting from that would certainly be something that we would need to figure out how to recalibrate those funds in order to not put them at risk. As it relates to other items of concern, we have, as you recall, some COVID-era vouchers, emergency housing vouchers, that folks that we housed during the pandemic to the tune of nearly 3,000 individuals, or 2,000 individuals rather, for the county. There were 4,000 in the city. That funding is set to expire the end of next year, 2026. That funding was supposed to take us all the way to 2030, but that funding has been significantly reduced. I mean, it's spent because of rising rental costs nationally. Therefore, we are going to need to notify our families. Right now, there are still 1,300 families remaining in that program, half of which are senior or disabled, that they will only have until the end of 2026. Our plan was to transition them over to the Housing Choice Voucher Program. But as you can see, with the funding levels being proposed, we will not be able to absorb a significant transition over to the Housing Choice Voucher Program. And at the city that has double the amount, they are currently in a shortfall, meaning they can't lease up any families whatsoever. So it is certainly going to put a strain on the ecosystem of the entire county. Coupled with that, we have other actions recently that HUD has taken on. We saw that in March there was the signing of an MOU with Secretary Turner and Secretary Noem signing an MOU for information sharing. This was done to basically speak to the mixed families that we have within our housing portfolio. Mixed status families are families that have U.S. citizens that are composed in the household but have perhaps some ineligible members living within that household. Typically for us, there are children who are the eligible members and the parents who are ineligible members. Mixed status families are allowed to remain in our housing because they do not receive a subsidy. There is a proration that is factored in such that a subsidy is not extended to mixed status families. In fact, right now, with the number of mixed status families that we have, if the 400 families that we have in our Section 8 program were to be fully subsidized, we would be paying an additional $2.4 million in housing assistance payments to those households. But because it's prorated, the families are making up that difference and paying that extra amount. In our public housing portfolio, we've got 50 families that are mixed status families that pay a higher portion of the rent. They are the highest rent paying families in our portfolio because it is prorated. We would be losing out on $350,000 of rental revenue without those mixed status families. We also have had some recent actions. For example, I just conducted an interview last week because there is word on the street that HUD will be imminently issuing a letter to housing authorities asking them to address the mixed status households and to comment on the HUD's ability to share information at a greater scale, particularly for law enforcement purposes. It's ironic because we have always internally tried to share information with our county family as a way of coordinating care, as a way of trying to not duplicate efforts, and have always been told vehemently by HUD, you cannot share any of that information without a resident's release. It is not allowable. Therefore, we could not do the good work of trying to support these families by sharing that information. And now, from what we see, that information is going to be shared despite there being no changes to the Federal Privacy Act. What we are thinking that information is going to be shared so that folks will then be identified. We upload all of our information to HUD systems, so HUD has all the information relative to all the households that we house and their statuses. So all of these things in concert are really working to put extreme amount of pressure on our housing ecosystem. And the final one is for our project-based vouchers and for our NOFA. Since we do have this NOFA that focuses on that, those are becoming much more scarce, so that we will already have to pivot to a new model, but we'll probably have to fast-track that effort in response to these three activities happening simultaneously. That concludes my presentation, and with that, I will turn it over to our partners over at DMH.
Hi, good morning. Elon Schultz, I'm the Chief of Policy and Strategy with the Department of Mental Health, and I'm joined today by Ms. Hundal.
Good morning. My name is Remy Hundal. I'm the Chief Deputy for the Department of Mental Health. I'm going to continue on and repeat some of the things that my colleagues have mentioned a few minutes ago. As of right now, we do not believe there are any immediate impacts to DMH or to our mental health plan system. That is because the executive order did not implement any immediate changes on its own. Rather, the executive order instructs federal agencies to issue guidance and regulations that will implement the vision of the executive order. Once those regulations and guidance are issued, we will have a much better understanding of how the department or our mental health system and our clients will be impacted. Today, I will be sharing some of the department's thoughts about how our operating and funding environments may change due to the executive order, but please understand that this may change rapidly as new federal regulations and guidance is released. At this time, we anticipate that implementation of the executive order will impact DMH and our mental health system in several ways. The executive order instructs federal agencies to move away from the housing first model and move towards models of housing that require clients to receive treatment while they are in housing. It should be noted that there are unresolved legal questions about how a move from federal agencies away from a housing first model will impact us in California, which has officially adopted a housing first model. In fact, the Behavioral Health Services Act requires counties to allocate all BHSA housing funds starting in mid-2026 to housing programs that utilize a housing first model. It is not yet clear how this conflict between state law and executive order will be resolved. It is possible that the department would no longer be able to leverage federal funding that our housing systems currently receive. This may compel the department to reallocate our resources, including BHSA housing funds, to address budgetary shortfalls in programs that are currently receiving federal housing resources. It is possible that some of our housing programs in which DMH refers clients who are currently receiving DMH mental health services to housing programs may not be impacted because these clients are already receiving treatment services. However, it is also possible that we will have to alter our intake and client flow processes for other programs that use a more traditional housing first model. Examples of these programs include the Continuum of Care, contract with HACLA and LACTA, Homelessness Section 8 vouchers, and tenant-based supportive housing through the Housing Authority of LA City. But as stated earlier, much of this will also depend on how the state reacts to the executive order. The executive order also instructs federal agencies to stop funding harm reduction programs. This is unlikely to impact DMH directly, as we do not operate or fund such programs. The executive order also supports civil commitment and institutional treatment for individuals with serious mental illness or substance use disorder who are unsheltered and unable to take care of themselves. It is not clear how this element of the executive order will be implemented or acted upon, as most civil commitments and institutionalizations are guided by state laws and regulations. However, this may result in an increase of clients being referred into our mental health institutions, as well as an increase in cases being referred to the public guardian. It is also possible that more residents will be placed in involuntary holds and pushed into our criminal justice system. If any of these possibilities occur, then we can expect to see a rise in pressure and client flow to our long-term residential treatment facilities. We can also expect an increase in investigation caseloads for the public guardian. However, we also want to note that there may be an opportunity for alignment with the White House on an issue that has long been a top advocacy priority for the county and for this board, the relaxing or lifting of the IMD exclusion rule. The rule prevents facilities that are larger than 16 beds from drawing down federal Medicaid dollars and is one of the biggest regulatory and funding obstacles that counties face when attempting to expand their treatment systems. DMH and the CEO offices are currently engaged in advocacy efforts with both the Trump administration and members of the Congress to relax or lift the IMD exclusion entirely. We believe that if federal Medicaid funds are allowed to support services delivered at these facilities, not only would it allow us to expand capacity in our treatment system, but it would also align with the executive order's vision of getting people with behavioral health challenges off the streets and into treatment. That concludes my presentation. Now I'll pass it on to my colleague from Public Health, Dr. Mahajan.
Good morning, Supervisors. Anish Mahajan, Chief Deputy at Public Health. I'm going to start with 3 overarching points and then move to some specific programmatic impacts at DPH. Public Health shares the concerns of our sister departments about this executive order that would undermine what we know is established and effective, which is housing first, which we've been hearing about. These strategies support housing for people where they are at in their recovery continuum, ensuring ongoing access to treatment and engagement in services. The second overarching point is about harm reduction. The executive order undermines comprehensive harm reduction efforts that are demonstrated to be effective at reducing communicable disease risk, increasing engagement in substance use disorder treatment services, all doing that without negatively harming the community. Finally, other provisions of the executive order will increase the reliance on coerced institutionalization, which is likely to further deter individuals struggling with substance use disorder from coming forward and engaging in care. Let me move now to some specific programmatic impacts. I'm going to start with our Substance Abuse Prevention and Control Bureau at DPH. This executive order, as I mentioned, undermines comprehensive harm reduction approaches, and it reinforces a stigma on people struggling with substance use disorders. The order directs discretionary grants that are issued by one of the agencies at HHS called the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, also known as SAMHSA. This is the federal agency that funds substance use disorder services. It says, this new guidance that came out says that it would fund only, quote, evidence-based programs and do not fund programs that fail to achieve adequate outcomes, including so-called, quote, harm reduction or, quote, safe consumption efforts that only facilitate illegal drug use and its attendant harm. So on the face of it, it sounds innocuous, and it means that evidence-based syringe exchange services that have been backed by decades of research and backed up by the CDC, because there's decades of research proving its efficacy and efficiency, are saying that these are part of comprehensive harm reduction services and cannot be funded using federal funds. Here in LA County, SAPC at DPH runs the Engagement and Overdose Prevention Hubs that provide harm reduction syringe services, naloxone, outreach, referrals, and medical care as a comprehensive harm reduction package. Our strategies have been successful, and we've seen downward trends in overdoses, with the largest decreases in overdose deaths in Los Angeles County in 2024. We saw a 22% reduction in overall overdose and poisoning deaths, and a 37% reduction in fentanyl-related overdoses. At LA County, we receive $700,000 annually from the CDC's Overdose Data to Action grant that supports our hubs. Now, the guidance I mentioned from SAMHSA describes some ongoing allowable harm reduction activities. So not all harm reduction is prohibited by this executive order. And so it turns out that the federal funding that we are utilizing for our, from the CDC and in other parts of DPH comports with the allowable activities that SAMHSA has laid out. So that's something that will be preserved and continuing. We do not use federal funds for the harm reduction services that are not allowed under the EOP. We actually use other sources of funding to fund that. Finally, it should be noted that LA County does not fund safer consumption sites, so the preclusion of funding for these evidence-based strategies in this executive order will not have a direct impact on what we do. Housing first being undermined is likely to strain our recovery bridge housing and our recovery housing that we all feel we need more of. It's likely to strain it. The shift toward coercion and involuntary substance use treatment is likely, as I said, to deter individuals struggling with substance use disorder from coming forward and engaging in treatment. You know, California already has a number of mechanisms for involuntary behavioral health care, LPS, AOT, care coordinate. There's a number of things, and it feels to us that federal mandates could be duplicative and counterproductive as it relates to commitment. The EO directs the Attorney General to prioritize grant funding for drug courts. This may potentially increase federal support for drug courts, which are voluntary and may actually be something beneficial and would benefit us in the county and benefit the participants if there's expanded options for that. So that's a small positive in the executive order. Finally, the data sharing we just heard with law enforcement is, likely to, again, sort of weaken the trust of people coming forward for services and coming to use our services. I'm going to move now quickly to harm reduction that we're funding through our Division of HIV and STD programs. Our Division of HIV and STD programs are funding harm reduction, funding HIV and STI screening among persons with substance use disorder, including at our EOP hubs I mentioned just now. DHSP invests approximately $200,000 in CDC HIV prevention and ending the HIV epidemic funding annually for harm reduction services that are delivered by our community-based partners as part of overall HIV control efforts. The harm reduction services help prevent HIV and hepatitis C. It helps promote sexual health and overall helps connect individuals struggling with risks for these infections with SUD treatment and care. We're seeing basically an overall stigmatization of people struggling with SUD and who may have co-occurring challenges with infectious diseases and sexually transmitted infections. Finally, in our Communicable Disease Control Division, we've worked hard over the years to work with our partners in housing to share data. And those data systems are at risk as federal funding is reduced. We use those data systems to monitor for outbreaks of communicable diseases among homeless people experiencing homelessness, and is a key part of how we can respond quickly to prevent the spread of communicable diseases among vulnerable groups like that. I think I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Supervisors, that's the end of our presentation, so we'll turn it over to you for questions.
Okay, thank you all very much. We'll start with Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, there's a lot in this executive order to not like. And those were all very thorough reports. But, for the public listening, there's a lot of people that, are, at least this guy's doing something, right? We also feel like maybe there's not enough accountability in our homeless programs. And, the public is, feeling a little bit like, is this an industrial complex that's not actually solving the problem? So, Sarah, I was going to talk with you, and maybe Emilio, you can fill in, and maybe even Dr. Galley, in terms of the housing first. That's the one that hits me the biggest. And for a lot of people, right, it wasn't always the law of the land, right? I feel like it wasn't, even when I first ran for office, it was pretty much, if we're going to give you a house or a roof over your head, you've got to do some stuff, right? You've got to get into a drug treatment program. You've got to show that you're, willing to improve yourself, pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. Well, I think everybody found out that really didn't work, because when you're on the streets, surviving, trying to make it through a night, homelessness leads to alcohol abuse and drug abuse, because you're really trying to survive. And I think the people that were smarter decided that's not really working. You can't get your life together when you're laying on the sidewalk all night long. So let's do housing first. But I think listening to all of you, if either Sarah or Amelia, or I would think Dr. Galley would also say, if housing first wasn't available, we'd probably see a lot more people in in our emergency rooms, right? So maybe why, to the public, maybe who's never really paid attention to this housing first, because I think if we're going to have a strategy going forward, we got to bring the public along with us, because they've been a little fatigued out there too. What about housing first makes sense? And then also, Sarah, it was a little confusing to me. When I'm reading it, it sounds like they're banning, this executive order bans all federal dollars that go to housing first programs. But then seemed like you quantified a little bit by saying, unless we get further guidance, we don't need to change anything. So I was a little confused about that. And then also, is this going to affect our home key projects? Because those are project-based vouchers, I think, Emilio. And is it going to affect, because I think our home key projects are our best bet, right? We got the whole hotel. We can decide who goes in, when they go in, how long they can go in. I still feel like that's our best strategy, but I wasn't quite sure on how this executive order figured that. So a little bit more just to the public. Sure. Why did we all change this policy instead of having someone earn their right to have a roof over their head?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Supervisor. I'll take the second question first, and then I'll go back to housing first. So just to explain how the executive order works a little bit, it sets forth direction from the president to federal agencies and to the secretaries at HUD and IHSS. So what we're waiting to see is how those departments, those federal agencies, take this executive order and translate it into their funding RFPs, notices of funding availability, so that we can understand then how it will impact funding that comes to us.
So it doesn't exactly ban that $250 million from anything that speaks of housing first.
Correct, but it sets forward, it instructs the HUD secretary to prioritize jurisdictions that do not use housing first and that ban people from sleeping in public spaces and incentivizes enforcement. So it does this. And so we're waiting again to see how this will come through the various different funding streams, most notably the continuum of care funding. And we know that HUD is going to be releasing the application for that. And so at that point, we'll understand exactly how this will apply to existing, what are considered renewal grants versus new grants, and understanding how much impact it will have on our existing uses of the funding, as opposed to us seeking new funding to bring in. We historically go after new funding. We do not anticipate that LA will be competitive for new funding, and we want to understand how it will impact our existing grants and uses of the funding. So we are cautious while we wait for that to come down, and we do anticipate HUD has started to release information signaling that those applications will be coming soon.
And why is housing first? Why is that?
And then housing first, yeah. So housing first was adopted at the federal level as federal policy under the George W. Bush administration. And it was really after SAMHSA recognized housing first as an evidence-based practice, meaning it went through thorough research and data reviews to confirm that it is and validates that it is an effective practice, particularly for people with serious mental illness and with substance use disorders. Understanding that you have to address people's immediate needs. They're looking for shelter, they're looking for housing, they're looking for safety, so that then they can engage in services like mental health treatment services, employment. And so it has really demonstrated time and time again that it is an effective approach.
Why can't they get all that stuff while they're laying on the street?
Yeah, and we use Housing First. Our largest permanent supportive housing program in LA County is run by Housing for Health using the intensive case management services. We've got 25,000 people who are housed through that program. That program has a 94% retention rate after 1 year, 85% after 2 years, again, demonstrating that we have strong efficacy. I also want to note that Housing First does not mean housing only. We bring treatment to people where they live. We work very very closely with our sister departments at Department of Mental Health and SAPC to make services available to people before they get into housing, while they're in the process of getting into housing, and then once they're in housing, because we want that people to have that opportunity at any point along the way. And we know that for most people, it's going to be most successful after they get into housing, but we want that treatment to be available to people throughout their path and recognize the importance of it.
So we do give those services on the street.
Absolutely, we do. We bring those services to people wherever they live.
So it's not housing first before we help you. It's sort of like
It's both ends. We can walk and chew gum at the same time, right? We can connect people to services, engage them in that, while simultaneously working with them on getting them into permanent housing. And those two things don't need to be exclusive. They can happen together, and we continue to evolve and improve our practice in this.
But the best minds sort of believe that that they do a lot better when they're in a nice, safe place, clean bed, shower, food. I mean, most people respond better to help when they're inside.
Absolutely, and after a good night's sleep.
Yeah, makes a big difference for people. So it's a policy that we want to keep fighting for?
Absolutely.
Or not?
Absolutely, it is. It's an effective practice that we want to continue. And I think that we know our values in LA County. And we know that our values, are about empowering people, about promoting dignity, about getting people into housing, but also about getting people connected to treatment and to services. And so we'll continue to do both things.
Okay, thank you. Well, I certainly think that we ought to really up our legislative strategy and make sure that our members of Congress, our old and new members of Congress, understand, how valuable Housing First is and the devastating effects it could have in so many areas, particularly on our hospitals and our emergency rooms, if in fact we don't have the money to continue that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank Lair for giving us an overview of what's taking place right now as the Congress and the Senate reconvene. And I don't have a lot of faith that they're going to resolve any appropriations bills. Typically, what they do is go into a CR. So we're going to be flat funded, and then we're going to say exactly as you said, Emilio, that we're going to have to somehow come up with a plan and strategy. So we should be thinking about that very seriously. I don't see this Congress moving in the direction that this county has been moving in. In fact, the big better bill that's been talked about is a big, ugly, bad bill, and it's an assault on people of poverty. Some of us grew up when the 1965 civil rights legislation and Lyndon B. Johnson, and they proclaimed a war on poverty. Well, that's what's happening. They're creating poverty, but they're also going after the most vulnerable. And I know that at least in my area, we have seen these impacts since COVID. So we haven't even made, I think, our ability to achieve assistance for people that really need it. Now, we're taking everything away, including families that have mixed houses, where HUD is now going to be used as a sledgehammer to force people out of their housing. And it's going to be seniors, it's going to increase more people on the streets, unhoused people, and it will create more crime. In addition, if these people don't get any assistance through Department of Mental Health or Public Health or any one of our agencies here, there will be an increase in our jail system. And I think, appropriately speaking, the next time we have a discussion on this matter, the budget, we ought to be having the sheriff talk about what the implications are and what that impact will be on the justice system, which I don't think will be called the justice system, because you're going to now criminalize homelessness. And also, I just feel that we do need to kind of lift up our voices more, and I would hope that each of you, in the context that you're going to be going out and talking to the public, and I know you're doing that, some of you are doing that right now, is to really make clear to them what is coming their way and to be prepared. And we can't wait. We're already behind. This thing started in January. There was already a map, a plan that the Republicans and this administration were putting forward, and it's in an 800-page document that lays out exactly what these departments should be doing. So I don't have any doubt that the departments already have their regulations in place, and you'll probably be getting those soon. And in fact, what your biggest fear is going to be is that they're going to put it in writing. And what I fear is that they're going to claw back the grants that we have been relying on for the last 3 years. Even things that we just planned for 3 years ago, they're going to claw back. And I don't know that the public really fully understands that. So some of the projects that we're undertaking and that we've already put forward, including reduction harm services on Skid Row and MacArthur Park, I want to ask public health, where do you see this going? And especially as we outlined AIM, Cal AIM money, because that was supposed to help us through the governor's office to help provide these services. So just quickly, could you tell me what that means, since we just opened up this new hub, harm reduction center on Skid Row, Crocker Street?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. We are hopeful that we will be able to use alternate sources of funding to keep those exact services going and all of our harm reduction services going, utilizing alternate sources of funding, not federal funds.
So what exactly does that mean? Where will you get that? Can you?
Well, as you know, Supervisor, we are utilizing opioid settlement funds, and it does. Again, I will put a plug in that opioid settlement funds ought to be utilized for exactly these kinds of purposes to help us stem. What we need is prevention and treatment for substance use. So opioid settlement funds are an important source. The CFCI funding source is also there, and we've been utilizing that as well.
But it's limited. So given what you think you might have there on hand, what is the balance that we really need? Because my sense is I know there isn't sufficient funds in the opioid fund or CFCI. So what are we really looking at? We're looking at a reduction of services and people, and I haven't heard that from everybody here in terms of reduction in your workforce.
Yeah, I would just add, Supervisor, you're absolutely right. I mean, in fact, we were in a stance of growing our investments or wanting to grow our investments to match the need, as you're pointing out. And now we're faced with trying to preserve what we can. Just to say also that the Medicaid restrictions that will go into effect in 2026 will certainly impact the substance use treatment system. We're prognosticating maybe a 15% reduction in utilization, which will mean a reduction in Medicaid dollars coming to our partners who provide critical substance use treatment and services in the community. We're also very concerned about our substance use block grant, which is about $60 million from SANSA annually. The president had proposed to consolidate block grants, which basically means they're going to reduce them, and there may be further restrictions put on that. So your point is well taken, Supervisor. Thank you.
And you said something about a reduction in vaccines and other kinds of immunizations. 2 years ago, we had a crisis with Mpox. What does that mean for us moving forward? Because you won't have the ability maybe to calculate the data, where the problems are. Can you explain that to the public?
Yes, absolutely. So, we've worked closely at the board's direction, really, to work closely with all of our partners, city and county, on sharing data and coordinating where it makes sense to coordinate. And federal dollars have helped build that infrastructure. And one piece of that infrastructure is the Homeless Management Information System, also known as HMIS. This is a data source where data on people's health is also included. And so we're able to use that data at DPH, our Communicable Disease Control Division, to try to identify hotspots of infection occurring among people experiencing homelessness so that we can deploy resources right away to try to control and limit the spread.
I worry about the concept of evidence-based, because the new director of HHS has a different baseline, in my opinion. What do you think?
We are very concerned about what appears to be a veering away from science and data in recommendations, particularly around vaccination, that we're all reading about right now from our federal partners. So we are very concerned about it. We at Department of Public Health are working closely with the California Department of Public Health as well as specialty care societies like the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, both specialty societies who've recently come forward with recommendations of their own, for example, about COVID vaccination that differ some from what the FDA has approved so far. And those are evidence-based, to your point, evidence-based approaches that we are coordinating with and working closely with our state partners in developing our own recommendations.
Thank you. I have a question for DMH. You talked a little bit about the IMD exclusion, and there may be some hope there. What is that? Spell that out. What does that mean for us?
Thank you, Supervisor, for the question. So the executive order, as our colleagues have noted, talks about setting a direction for the federal government that would increase civil commitments and also increase possibly involuntary treatment options. Our department, along with the CEO and both Mr. Nikita and Ms. Ovalle earlier, spoke to the conversations that the county leaders, including Dr. Wong, who's in Washington, D.C. right now, have been having with administration officials from the Trump administration, as well as our colleagues and members of Congress, about lifting or easing the IMD exclusion. Our argument, or one of the arguments that we are making, is that this is one area where the county actually is in alignment with the executive order. I see the quizzical look, give me a second here, which is that we also have a longstanding board policy to lift or reform the IMD exclusion rule. We believe that once the exclusion rule is lifted, we would be able to bring in more federal dollars and leverage those dollars to expand our local system of beds. This board for many, many months has been receiving reports about the shortages of beds in certain parts of our residential treatment system. In particular, we have highlighted at DMH the need for an expansion of our subacute beds. Right. Those are beds for people who do not need to be in a hospital, but do need long-term care for many, many months to stabilize on psychiatric meds and with therapy and other support services. We do not have enough of those beds in our system today, but lifting the IMD exclusion, we believe, would bring in the vital federal resources that would allow for those facilities to both expand, the ones that are here today, and also for the creation of new facilities. Because one of the biggest challenges that those businesses have, those facilities have, is setting up a financial model to operate. Yeah. And to operate a 16, right now they can operate up to 16 beds. It is inefficient. It is inefficient from a funding standpoint. And one of the things that we have been highlighting to our colleagues and leaders in DC is that it is also incredibly inefficient from a staffing standpoint. And right now, with our mental health system throughout the country and a national workforce shortage, we actually need to ensure that we both have the funding and are maximally utilizing our available staff. We simply don't have enough staff to operate many small facilities. We need some consolidation.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Emilio and Sarah about the potential loss of vouchers and our ability to obviously build more permanent supportive housing. And we have some things currently on calendar that might be coming into play in the next 2-3 years. Are these at risk? Those dollars.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. Yes, those would be absolutely at risk. Whenever we account for our funding year to year, the very first thing we try to account for are the set-aside committed vouchers for permanent supportive housing. If we fall deep enough into a shortfall, it then compromises our ability to commit those vouchers to those developments since they are committed years in advance. Right. So we always account for them. They are our first priority from year to year. But if the funding falls to levels that are not sustainable, then it could place those at risk.
And I'm worried about the project that's ongoing at the General Hospital campus. There's potentially 300 units of 100% affordable housing that can potentially now be sacrificed or cut. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct, Supervisor. Now, there are some things or some actions that we can take locally, such as scaling back or stopping or leasing activity now in anticipation of those cuts, it has an immediate impact in that we would have to shut off the flow of vouchers now, but it might be the prudent thing to do just to make sure that they are available in the coming years.
Well, I'm sure my colleagues will also talk about that as well, because they have similar projects that we have been working on now for several years. And then for Sarah, I just want to understand, for HR 1, people experiencing homelessness are largely exempt from the Medicaid work requirement. Is that correct?
No, that's not my understanding. They are not exempt. And so that will be something that we will have to work really carefully on to be, and it's going to have a major impact on people's access to health care. It also has impact on people who are undocumented, which was, recent expansion in the state of California. I actually think our homeless system did a terrific job of getting people connected to Medi-Cal, and then we got people enrolled in CalAIM and have been using CalAIM to help fund our services. And so this is going to be a major shift every 6 months, having to do redeterminations and to be proving that people are looking for work or they're doing other community service activities so that they can continue to get access to their health care.
Do you plan on looking at the use of Measure A funding to help supplement some of these cuts that we've been talking about here?
We're going to have to think really strategically about how we use our Measure A funding. We do have a structural deficit with Measure A, and so we have some hard choices ahead of us this coming year. And one of the core values and principles that we've used with Measure A is that because it's our most flexible funding source, we use it strategically to bring down other dollars to fill gaps. And we're going to have a lot of gaps in front of us, so we'll have to think very considerably around how we use these funds.
Right. I want to thank all of you because you are all very passionate individuals that represent our various departments. And I'm not fully aware that the public always appreciates that. But I do, and I know my constituents do, because we work with each of you in your capacities, and I want to say thank you, and that we have to continue to be resilient and fight back, because this is not the way America should be going, and LA County should lead the way. So again, I want to thank you for your hard work, and let's get moving. Let's put our boxing gloves on, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I should just correct one thing. Department of Mental Health, thank you for the assist here. People with serious mental illness are exempt from the work requirement. So that is a subset. Yeah.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I echo Supervisor Solis's comments about you all and your commitment. And I feel compelled to always start by saying elections have consequences, and ooh, are we suffering the consequence? So just to clarify this last point, I think Supervisor Solis said, are homeless people exempt from work requirements? They
are not.
Are not. People experiencing severe mental illness are. Okay, just to make sure that. And I wanted to explain my reaction in your conversation, Department of Mental Health, with regard to IMD waiver. We have all lobbied DC since I first got elected. The reaction you saw from me is you stated that the executive order embraces involuntary placement. And that's not our vision of what our facilities would look like if we were given an IMD waiver. We have heard from your department, and we understand our need is of subacute beds. And so my concern, given this administration, who does apparently whatever they want to do, is that they would tie a waiver to the type of bed we would build. That's what I was reacting to. I don't know that we would be interested as a county for an IMD waiver if the federal government would dictate that they would require involuntary placements and dictate what kind of facilities it would be. So that was my reaction.
Well, I appreciate the clarification, and to be specific, IMD, that term does not on its own require a facility to be locked, right? So, and forgive me for perhaps being a little too glib, but in the most general terms, we agree that we do need more treatment locations.
Without question.
Yeah,
Without
but you're
question.
absolutely right. And the board has longstanding policy specifically about IMD reform, and like you said, not supporting additional involuntary.
And so if you said the executive order talks about involuntary placement, you know, I'll be a little suspect about them trying to help us do anything, given everything else that's in the executive order. So that was the reaction you saw. That concerned me. I really appreciate all the information that you all shared. I hope that Angela or someone could share this with our LA County Congressional Delegation to hear and understand the direct impact it will have on our shared constituency. I think that's really important. You know, as you got very specific in terms of the percentages of program cuts and how people will be impacted. I hope that we'll do that. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for talking about Housing First. I think Housing First, for whatever strange reason, really gets not only a bad rap, it's been inaccurately represented. I'm not sure why. I was proud to carry SB 1380 in 2016 to make California a Housing First state. Co-authored the motion with Supervisor Solis in 2022, making sure that Housing First was the priority for LA County, and that was based on research, what worked. And I want to remind us about, a not so distant history about a federal policy that said if you ever had a drug charge that you would not qualify for public benefits, which included housing. I want us to remind us of a not too distant history when people who were suffering from substance use disorder were incarcerated as opposed to it being treated as a public health issue. And so in the 80s, when we had over-incarceration, particularly in my community, that was a result of those policies that thought about housing in a different way. And so if Housing First is reversed, my fear is that we will go back to that era when people are incarcerated and people who have those charges then can't come out and take advantage of public benefit programs to keep themselves housed and their children fed. So when we say pivot back to what? That's not that wasn't long ago history. That was very recent history. That certain populations and certain communities will be disproportionately harmed, and perhaps that's the whole focus of the federal administration. Supervisor Solis, perhaps that's what it's about. How do we continue to? How do they continue to levy their, white supremacist policies that violate the rights of people of color and poor people? And certainly what I heard today are concrete examples of that. So I don't want to go back. We want to continue to make LA County the best it can be, and pivoting back to those policies is not the way to do that. I, too, am confused about the statement you made about the executive order. That you used a term that I missed when I wrote my notes, but I got the impression was that it's permissive up until either the federal regs are written or the state agencies take action. Clarify for me.
It is not self-executing.
Okay, what does that mean?
So that means that it does not require any states, localities, anyone to take any action until federal agencies issue future guidance. So it's really specific to federal funding and the uses of federal funding, and it will so we're waiting for the guidance that will come out related to those federal funding for how it will affect those federal funding.
So separate from the Housing First elimination, it's my sense that the majority of the dollars we use to combat homelessness are either generated at the state or local level. And so given that, is it your perspective that our homelessness and housing infrastructure can actually withstand these federal cuts?
No, and we're feeling the pain right now of reductions in funding from most notably the state level at this fiscal year. Our homeless system did realize a decrease in funding of state funding this year, and it is impacting our ability to maintain the current level of services this fiscal year, and we know that what's coming next fiscal year is going to be even more challenging. What Emilio talked about with the emergency housing vouchers, that's 7,000 households that we placed into permanent housing using these vouchers across our region. And this funding, we expect it to continue till 2030. Well, now it's ending at 2026. It's unfathomable to think about how we absorb this. And that is the challenge that's in front of us right now. It's pretty monumental.
I'm glad that you made that finer point. And I think last point I'll make with regard to housing first, and for people to understand kind of the definition of when we say permanent supportive housing, the supportive, the way that word is operationalized is those are the services on site. And so to have services that people need on site increases the likelihood that they are successful and they will be utilized. That's not difficult to understand. And so if this is a pivot back to, I don't know what, building housing that doesn't have the services, I'm not sure how any reasonable thinking person could assume that someone could truly get the help they need, to have access to services at the frequency with which they may need it, if it's not built into their housing model. And so I guess the pivot back to is we build housing that doesn't have services, and then we let people cycle in and out of it, which is real no solution to homelessness. Is that what we would pivot back to?
Supervisor, we have an example of what could happen when something like that takes place. When you look at our VASH program, for example, and we know that there are challenges with having enough caseworkers to help our veterans to remain housed. When you see a shortage of caseworkers, you see people dropping off on the back end and losing their housing for simple things like not turning in their eligibility paperwork.
Right.
For not, for skipping out on a unit because they've not had that contact with a caseworker. So that's what would happen on a much larger scale.
Right. And I wonder if we go back to a pre-housing first model, many of the temporary, housing programs that would then, require drug testing, require that you pray before you get a meal, that had all these requirements that Housing First got rid of. And so then we get into this catch-22 that if you then have a dirty drug test, then you get put out. So, that's not a solution to homelessness. That's not a solution to supporting people who suffer from mental illness or substance use disorder. To think about the number of times people have to go through treatment to have a successful outcome. And so if you're going to drug test and put people out like those programs did for many, many years, I don't know how anyone expects us to get ahead of the curve in finding a solution to getting people off the street and housed if we revert back to pre-housing first policies. And I'm afraid to think where this administration would take us in time, in terms of how people with severe mental illness, as you said, with their interest in involuntary placement, and people suffering from substance abuse. We want the sheriff to come and tell us the impact. I don't even know that it could be calculable. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. When we asked for this to come forward, I know that we're sort of in this space, as you've said, on waiting for the White House executive order to come with some of the more specific terms and directives. But it's helpful for us to understand what is coming our way. So I'm glad we're having this conversation at this stage. That being said, do you have a sense of the timeline being something that we can make adjustments in supplemental budget? Like, do we have a more precise timeline or any estimate around when there might be more direction that actually creates these impacts?
I'll just say, I think right now the one that we're paying the closest attention to is the continuum of care. We do not know when HUD does not tell you when they're going to release it, but they have been starting to share information, which indicates that they're preparing to release that NOFO. And I have talked with all 4 continuums of care, our local continuums of care, and they are preparing mitigation strategies around how they're going to respond in light of this executive order.
And if I may, Supervisor, there are other actions also that HUD is contemplating, such as work requirements for housing choice voucher holders and/or time limits associated with the assistance. What we are trying to do is lean in to have an active engagement with HUD to say, if you are going in this direction, engage with us to see the best possible way to implement something so that we can actually have some level of feedback in that process.
Okay.
Supervisor?
Yes.
We'll have to be dynamic with the departments. I think as these changes continue to come forward, they're not going to snap necessarily to a budget phase, and so we have to work with them on an ongoing basis. And we've already met with, our ledge team in DC has already met with HUD and with HSS to try to get some information on timing in particular, and they're playing it very close to the vest. So we didn't get anything out of that meeting useful at this point, but I know others are talking to them as well. So we're hoping to get, like Emilio said, not just a sense of timing, but a commitment to work with us as they go through the regulation process.
Thank you very much for that. I think that's exactly the point, that we don't know when it's coming, and trying to fit it into what our process isn't going to work. So we're going to have to take action as that action comes at us. And so I'm grateful that you all are working collaboratively and trying to keep on top of that proactively, which, especially given the magnitude of crisis we're already facing and the emergency we've declared, we're going to need that kind of swift response. So I'm glad you're preparing for that. You touched on some of what I was planning to ask, but I think it's fair to say we're going to need to be stretching funding from different departments in addition to the other sources of funding like Measure A and other, all of the sources of funding that we're talking about as we're, standing up this new department. We know that the combination of the work from various different departments is going to have to come into play there, and we can't just do business as usual, especially when we're thinking about reduced funding, not only from the federal government, but also from the state that we're already contending with, choices around, are we going to prioritize interim versus permanent housing? Are we going to, are there programs that we're going to have to consider cutting? I know that we're looking at choices that we don't want to have to make, but we're going to have to make them given the, the reality that we're facing. So I know that these cuts haven't come and they will probably dictate some of those choices, but have you made determinations around prioritizing interim versus permanent, or are there programs that you're already looking at that would be sort of, the first to consider if we are having to scale back?
So for the, we have started the Measure A spending plan for FY 26-27. We presented at the Homeless Deputies last week. We'll be at ECRA this coming week, and beginning these conversations with our region to really identify what our priorities are. And we want to be developing a rubric that helps us to identify this and make the tough challenges. We know that there are things that we have historically prioritized. There are obligations that we're required to meet, legal obligations. So those are things that have always sort of risen to the top. We have then prioritized the permanent housing, because that is the solution to homelessness. It is also a cost-effective solution compared to interim housing. So we have prioritized our permanent housing interventions and keeping people who are housed that we have already placed in housing, and then looking at our interim housing. So that is historically how we have prioritized it, but we are very much right now in the process of having this conversation with our community to establish what our priorities will be.
So I know that I'm a little bit nervous to hear that, because I know we heard from the leadership table they had meetings with hundreds of people that then those recommendations came to the executive committee. Their recommendations then came to this board. So are we starting that process all over again, or are we just using what was already done to?
We use that as a starting point. Always want to use it as a starting point and continue the conversations. But we are starting the next cycle and developing a spending plan. And so I'll be honest, like the conversation this year is even less about like what are you prioritizing, but it's what can we cut.
Yep.
That is the reality that we're in. And trying to understand that amidst all of these hard decisions, what are the things that really are going to rise to the top, and what are the things that we can let go in our fiscal environment.
And are you actively working with other departments? Because we know this is bigger than Measure A dollars. So how are you doing that?
Yes, absolutely. We are working with other departments. We had departments of mental health, departments of public health, and Department of Public and Social Services actually join us at the homeless deputies meeting last week and give an overview of all of their funding for homelessness and where that's going, number of slots, number of beds that it's funding, and what projected decreases or increases are anticipated over next fiscal year, because we really need to be thinking, as you mentioned, not just about Measure A, not just about federal funding, but about all of the funding that's available to us, and how can we optimize all of the funding to deliver the most housing and services that we can.
Yeah, I keep contending with this notion. I think, as Supervisor Hahn said, the public's expectation, after passing Measure A, is that we're going to have more money flooding a system to provide solutions. And what we're actually facing is, because of the cuts from the state and federal government, we're going to be. It's a good thing we passed Measure A, because now we're functioning with less, and we are, now looking at our local resources even more closely to make sure that they're actually delivering what we're expecting. And I know that that's what your department has been prioritizing and standing everything up to. And I know you acknowledged earlier, but I just think it's worth noting, the statistics you offered on Housing for Health and the success rate that has been seen there, I think is critically important as we're thinking about how do we optimize services with housing to actually deliver those solutions. So I'm glad that we're taking this action at this time, despite the fact that I'm not glad with I'm certainly disappointed with the set of conditions that we're facing while we're having to make these changes. But it's the right moment for us to be doing this, given the challenges that we're facing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be brief because a lot of my questions have been asked. But Joe, first of all, thank you for the slide on the budget crisis in the making. I mean, there are things that are out of our control. For example, the fires and probation receivership and AB 218. And these are truly going to have significant financial impacts on this county. I look at that labor. I see labor, and I know we've got labor in the audience, as a key resource for this county that is needed now more than ever, given the constraints that are being put on us. So I view that as an investment, and I think that is a priority. I know that is a priority of this board as it relates to how we are going to work with labor. And obviously the federal government. I mean, I think the most frustrating thing that I'm hearing is that we need to prepare. We don't know what we're preparing for. Because we don't know where the next shoe is going to drop. And I think that clarity is important, and I think it's important for us to provide input, even if it's not taken, but at least provide the data that we have in terms of the models that we put into play to show, in fact, that what we're doing is working. I use the Housing First model. If you ask 5 people to define housing first, you're going to get 5 different definitions of housing first. I have constituents who are appalled that we do housing first. They think it is simply putting someone in an apartment and walking away. And nothing could be further from the truth. So I think I know we need to do a better job of educating the public about what housing first is. And I will say, having sat on LASA, I was frustrated that there are some that do not do housing first the way I believe it should be done. It's important to get in there immediately to provide the resources to gain the trust of the individuals who many are service resistant. And so one of the complaints I heard from clients was that they didn't see a social worker for 2 weeks. And a lot can happen in 2 weeks, which also impacts our ability to get people that are willing to be part of our Housing First model. Because if you don't get the help in there in 2 weeks, a lot can happen to that unit in 2 weeks. So we have a responsibility as well to make sure that when we talk Housing First, that we are actually walking it as well and holding our providers accountable to make sure that they are in there on day one to be there to provide those resources. I think that is important, but I do believe that we need to better explain what Housing First is. And it's not an either or. To me, it's an and. I know there are programs, Door of Hope in my district, that has like a 97% success rate of people not ending up back out on the street. That is not a Housing First model, but there was a point in time when they were not eligible for any county funding because it was a Housing First model only as it was provided on the funding side. And so I would argue that I support Housing First. But I also support other models as well because I don't think it is an either or. I think it is an and on that point. But Emilio, can I just get one clarification from you? You talked about the family vouchers, the 1,300 family vouchers that were due to expire. The funding was due to expire in 2030, I believe you said. But you said that now you believe it's going to expire in 2026. And I was a little confused because you said it was because of the flat funding. Did the funding go down, or does the cost of housing in LA County impact the funding, therefore it's not going as far? Therefore, what was projected for 2030, we thought we could go back and get more funding to fill that gap? I guess my question is the cost of housing here and the inventory of housing here impacting our ability to stretch the dollars that need to be provided for housing?
Thank you for that question and that clarification, Supervisor. You nailed it. It's the latter. It is the fact that the funding ran out a lot sooner than was expected due to the national rise in rents across the entire country. In some markets, much more than most. But certainly the funding has run out a lot faster than was anticipated.
So do you have a model, or have you done, like, for lack of a better term, an actuarial to help us understand what housing cost would be optimum for us to really benefit from the federal dollars? I mean, is it, because right now, let's say it's $2,300 a month, but we know that at $1,200 a month, we could house X amount more people. Do we have a dollar amount or a sweet point that we can use to look at in terms of what rent costs should be in order for us to optimize the federal dollars?
That's an excellent question. There are so many variables involved that it would be hard to determine what that sweet spot would be, especially since we have families, single individuals, seniors. So it's the full gamut. It's a huge range.
Right, and then last but not least, I'll just say on the IMD waiver, I've been pushing this from even before I was elected. I truly do believe that this is something that is long overdue. When at all of you've got 5 different buildings with 5 different providers, all 16 beds, it's not efficient. It's not the best use of our funding, but it's not just about hospitalization. I'm glad that you touched on that. It's about the ability to move that money to board and cares, which are already underfunded, which many are selling their property because they're getting out of the business. And then the ones, not all, but some that are going to go into the business may not provide the level of care or quality of care that we expect because of the dollar amount that they are receiving. So the IMD waiver, while hospitalization is important, and I would argue that Care Court shows us that, in fact, even at the state level, they're recognizing that maybe conservatorships and hospitalization, although the Care Court doesn't do hospitalization, but that does play an important role, especially for those that have been on the street for a long time, that are severely mentally ill, that need to get stabilized, that would benefit from short-term care. It's not the way medicine is now, and you know this. The days of being housed in a mental health facility for a long period of time, it doesn't have to happen that way. Medicine, the way it is, the diagnostics that we have, there is the ability to stabilize and then get them into the next level down of housing So, you know, I always say that the reason why the IMD waiver came into play is to eliminate mental health hospitals. You know, the housing of individuals for long periods of time was proven not to be effective and was actually, I would argue, inhumane. So this forced those hospitals to move to go out of business, in essence. But I believe we have an opportunity to put in play in this county a system of care that shows that, in fact, with a waiver, you can bring people off the streets, not even just off the streets, but people in general, and provide them with a level of care and then long-term care that is cost savings for the federal government, because I know of people that have been 5150 7 times in 1 month. What costs, not only on the physical side, but on the fiscal side. So I believe it could be, I don't want to say a cost savings, I would even push revenue neutral, I don't know, but I do believe that the way we're doing it now is not effective. So I will continue to work with you on that, because I do believe that it's an opportunity for us to do what you did with the housing model that you put in play for the people experiencing homelessness. We have an opportunity to really, with 10 million residents, show what can be done effectively. Did you want to say something, Milan?
I just want to say thank you for your involvement and your leadership on this. You know, you, Supervisor, have been involved in these conversations regarding IMD reform and the importance of expanding our care network. With the new task force you set up at NACO, we really appreciate it, and we look forward to continue to work on this with you too, hopefully one day resolving it.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And what I've said is that while we have the largest, counties across this country are facing the exact same problem. And so, you know, LA County is one of many that is pushing for this reform. So I, again, thank you all for an incredible presentation. We could go on about the Samson, what's going on there, and we'll talk offline about that. But I am grateful to all of you for the presentation today. So with that, Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public that wish to comment on this item?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Annabelle Loretta, Byron Jose, Chichi Navarro, Dr. Ezrule Mohammed, Miguel Tohom, and Patricia Allister. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address Set Matter 1, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Caller with phone number 818-645, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn, and welcome back from the extended, respite. And I would like to take a moment to thank staff for putting together a very comprehensive, if not disturbing, presentation about the various nightmares that we are facing. I did have one kind of big idea, though, which is, housing first. Of course, you don't want people in the ER, but I understand that there's a shift and people are, possibly rejecting it a little bit as the give them a home. But, one thing that I think is very important is reintegration, because people have to be responsible for their homeless people. Now, of course, not everybody has a wealthy Midwestern family that sent someone out who fell off the road. But, this is where IHSS is the right model, where maybe we can reframe some of the services to avoid such bureaucratic nightmare where we just pay people to take their people back. And I know that this is not a brand new idea, but this is a good idea. Uncharacteristically.
Thank you.
By the way,
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for Set Matter 1 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. For those who will address the board in person, please note that a chime will automatically sound when your time has expired. First speaker, please begin.
Patricia McAllister. I was impressed with this presentation here. I'd like to comment about what President Trump did, what he's doing. If you walk into Washington, D.C., it is beautiful. No one's sleeping on the street, no homelessness at all. And he's going to do this throughout California, especially in these cities. He says that they're going to get mental treatment. They're going to help for jobs and get housing. And those who don't want to do that, they can just stay sober in prison. Now, as far as talking about LACDA and sharing information, illegals have no business living in HUD subsidized housing. They have to leave with their family. That's the way it is. That's why we have so many homeless Americans on the street, 80 blocks of homeless on Skid Row. Okay, now sharing information, they're doing that, LACDA, and they're sharing tenant information with people who are not administrators. So yes, they're doing it. Lynn Anderson.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Miss Loretta Lorraine. Holly Mitchell, how you doing? Love you. And I love you all. And I'm gonna tell you, we're not in Washington, we're in LA. We do have a crisis going on with the administration of Trump. I know that we can make it better because this is LA. LA has always been beautiful and for the people. I'm here for my transgender ladies that we do need homes. I understand we all need homes because the crisis is going so bad, what's going in LA, because they're forgetting about the people. The people are who we are. What's going on in Washington ain't got nothing to do with LA. LA is LA. LA has always been beautiful. It's got power, women of power like y'all that can do a difference and can make it so happen for all races and all genders, and all y'all can do. Thank you, ladies, and I love you all. And I need a pen from you over there, and the last lady. Hello, Miss Lady Hunt. I do need a pen.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Supervisor Pon, I think Ms. Lorraine would like a pin from your office. Good morning, Byron Jose with the Trans-Latina Coalition. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair. Thank you for having this robust discussion, and we look forward to working with the new Director of the Housing Department to ensure that we continue to address the different needs of all populations, specifically vulnerable populations, Black communities, and transgender, expansive, intersex communities. As we look forward to our budget, we look forward to continue working with this board to ensure that we continue a Care First framework, and we continue to use all local dollars, expanding Measure J, ensuring that Measure A funds get allocated correctly, and making sure that our communities are being uplifted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Chichi Navarro. I am a policy intern with the Trans-Latina Coalition, and I'm also a resident of Supervisor Solis District 1. Today, I urge the board to make Housing First the foundation of our homelessness response in Los Angeles County. Housing First means providing stable housing without barriers. It's proven, cost-effective, and restores dignity. The Trans-Latina Coalition serves transgender, gender nonconforming, and intersex people, especially immigrants and mixed-status households who are uniquely vulnerable to housing loss and discrimination. We need county leadership that doesn't leave immigrant families or our community behind. As you have witnessed, this federal government is attacking our communities, specifically TGI folks, and it's up to you to ensure that Housing First is something that is instituted into our everyday lives. I urge you all to please not leave the most vulnerable people behind. That means TGI people, that means women, that means folks of color, Black and brown, that means Indigenous folks. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Isratullah Mohammed, clinical psychologist, clinical psychologist and author of the Bureaucare to Custody Cemetery Pipeline and the B2C3A Pipeline Prevention Model, which was entered into your public record this April. On the budget, my request is simple. Please include the neutral prior work acknowledgement where concepts overlap. And please post the full budget deck and a short change log so the public knows what's current and what's corrected. Budgets are not just dollars. They're representations of how much we value community, family, children, life. Clarity today creates a legacy of confidence tomorrow.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. The report will be received and filed.
All right, this is a receive and file. Hearing no objection, that will be the order.
We will now move on to Set Matter 2, report on the county's implementation of the people experiencing homelessness missions. For members of the public joining us remotely, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on the telephone to comment on this item. Sarah Mahan, Director of the Department of Homeless Services and Housing, will make a presentation.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon. Sarah Mahan, still the Director of Department of Homeless Services and Housing.
And who's sitting next to you?
And I am sitting next to Gita O'Neill, who is the interim CEO at LASA. So very happy to have Gita here. And then also coming up is Jeremy Gray with the CEO's office. And Gita and Jeremy will be with me for discussion and any questions after my presentation. My presentation will provide a report on the county's implementation of people experiencing homelessness missions and a brief update on the formation of the new Department of Homeless Services and Housing, or HSH. On January 10th, 2023, the board voted to proclaim a local emergency on homelessness in the county. The next slide shows the 4 PEH missions. Today's presentation will primarily focus on Mission 1, Encampment Resolution. But first, I'm going to give a brief update on the emergency declaration's delegated authorities. If we move forward 2 slides, it shows a high-level snapshot on the use of expedited processes and delegated authorities from February 7th, 2023 through July 1st, 2025. We're good? Okay. There we go. There's the slide that shows a high-level snapshot on the delegated authorities. So these data and other detailed information related to the use of delegated authorities are provided in monthly reports to your offices. As of July 1st, 719 delegated authority requests have been approved across 8 departments. The most common request continues to be hiring. The next slide highlights the usage of these delegated authorities. This includes the hiring of 2,200 county employees who experienced an average hiring time decrease of 71%, from 288 days to 84 days under the emergency declaration. Starting this month, we've added reporting on demographics and the use of the emergency hiring authorities. 44% of emergency hires have been Hispanic or Latinx, 19% Black, African American, 17% white, and 12% Asian. 65% of emergency hires have been female. The county has also leveraged these delegated authorities to expedite the execution of over $706 million in contracts and to accept 19 funding awards of almost $154 million. Where we see the impact of these authorities, however, isn't on our internal processes, but it's in the speed with which we're able to move forward our most impactful innovations, including the Emergency Centralized Response Center and Pathway Home. And with that, I'd like to shift our update to the first PEH mission, Encampment Resolution. I'm pleased to start with an update on our launch and expansion of the Emergency Centralized Response Center, or ECRC. The board adopted a motion in September 2024 directing the creation of a centralized response center to coordinate support to unsheltered individuals and families across Los Angeles County. In December, just 4 months later, the ECRC was officially launched. The core day-to-day functions of the ECRC are to oversee outreach efforts for unsheltered individuals, to support planned encampment efforts, to respond to inquiries from partners about encampments and unsheltered individuals, and to assist outreach teams in meeting the needs of their clients by providing linkages to county and other services. Since launching the ECRC, we have made progress on several key milestones, including securing a physical space in the Hall of Records, hiring an ECRC director and team who manages requests from all supervisorial districts and service planning areas, integrating host operations into ECRC, as well as a range of partners on site, including the Departments of Mental Health, Public Health, Public Social Services, Military Veterans Affairs, as well as LASA, sheriffs, and the City of Los Angeles. Since launching, there have been several notable crises and countywide emergencies for which the ECRC has coordinated our unsheltered response. These include the January wildfires, as well as all subsequent wildfires, ice response coordination, Alaskan earthquake, tsunami response, and extreme heat activations. To support the work, the ECRC uses 3 distinct request systems, which are highlighted on this slide. Since its launch, the ECRC ticketing system has received 632 tickets from government partners and closed 59% of those tickets. ECRC assumed management of LA HOP requests on August 1st, 2025. Since that time, we've received 966 requests for support from the general public. Most requests come from concerned citizens or self-referrals. Despite this being the peak season for LA HOP requests, our average time to assign those requests has reduced from 5 to 2 days, and our average time to close requests has reduced from 10 to 5 days. Our third system is the Homeless Encampment Automated Reporting System, or HERES, which received 575 requests for unincorporated areas since the ECRC launched. Of those, more than 80% have been completed, and the average time to complete operations is 44 days. I want to note that I've talked about 3 data tracking systems here, and we use many, many more. We're very excited that HSH and this board has given us an opportunity to look at the ways that we can consolidate and improve our data systems in the future, to simplify our data entry, our tracking and reporting, and to truly use data to drive continuous improvement. Moving on to the next slide. And before I move on with more encampment resolution updates, I want to acknowledge this picture, which was taken 2 weeks ago when our Pathway Home and host teams removed the 1,000th RV from our public streets since launching the RV Encampment Resolution Program 2 years ago. This is a major milestone and would not have been possible without this board's leadership and support with resources to get the job done. Pathway Home has now conducted 62 operations in 20 of our 88 cities in 15 of our most impacted areas. Some highlights on the next slide include having brought in more than 1,700 individuals into permanent housing, having removed over 1,000 inoperable RVs, and permanently housing 395 people, 49% of which came from unincorporated areas, with many more to come. Pathway Home funding has also directly supported an additional 113 participants of the Inside Safe program based on their adjacency to city property. This work is only possible with the support of this board, the collaborative partnerships we share with our city and unincorporated leaders, and the service providers and individuals who work on the front lines every day. Our homeless outreach services, our hosts, are featured on the next slide. HOST focuses on conducting outreach, interim housing placements, and cleanup operations in unincorporated areas using the existing supply of interim housing as available. Thanks to increased support from this board, we are pleased to share that operations are happening faster. This calendar year, even though the volume of requests has increased, the average response time to complete a request has reduced in half, from 80 to 40 days. Of the more than 1,000 RVs that have been removed to our encampment resolution efforts, 80% happened during a host operation. So many thanks to the RV outreach specialists out there working to get these unsafe structures out of circulation and to get their inhabitants safely inside. Since the emergency declaration was declared in January 2023, the host teams have received almost 2,000 requests. Today, they are actively managing 110. I am also pleased to share that progress is now viewable to the general public through a dashboard on the county's website, which shows how our host operations are distributed geographically and how many cleanup operations are pending. We are committed to transparency and accountability across the board. Our next slide focuses on our partnership with the Mayor's Inside Safe program, which has now serviced all 15 council districts. We have collaboratively conducted 106 operations with the Inside Safe team, resulting in almost 5,000 people leaving unsheltered homelessness over the last 2.5 years. The Inside Safe program has permanently housed 1,000 people, in part through city and county funded programs like time-limited subsidies, master leasing, and permanent supportive housing. In addition, the county has organized over 50 on-site and regional service connection events for both Inside Safe and Pathway Home participants. I'm pleased to report our region's overall progress at reducing unsheltered homelessness as evidenced by the Greater LA homeless count results. In addition, I'm pleased to share some specific metrics on Pathway Home's impact on key priorities for this board, which are highlighted on the next slide. Pathway Home has an impact on equity. 90% of operations have occurred in communities disproportionately impacted by homelessness and poverty as measured through the ARDI Equity Index, and 69% of Pathway Home participants are members of groups that are disproportionately impacted by homelessness and poverty. We've had impact on our unincorporated areas, with 40% of Pathway Home operations having been conducted in unincorporated areas and 96% of RV removals having occurred in unincorporated areas. And last but not least, we've had impact on the mental health and substance use connections. 9% of participants in Pathway Home have received screening through SAPC. Of those, 60% were successfully admitted to substance use disorder treatment services, and 21% of Pathway Home participants are connected to Department of Mental Health services. Next, I'd like to update you on progress implementing the third round of the State Encampment Resolution Grant funding that we received in January 2025. We have until April 2028 to spend all $52 million of this grant, and we've already expended 24% of it. We promised to conduct encampment resolution operations in 7 zones, and we've already completed 14 operations in all zones, focusing on the neighborhoods listed on this slide, which include Inglewood, unincorporated West Athens, Westmont, Willowbrook, and Del Aire, as well as the cities of Santa Fe Springs, Southgate, Los Angeles, and Linwood. We have secured 100% of the promised 212 motel rooms, and we have already enrolled 60% of the people we promised to enroll in the program. We're well ahead of schedule, and we're going to keep going. As we continue to refine and improve fiscal sustainability of the program, Pathway Home is focused on 4 core components this year. First, we are right-sizing our interim housing footprint based on need. This includes examining our current motel-based interim housing portfolio to see where we have opportunities to reduce capacity based on unsheltered progress in specific communities and ability to leverage existing congregate interim housing settings. Second, we are working hard to strengthen our core interim housing service practices. LA County has organized 17 targeted training sessions for the 22 interim housing partners across both Pathway Home and Inside Safe programs. We want to improve our interim housing providers' understanding of how to navigate people to services and to achieve housing outcomes. Third, we are focused on improving permanent housing throughput by examining smarter strategies to fill vacancies in the county's permanent housing portfolio and to strengthen Pathway Home's integration with the Intensive Case Management, ICMS, and Flexible Housing Subsidy Pool, FHSP, programs. That partnership is also critical to our 4th area of improvement work, which focuses on utilizing encampment to home strategies, where people move directly from an encampment into permanent housing, skipping over interim housing, which is costly and limited. Taken together, we believe these 4 improvements will result in a more cost-effective and sustainable encampment resolution effort as the county confronts a challenging fiscal environment now and into the years ahead. Next, I'm going to provide an update about some of the exciting and challenging work we are engaged in as we set up the new Department of Homeless Services and Housing. As we move into the next slide, I want to reiterate my 5 priorities that I've been sharing weekly updates on with your offices. First, I want to talk about our work supporting LASA and planning for the transition of resources from LASA to the new department. We have embedded county staff at LASA to help get county-funded LASA contracts executed with service providers for fiscal year 25-26. As of Friday, 175 contracts were fully executed, and we are working hard to execute all remaining contracts. In addition to executing contracts, county staff have started working with LASA to review all county funding and to assess impacts of transitioning the funding back to the county at the end of the fiscal year. We are also enhancing communications with LASA staff and contracted service providers, which includes hosting information sessions for LASA staff and having regular meetings with service providers that include both LASA and the City of Los Angeles to provide updates and to answer questions. There is a lot of change happening right now. My team and I are committed to as smooth a transition as possible for LASA staff, service providers, participants, the City of LA, and all members of the LA Continuum of Care. To all partners, I say, we stand here with you. Second, I am prioritizing our work to improve collaboration through better communications and community engagement. I'll speak more to our community engagement work in a moment. Third, I am working closely with the CEO's office and other county partners to build the necessary infrastructure to launch the department on January 1st. I am incredibly grateful to all the county partners who are participating in the work streams to stand up this department. They are moving mountains. Fourth, we are working closely with your offices to improve our partnerships with cities and unincorporated communities. This includes getting Measure A local solutions funds into contracts so that our cities and COGS can deliver solutions in their communities. Finally, we're beginning to engage in conversations about how to strengthen system governance. There appears to be unanimous agreement that the homeless system has too many governing and coordinating bodies without clearly delineated roles and responsibilities. I look forward to collaborating with your offices to explore opportunities to work with our partners and to continue to refine our region's homeless ecosystem into one that makes sense to all of us, and most importantly, for the people who we serve. Before we dive into an update on HSH, I want to take a moment to once again acknowledge that this department is getting created at the same time that we're facing a very challenging fiscal environment. It is important to note that this fiscal reality is also happening at the same time that we're developing our Measure A spending plan for FY 26-27. As I've said before and will continue to say, we are facing a massive deficit for the coming year, and we will need to make difficult decisions about how to fund our programs and services. CEO notified me that HI alone has a $302 million structural deficit this fiscal year, and it's growing. State cuts this year have hit LA's homeless system hard. As we discussed earlier today, we are still determining the impacts of the federal government actions on homelessness, but what we know is that there are massive federal cuts and more to come. And as we face this loss of significant state and federal funds, it is crucial even more than ever that we stretch every dollar further. HSH is working closely with CEO on deficit remediation, and we are working hard with our partners to identify the best path forward. Our region must make very hard choices about how we invest our limited resources and how we will fill huge gaps in our system that threaten people and housing today, people who are on our streets, and people who are at risk of falling into homelessness. Now I'd like to shift your attention to a quick overview of our timeline, which is on this slide. The activities that are taking place right now are in our current phase of 1A. and what is coming ahead to establish our new County Department of Homeless Services and Housing. With the expert help of the implementation team and CEO's office, we have developed a project governance structure for creating the new department that includes executives and subject matter experts from all the relevant county entities to ensure that we have the resources and the authorities needed to get the job done. The next slide highlights some of these accomplishments. We've launched a project website to keep everyone up to date and with access to transparent information. To date, we have had over 18,000 views and 10,000 active users on this website. The CEO Homeless Initiative and DHS Housing for Health teams are integrated, and we're focused on forming an effective administrative infrastructure to ensure successful launch, beginning with the upcoming recruitment of top-level administrative management. Continuing our list of priorities for this calendar year, we are developing ordinances for county code, Title II, which will establish the authority for the new department, and Title VI, which will assign resources. We are engaging key partners throughout the region, including providers, cities, unincorporated communities. I will speak more to our partner Changewell's community engagement work on the next slide. We are developing a provider task force to more formally engage the expertise of this community in the formation of this department. And looking ahead to phase 2, which will take place in calendar year 2026, our planning priorities are to launch the Department of Homeless Services and Housing effective January 1st, to implement programs and services that meet this challenging moment and the needs of our participants and communities, to optimize our administrative structure and continue recruitment and appointments, to identify and integrate resources currently at LASA into HSH, to continue our community engagement throughout the region, and to maintain communication with our partners, especially those at LASA and with the City of LA. Next, I'd like to speak more about the community engagement work we're doing with Changewell Project. We are thrilled to highlight our new community engagement dashboard. This dashboard is publicly available on the new department's website. We have reached over 3,200 people through our engagement which started in June. This site allows the public to sort by geography to see where those engagements have occurred. It also allows the public to see which groups we've engaged, from COGS and cities to service providers and people with lived expertise. When you click on the participant feedback link, you can see the priorities that people are lifting up through these engagements, and you can even see these as broken out by geographic area. We are grateful to our partners at Changewell for developing such an interactive tool that will guide and provide transparency to our work. Finally, I want to highlight that this past weekend marked the end of the information gathering phase of our community engagement work. Changewell will be presenting their initial findings at the Homeless Deputies meeting on September 25th. We're now moving into the next portion of this work, which will focus on answering the core questions that were outlined in the board motion from April 1st and the critical questions that emerged in phase 1 of their engagements. Tomorrow will be our first 2-day co-design session, which will take place in the San Fernando Valley. Changewell uses an interactive co-design process that allows diverse partners to collaborate together to establish a vision for the future. We are already incorporating feedback from these engagements into drafting organizational charts for the new department and establishing our initial values and building out our contracting processes. My staff will participate in all of these co-design sessions, and we're very excited to launch the new department in close collaboration with all of our partners. So I'm grateful for this board's support. We are in uncharted territory here and look forward to navigating that together. I'm here and welcome your feedback and questions, and I'm happy again to be joined by Gita and by Jeremy to participate in the conversation. Thank you.
So what is your preference in terms, do you want to go ahead and speak? Because I know my colleagues want to ask questions, but I think it might be beneficial to have you all do the presentation, and then we'll take questions.
Yeah, absolutely, if that works
Okay.
well. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Gita O'Neill. I'm the interim CEO for LASA.
And pull
Thank
this
you
up
so much
to you.
for having me here.
Closer.
I really appreciate it.
There you go.
Thank you. I just wanted to convey to you how much we at LASA really want to communicate with the county, with the city, with our service provider partners. And so I'm here to really emphasize the communication and that we will work hand in hand with the county on this transition. We know how crucial it is. I've been listening to Sarah from the first agenda item to this one about the dire straits that we're all in. And I think it's a really important time that the city, the county, the providers, and LASA work together to help as much as we can at this unprecedented time, really. So it's really important that we're together. Just briefly about myself, I've been with the City Attorney's Office for over 25 years. I worked on numerous programs that connected justice-involved individuals with services. I worked with LASA when there was only 1 or 2 outreach providers for the whole county. I also worked on a program where we got rid of tens of thousands of old warrants in the system. That was all actually thanks to the county's grant, the homeless court grant that the city had for numerous years. So the city attorney's office really appreciated that grant. And I came to the agency, I believe in the mission, I believe in helping homelessness, to end homelessness, and I believe in us all working together to achieve that. It's a really important time for LASA to always make sure that we're efficient, we're transparent, and we're doing the most with the dollars that you trust us with. So that is one of my primary goals too, is to make us efficient, transparent. We do have forward-facing dashboards that have some new great data that we've had. We will be continue to be data-driven and continue to emphasize that. So with this transition, it's one help that we have, that we can work with the county to align our current LASA staff with opportunities in this new department. We have hundreds of really experienced professionals, many with lived experience, and they are all eager to continue this work. And so we're hoping that we can and work on that as much as possible to get the LASA folks aligned. We are also here to answer questions. I've reached out to all of your offices. I will come personally to meet with you, answer any questions, and continue this conversation so that we're all on the same page together. We really do want to move that forward. So again, I thank you for inviting me here, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I've been here 5 days, so please, let me know. On my first day, I did meet all of the county staff that's in our LASA training room to emphasize that partnership. So I really, but I'm happy to be here for you all to answer any questions I can. Thank you so much for your time.
Jeremy?
Supervisor, nothing from me. I think Gita and Sarah summed everything up very well, so I'm here to assist with any technical questions that you have.
All right. We'll start with Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, and welcome to you, Ida. I'm glad you're on board, and just wanted to ask a quick question. You're still going to continue to do the annual count. You'll still have that responsibility?
Yes.
Right? And I know that we've been trying to perfect that a little bit better, because sometimes it's hard to get volunteers. And I guess having a plan to do that better, and also making sure that they get adequate training, because I think we've all had our digital challenges, technological challenges in the field, and even with some of our cities out in the San Gabriel Valley, where they choose to want to run their count, but then aren't really, I think, abiding by the same standards. And that's been a little tricky for us out in the San Gabriel Valley. So just to make a note of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just in terms of the staffing, what do you see in terms of envisioning the transition? How is that coming along?
We're working together closely with the county. There's a lot of anxiety from the employees at LASA. They're very worried, as I'm sure the county and city folks are, employees worried about all of this financial crisis. So it's hard. We're trying to motivate everyone to remember why they came to LASA, why they work in homelessness. As much as we can get information from the county on how the transition will work, I think that will really alleviate a lot of the stress in the employees. So we're looking to do that as soon as possible. But I heard you on the PIC count, and I will remember that. I know we use technology a lot that helps us, but sometimes there can be glitches.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
And will there be a loss of personnel that just won't even go over to the county? I'm wondering what's happening. If
Yeah, I
there's
think
any
Sarah might be
instance there.
in the best position to answer that.
Supervisor, thank you for that question. I think to earlier points made, the April 1st motion charted out a 15-month process from the beginning to the end of phase 3 implementation. We're in month 5. So there are certain things that we don't know yet. We have met with labor and the LASA executive team on numerous occasions to update them as we receive information. Many of the updates we've also given to your board. Once we get closer and we get to those details, we will begin communicating with Gita and her staff on that process. Currently, there's about a little over 800 employees at LASA, and the county funds about 50% of those positions. From a process perspective, we will set up the department here in the county with vacant positions and then work on, as per the civil service rules, any necessary transitions that come from that. It's important to note, and this is obvious to you, but maybe not as obvious to the public, that LASA is a separate employment system from the county. So we need to ensure that as we begin that process, we ensure that we meet all the necessary obligations of the civil service rules, any MOUs that we have in place. Obviously, LASA has its own MOUs with labor. So it will be a nuanced and surgical. We are definitely committed to communicating all the necessary steps to not only your board, but the LASA team as well.
I would just hope that we have a plan in place too, where people choose not to go with the county, leaving LASA, that we make the opportunity available to our providers, because essentially a couple of years ago, many of those same providers lost their staff to LASA, and now they're better prepared, and maybe there's opportunity there. I'm just raising it. I know everybody's budget is tight, but I don't think it hurts to ask, because now they're trained, and that skill is very essential. So I hope we keep that going. But I wanted to also, thank Sarah for your work. I know you've already gone out to our cities, and I'm really happy that you are making them a part of your going around and listening to what works and what they've done. I represent more than 20 cities, and not all of them are up to par in terms of really accepting the notion of building permanent or even interim housing. And I think it's going to be very important for the local solutions and the COGS to get the technical training they're going to need, and to share and kind of lift up those cities that have been doing some things to show that it can be done. Because that, to me, is something we really need to put almost in a workbook, so people can see it and know, hey, this is the handy dandy tool as to how you do it. So I would encourage you to do that with the city of El Monte, who's been wonderful, working with us on room key and home key, Baldwin Park, tiny homes, Montebello, and then of course the city of Los Angeles in areas that I represent as well. That's going to be important. But I'm most concerned about what we're doing in the unincorporated areas. And can you tell me, and thank you for listening to our concerns around Whittier Narrows, because at one point we had over 200 people and more living there. Now I think it is somewhat reduced. We're working with the Army Corps of Engineers, and we also passed a motion here to look at locations that have serious fire hazards. And that is also coming into play, but it's a very delicate situation because we still have about 50 or more people that are still there. So what can we expect from your department in terms of helping us weave this through, because we also are working with the federal agency now. And I think this is going to come up even over by the Azusa Canyon, over by Lario Park. So and I know it's probably going to impact other parts of our county, but what kind of approach would you take?
Yeah, absolutely. So with the unincorporated areas specifically and our unincorporated communities, yeah, what we've really been focused, as was talking about with Pathway Home and with our host teams, on really expediting those encampment resolution efforts that we're doing and helping to resolve encampments in in our unincorporated communities, and working with the other jurisdictional partners that often interface in those, like, as you were mentioning, Army Corps of Engineers, Caltrans.
Yep.
There's a litany of other jurisdictions that we have to coordinate with to be servicing those areas. So we want to continue to do the work that we're doing through Pathway Home and with the host teams to be servicing our unincorporated areas. We're also working with each of your board offices right now on plans for how the local solutions funding that will be dedicated to unincorporated areas will be programmed to be bringing more housing and services to our unincorporated communities. So looking forward to finalizing those plans with each of your offices. Also working with your offices and LACDA and DCBA around the plans for the funding. There's LACASA funding that also is allocated and dedicated to the unincorporated areas. So want to be thinking about how we're using this year's funding as well as future year funding, again, to be supporting our unincorporated communities. And then through our community engagement work, we started to work, reached out to regional planning to be working with them to be identifying in all of our various 105 unincorporated communities who are the key stakeholders that we need to be building out our relationships with, because they are each distinct communities. So we're in the process of building that out. And then with our municipal relations team, which has been at Homeless Initiative and will be moving over to HSH and led by Onay and Carter, really integrating them in more with Housing for Health and the programmatic staff there. They do terrific work building out relationships with our communities, but being able to bring in, as you mentioned, more technical assistance and subject matter expertise to help our cities and our unincorporated communities maximize the resources that they have and really bring all of our solutions to bear.
And I want to give a shout out also to the Department of Public Works too, because they are a partner with us in the unincorporated areas, and I would hope that they too can help give the kind of advice in terms of the community groups, because they're all, whether they're doing graffiti abatement or picking up items, anything like that, they also have their regional people that are set in place and know our communities, and that's just another asset, the way I see it.
Absolutely. I think it's great. And last week I was able to go out and visit some of the cities in your district, which was wonderful. And I think there's more knowledge sharing we can be doing. So when I was with the mayor from City of Baldwin Park and touring facilities there, housing that they've created, she expressed interest in seeing what we're doing in Skid Row. And so we'll be scheduling time to come out and see the work we're doing at Skid Row. And I think there's more knowledge sharing that we can be doing across our region.
I agree. Thank you. And I just urge you to do more homeless encampments around our RVs in the San Gabriel Valley, up in the Hacienda Heights and Valinda area, where we tend to get most of our calls. So just urge you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Director Mann, for your leadership, for how you've stepped into your role and how you have really embraced what a challenging moment we are in. I know you've been incredibly honest with me and my team, willing to tell the truth about the challenges that we face. And just as you just demonstrated, you are open to brainstorming about what sort of solutions already exist we should be learning from other places, how we can scale the solutions we know work, and your openness to collaboration, I think, is really going to be key, especially given the challenges that we face. So I'm going to start with you. Is there anything slowing down the process to launch the new department that the board can help expedite at this point in time?
Go ahead.
Supervisor, I'll chime in there. We don't believe so. As we testify here today, we believe we are on target to meet all the milestones directed in the April 1st motion. And as you know, there were three major milestones in that motion, one of which being appointing a new department head. We're sitting here with Sarah today. The second is on January of 2026, merging CEO, HI, and Housing for Health, which will represent phase 1 of that new department, and phase 3 being transitioning any necessary resources from LASA to achieve that as well. So as it stands today, we are on target and moving swiftly.
We will be bringing to your board the Title II and Title VI ordinances, so that will be really important. And we're also preparing a board letter that will give the various delegated authorities to the department. And this is going to be very important. This will help. There's various delegated authorities that Housing for Health has had within the Department of Health Services that has been key and critical to Housing for Health's success. And there also are lessons learned from our homeless emergency and things. Can we just make this the regular course of business? So we will be bringing to you a board letter that memorializes those various delegated authorities that we believe HSH will need in order to be successful.
Great. And can you say a little bit more about the process and timeline that HSH will go through to become a Medi-Cal biller and a DMH contractor? I think the integration of these behavioral health services will be critical to the department's impact. As we just even heard from our previous conversation, it's really that collaboration and integration that's going to make the difference. So can you talk about how that's actually going to work?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the things I'm most excited about with HSH. HSH is getting created right now to be a clinical entity, and we have the roadmap laid out for us and a path to be part of the county's covered entity by January 1st. This is really an incredible timeline to move this swiftly, but working closely with CEO's office and county council, we have created that pathway. That we have also secured a national provider identification number, which is necessary for us to have to be able to enter into contracts with managed care plans. So we have those two critical pieces in place. The Title II ordinance that will be brought to you will specify that the new department will be providing behavioral health services. So that will be an important piece that will enable us to be able to expand these services into the future. In our conversations so far with Dr. Ferrer and with Dr. Wong, we've identified that HSH will likely become a DMH provider. So that means that HSH will be a provider under the Department of Mental Health to provide full service partnership services, which will allow us to expand DMH's FSP network as well as build out that capacity and really integrate those services into the homeless system of care. We also have been talking with Dr. Tsai at SAPC about HSH eventually becoming a drug Medi-Cal provider under SAPC as well. So what that would mean is we're not just coordinating with those departments, but we're actually becoming a provider of them, drawing down that funding to help support our operations, and again, having it be very integrated into our housing continuum of services and to fill some of the gaps that exist in our current structure. We also have initiated conversations with all of the managed care plans to begin to transition over contracts from DHS to HSH for all of the community support services that Housing for Health is currently contracted with the managed care plans. As part of that, we have also begun conversations. The managed care plans have responsibility for mild to moderate mental health. That is not the purview of Department of Mental Health. And they have similarly responsibility for substance use services that are lower touch. We also intend on contracting with health plans to be providing those behavioral health services as well. So we're right now focused on laying out the foundation that will enable us to enter into those kinds of contracts. Then we'll need to be working on building out the data systems that will need to be able to do the claiming. So we're taking a very methodological approach to make sure our foundation is tight. So over the coming years, we can really be amping up our behavioral health services and have them directly provided by HSH.
I'm glad to hear you highlight those lower level mental health services that aren't directly provided by DMH, but are critically needed. I think it's one of the things we hear most consistently, not only from the city of Los Angeles, but so all of the cities that we serve throughout the county, just how critical that level of service and care is. So I'm glad you're setting yourselves up to be able to actually deliver on that in a way that isn't currently being provided. I would also say, I know that there's so much for you to do in standing up a new department, and so systems to make sure that we're doing things differently are going to be essential. And the goal is outcomes. And so if all we do is set up a new bureaucratic process and wash, rinse, repeat, that's not going to be good enough. We have to be outcome oriented. And so I know that's still a focus for you, but just to reinforce that, we definitely need good systems, intelligible to the average person who's both trying to access them, whether they themselves are unhoused or they are trying to serve an unhoused neighbor. But at the end of the day, we have to see results on the street. And so I know that that is always the North Star for you in the work that you're doing. Welcome to our new CEO. Thank you so much for joining us for today's conversation, and thank you for taking on this role. It's no secret that LASA has been challenged for a period of time long before, all of us were on this board. And I think that you are stepping in at a challenging time, but I also think that your expertise and your experience will help serve the organization well and serve the collaboration that we're all talking about here today. So thank you very much for joining us for today's conversation. I know you mentioned you're only 1 week on the job, so we're not perhaps going to get to some of the most hard-hitting of questions, though I do think that your acknowledgement of the county staff that is already inside LASA, embedded there to complete service provider contracts and get the advance payments out, I think is a critical component of how this transition works. So how close are we on the county-funded contracts to being fully executed for 25-26 fiscal year?
We're pretty close. We have a total of 528 contracts for the whole fiscal year. We're 40% execution across the board. For the county, there are a total of 312 county-funded contracts with 56% fully executed. Of the 312, the county is supporting with 149 contracts, and the support team parallels the work that our folks do as well on site. And for the city, if you want those stats as well, there are 151 city-funded contracts with 32% execution. And it should be noticed that the service provider agreements can't be executed, as you know, unless if the funder agreements are not fully executed. And 2 of the 8 funder agreements are still outstanding.
Okay, that's helpful to track progress. I know from a service provider perspective, a lot of the concerns that we're hearing are the transition of those contracts, the execution of the contracts, and how we make sure that they ultimately are funded for the services that they're providing. I know some of them are making choices that, once again, seem unintelligible given that we just passed a measure to increase funding. But if they aren't getting that funding, or they aren't getting paid comparable to what the amount of the service actually equals to, then they can't continue providing the level of service that we need. And so they're making difficult choices in each of their organizations right now because of that. So it's essential that we're all working together to make sure those contracts are executed to the extent that we want them to continue, because there may be organizations with whom we no longer want to contract. But I would say as parties to the Joint Powers Authority, both the county and the city need to understand LASA's financial records with a particular focus on how funding is braided, especially given the conversation we just had and your role continuing as the COC, for example. That's going to be a huge question mark given the challenges that we're facing for the region. And so getting a clear understanding will be important as decisions are made about programs that will be impacted as we unbraid funding, if we choose to do so. And so it's time for that clarity, for full visibility into the books, and also into how we need this partnership to work going forward. We also need to work together to support LASA staff who are very concerned about their futures and their employment. And I know we can work together to keep communication open and clear. We owe that to the LASA teams who are doing so much of that hard work. And I know that's the standard that you're setting as you're coming into leadership there. And so thank you for taking on this role, and thank you for being here to be in conversation with us about how we are moving forward in this transition.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Let me start by expressing my appreciation on your slides that you walked us through the tracking and hiring and contracting in accordance with the county's diverse and inclusive workforce outcome. So I appreciated seeing that documentation and that was paid attention to, since that was a part of the county strategic plan. So thank you for that. And again, Pathway Homes continued success, particularly with regard to the RV encampment removal and the reduction in time and the numbers of people served. It is indeed a milestone to get to that 1,000th RV, so I appreciate you. I hope perhaps at some point this board and the department, would be willing to set some targets. You've established sort of perhaps a baseline, and that would be willing to set some targets to continue to push the envelope to make sure that we're continuing to meet the needs of our shared constituency around those encampments. So I wanted to congratulate you on that. Bear with me. I've got some questions really in terms of the new department and the budget process and timing. When I looked at your project timeline slide, I'd wish that could somehow be overlaid with kind of the county budgeting timeline as well. So, couple questions. So the new department is scheduled to launch January 1st, which is midway through the current fiscal year, 25-26. And we don't, as of yet, have a finalized budget, but the assumption is that it will be the adopted Measure H and Homelessness Initiative budget. So the question is, will this be reflected in the supplemental budget for the Homelessness Initiative and Housing for Health and the new department? When and where will I be able to see that?
Supervisor, I would ask that you ask the second part of that question.
Department's going to launch in January. That's midway through our current fiscal year. And we don't have a finalized budget. And so I'm assuming that the department is going to, it will be a part of the adopted Measure H in the Homelessness Initiative budget. So my question is, will it be reflected in the supplemental budget for under Homelessness Initiative and Housing for Health and the new department?
So Supervisor, it will be reflected because as it stands now, CEOHI and Housing for Health are in two separate agencies.
Right.
It will evolve, but you will see it slightly disaggregated, but we can present it in a way that gives your board a comprehensive picture of the resources that will support the department in the first phases.
So we'll see it as it supports the work where the work is currently housed, but we should assume that that will be the funding for the new department.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Second question. The Measure A input process for fiscal year 26-27 budget process has already begun, and with that budget scheduled to come to the board in January, which is just a few weeks after the department launches. So the question is, how is the budget process going to meet the needs of a department whose organizational structure is still being finalized? You follow me?
Yeah, thank you again for that question, Supervisor. And that's an excellent question because we're building the plane, as you know, as we fly.
I know.
And ultimately, we are using certain projections to ensure that we have the resources in place to support that.
Mm-hmm.
The process will allow us to forecast that cost and make sure that we meet it. I think it's important to note to this board, one of the lessons learned that we learned with other newer agencies is that we're really looking at a 3-year growth plan. We see that on average with our new county departments. So we're satisfied that we'll have everything pivotal to do the necessary service delivery on day one. But on the back of the napkin, one of the things that Sarah and the CEO team is talking about in those outer years, how will the organization need to evolve? So that will change over time. But ultimately, we believe at this juncture, in phase one, that we will have all the necessary resources to support the organizational structure, staffing needs, et cetera.
Even though the organizational structure will still be being finalized prior to the budget being finalized?
Yes, because foundationally, we know the number of staff already in place in CEOHI, in Housing for Health, and then we understand conceptually the necessary administrative resources that we're going to need, necessary to support those individuals and programs as well.
Okay, helpful.
Supervisor,
The county
Supervisor,
funded programs.
Can I
Go
just
ahead.
add, just in terms of process, I think what you will likely to see is the consolidation of funding, perhaps in a mid-year. And then as the process moves forward, historically, we've had the Measure A, Measure H funding come to the board and recommend. We plop that in the budget. And then the department works on various spending plans, and that gets finalized and final changes. And then we have carryover funding and things of that nature and supplemental. So in talking with our CEO last week about how the process will evolve, her understanding is that it will remain relatively the same. And so they'll undergo a very similar process going forward, as we've seen in the past when it was HI and Housing for Health and other non-consolidated functions.
Got it. All right. With it all happening simultaneously, I just want to understand how I and the public can continue to track and understand the level of investment so we can have a sense of reassurance in terms of our anticipated level of performance. So I just want to understand the timing because it's not ideal. So I just wanted to understand how you intend to approach it. Next question, and it deals with LASA. Some of my colleagues have already asked the question. So the county-funded programs currently administered by LASA are scheduled to transfer to the county by July 1, 2026. These should be included in the January budget proposal for 26-27. So when will we and the public receive detailed information on the programs, funding, and staffing positions that will be transferred from LASA to the county?
So we are undertaking the conversations now to begin the planning. I think as you so rightly mentioned, this goes hand in hand with the Measure A spending plan.
Right.
So it will be once the Measure A spending plan is approved and finalized by the board, that will be like sort of the final decisions. And we will be bringing forward more information on those decisions as we work through working through all the funding streams with Geeta and her team, and make sure, again, we don't want to be having unintended consequences with pulling back county funding. So we really want to be thoughtful and working through this with Geeta and her team so we can understand and remedy any consequences that there might be before that happens. So we expect that it will be over the coming months and would be finalized as part of the Measure A spending plan.
And so give me a season or a time frame if it's going to be finalized. Give me a time frame. I appreciate that it's got to be strategic and thoughtful. Give me so that's first quarter 2026. Just give me a general idea.
Oh no, we're talking about last quarter 2025.
Got it.
Because it will be as part of the draft spending plan for Measure A.
Right.
We will release in November. So there will be information in November in that draft spending plan.
Final quarter 2025, and we will have the detailed information on programs, funding, all of that.
Correct.
And it'll be available to the public as well.
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you. You talked about all of the various entities that touch homelessness. So the Labor Council, established by Measure A, for the assessment of fair wages for workers and service organizations, is expected to provide input for the 26-27 budget before it comes to the board. And the council is in process of being appointed. So the question is, how will the current timeline allow for meaningful input from the Labor Council, particularly on wage-related items, so they are properly reflected in the new department's 26-27 budget?
So the board motion that directed us to create the Labor Council actually has the first report of the Labor Council coming in June 2026, which would mean that it would be after the spending plan is.
That's my point.
Yeah. So this is something that we need to be carefully considering together around how this is handled. One approach could be that there just be a certain percentage increase that is built into our spending plan pending final discernment by the Labor Council. So there's some different options here. If we read strictly the board motion that was approved, it would be after June, but we want to work with your offices on the right approach to this.
Okay, that's helpful. I just wanted to make sure that you realize that we've put the cart before the horse in this area, and that there's some acknowledgement of that. I wouldn't want the Labor Council to do the work and the budget not reflect what their recommendations include.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for that. I'm sure that I'm missing some of the other key partners. You know, the Executive Committee for Regional Homelessness Alignment, and I'm just sure I'm missing some other pieces as I think about the budget track. So I appreciate you going through that. And it's important, and the reason I ask these questions, because I think, you know, one of my colleagues stated right before our break that every dollar needs to be scrutinized in a very tough budget moment, and I agree. And personally, I think that's our responsibility for every budget cycle, but particularly when you are in the red and the bad news just continues to come. I know that we've got community members here today advocating for housing stability, particularly rent relief for those who haven't yet entered the homeless services system. And, you know, we want to keep people housed to the degree that we can. So it wasn't clear based on what we just went through. So I want to emphasize that we don't have the full picture of our current year's budget based on the first presentation. All of the unknowns between the regulatory process, who knows what other executive orders could come down that would impact us, not just down the line immediately. And so I just want to make sure that we are clear about potential impact for homelessness services and housing due to those factors, and recognizing that we're standing up a new department mid-budget cycle, the timing of the county's supplemental budget process. And so I'm just concerned that we're going to have to be perhaps more thoughtful and more surgical given all of these things that are happening in an effort to maintain the services that we are that you presented in your slides, and that people continue to expect timely responses, and that we get people housed and housed quickly. And so I really want to make sure, I think that in the future when we're ready, that we also have a clear and comprehensive presentation that outlines the separation of the homeless initiative from the CEO's office, Housing for Health from DHS, and the transfer of county-funded LASA programs. I'm hoping to see that clearly so we understand the timing of that separation. Because that presentation should also detail the cost, service impact specifically, and the timeline for these changes. I keep emphasizing timeline. I am so glad that we've got the public dashboard posted so people can see what's happening, and I don't want us to take our foot off that accelerator, particularly given the first presentation with what's coming to us as a result of H.R. 1, making sure that what's within our control continues to reflect the priorities of this county and the needs of our constituents, both those that are housed and unhoused, in trying to solve for this really moral dilemma as quickly as we possibly can. So I'm going to look forward to understanding how this is all going to come together so we can track it and make sure that we are paying very close attention to this budget and that we have the information we need to make the tough decisions that are going to confront us as a governing body. So thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Sarah and your team for this presentation about our emergency declaration and how we're using it to address our homelessness crisis. I also want to add my welcome and congratulations to Gita O'Neill for being here and for your appointment as our new interim LASA CEO. I know we wish you all the best. and know you're going to be working closely with the entire board, but also with the new chair, my appointee, Amber Sheik. And she looks very much forward to having a great working relationship with you. I wanted to first discuss the expedited hiring process that this emergency declaration gives us. And as I understand, it's not just for the homeless department or HI, but it gave us authority to expedite hirings across all county departments. And I believe we've used this emergency declaration to hire a total of 719 individuals across a bunch of county departments. So do we have, are there outstanding positions left that we have identified that we need to hire? And given, the financial, a lot of what Supervisor Mitchell was talking about, the financial unknowns, but some are known, particularly as it relates to the federal government, are we looking to ramp down or ramp up our hiring process across the county as it specifically relates to addressing the homelessness crisis?
Thank you for the question. I'll start, and Jeremy might have more to add. So there are definitely still positions that are being hired on, and it's also as staff leave, refilling positions. So there's always hiring happening, and there are still positions to be hired related to the emergency declaration. I will note that the process for the emergency declaration approval requires a few steps to ensure that we have the funding. So it requires CEO budget to confirm that there's funding available. It also requires department heads to approve it to ensure that this is a priority position that's not just funded, but is priority to be moving forward. So there are those steps, as you're mentioning, sort of making sure with our fiscal environment that we're keeping.
So is our homeless department the one that identifies the target, and then it goes through the departments for approval? Or is it a collaboration that,
yeah.
I think that's the first time I heard that the department has to sort of agree.
At the beginning of the homeless emergency declaration, when CEO's office was establishing all of this, there was work that was done with departments to identify all the positions within a department that has a nexus to homelessness. So that work was done at the front end. And then as departments are seeking to fill those positions, they submit requests to use the authority to move forward. That's at the point where there's another sort of review to ensure that there's funding and budget available for it, and that the department head supports it. So that's the process on the emergency hires. I know the Department of Mental Health has used this hiring authority very robustly to be hiring direct service staff at the Department of Mental Health that are providing mental health services to people who are homeless on the streets, and interim housing and permanent housing, and it's really critical that continues to happen.
I mean, you mentioned housing first, right? I'm wondering now with sort of what we're hearing from that executive order that is looking to maybe not throw federal dollars our way if it relates to housing first. Is there a need now to maybe ramp up if we can, and there's funding available specifically to keep that program robust?
Well, we want to be bringing in every federal dollar that we can and maximizing it, and it is federal dollars.
If we don't get it.
Yeah. Oh, if we don't get it? I don't anticipate that the services that Department of Mental Health, I think as they presented earlier, they're not anticipating any direct impact on those service dollars.
Maybe it's now time to look at the expedited hiring within the county to sort of, put our guardrails up against what might be perceived as a lack of federal dollars. You see what I'm saying? Am I making myself clear? Jeremy, do you know?
Yeah, Supervisor, we definitely hear you. I think the protocol is that when departments are seeking to hire under that emergency declaration, they have an internal review process. And depending on their own budget analysis and review process, then it comes to us for the
Right.
necessary.
I was just saying, you know, my first question was, are there still positions left out there that we think we should be hiring under this emergency declaration? And I'm wondering if we're looking at it through a lens of sort of what we heard in the other presentation about a potential, you know, lack of federal dollars, specifically as it related to housing first. I'm just wondering if maybe that's where we look to shore up our people power.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking.
So I will say yes. There are positions out there that we need to hire on, and I can speak for many of the agencies that are working along with us on that effort. I think it is unnerving, to say the least, because you never know what that next executive order is going to look like and what action those federal agencies are going to take. But we're pressing forward because the need for service delivery is there,
Right.
and we're moving on that.
Right. I mean, our people power is a lot of what it's going to take to address this crisis. It's the folks on the ground. I want to talk about Pathway Home, and I think Pathway Home has been very successful. We showed some slides earlier about the RVs. We've, I believe, over 60 encampments have resulted in about 1,700 individuals being housed, over 1,000 RVs removed. And it's really, you know, I think it is such a great strategy. It really works. Sarah, you know, I'm sure you heard me when Cherie was there. I kind of was pressing her for a Pathway Home operation once a week. They were so good. They were so successful. Why not double down on a strategy that works? So far, that hasn't exactly happened, and now sounds like with our financial situation, I'm not sure it can happen. It takes money, it takes people. What do you think? Are we down? Can we ever have a Pathway Home operation a week, a new one?
I'll be honest, and you all told me to have honest conversations.
Right.
I think getting a Pathway Home operation once a week will be really challenging.
Right.
We are at Pathway Home operations once every 2 weeks, and I think we can continue to maintain that pace.
Okay.
We also have other encampment resolution tools in our toolbox, such as Host and other. So we can and we partner with the mayor's office on Inside Safe. So I think absolutely we can have encampment resolution work happening every week, but it may not be a Pathway Home operation.
Right. That's still, right, that's true. You need a place for them to go.
Correct.
Exactly. But I still feel like it's such a good strategy, and it really works, and it seems to be, I mean, I feel like we cracked a big code with encampment resolutions, right? Because we didn't understand why a perfectly good homeless person was not taking our offers of an apartment, you know, somewhere, you know, away from where their encampment was. And it took us a long time to realize that this was a community just like any other community. It was a neighborhood just like any other neighborhood. And they literally didn't want to be plucked one at a time from their encampment, even though we were offering a perfectly good apartment in Beverly Hills. They wanted to stay with their community. And so the idea was, let's take the entire community at once and give them housing solutions together. So it took us a long time to figure that out, and now that we figured it out, I just really want us to double down on it as much as we can. I think one every 2 weeks is good. I think that's commendable, actually.
Great.
So keep that up and ask us what we can do to support that. The last thing I want to touch on is the new department. I know that, Sarah, you and the administrative team have started working with LASA on transition of services, started executive community engagement. You even talk about working better with our cities, which was, I think, a goal of many of us. And I think that is the key. And also our unincorporated communities, which you mentioned. And when we voted to create this department, I introduced an amendment with Supervisor Mitchell to make sure that we had an Office of Unincorporated Services in this new department to elevate those communities, which we have direct jurisdiction in. And didn't know how how you're seeing that going forward, that office of, within your department and Office of Unincorporated Communities.
Thank you for the question. It's really important. I'll be again honest, we've been very focused so far on the administrative structure and identifying what administrative structure we need to have in place so that the department can have staff, can do contracts, can pay bills January 1st. Now that we're near the finalization of the administrative structure, we'll be moving over to more programmatic areas, including the unincorporated areas office, and really look forward to working with your offices to understand and to realize the vision for that office. We are the first line of government for our unincorporated communities. We understand what that means, and we want to live into that.
Thank you. I really appreciate you saying that, because that was my next point. Was I really want to emphasize how important it is to work with this board on the creation of that Office of Unincorporated communities. We have direct jurisdiction over those. Some people call us the mayor of our unincorporated areas, and our field staff are the city managers. This is a really important office for me, and it's important who ultimately leads that office. So I really want to stress the fact that I don't want you to fill that position of who leads that office until you have had feedback from each and every one of us in how we envision that office. So thank you. I know you're going to do that. So thank you for that. Sarah, you know, we know this is a big task. Gita, it's a big task for you as well, working together, Jeremy. But there's no more important issue for this board, I think, than solving this crisis. I think it's important. I think we're losing lives on the streets. We still have too many people who are homeless who are dying. And we've just really got to make sure that we continue to do this. I think the best evidence of success would be, Sarah, if your department, there was no more need for your department in a few years. That's what I'm hoping for.
You and me both.
Thank you, and I also want to welcome you, Gita. I know we've got a meeting, I think, set up not in the not too distant future, but you know, I would say, I mean, I really look at it from the standpoint of getting back to basics for what the COC and what LASA was set up to do. And I truly do believe there is more than enough work between the City of LA and the County of LA's continuum of care that's going to keep you busy. And I believe that the setting up of this agency that we're setting up is going to complement what you're doing and provide you with resources and support. So all that to say that I believe that there is plenty of work to be done by everybody. And the one thing that I'm committed to is transparency in terms of where the resource is going, and that accountability as it relates to the providers to make sure that what we are paying for is what we are getting. Both, I feel, were lacking in some cases, and we saw that with some of the audits that came out. But there is an opportunity, and I think you are the right person at the right time. So welcome. And Sarah, you know, I mean, I appreciate how thorough you've been today with your PowerPoints in terms of talking about where you're going, what you're doing, the number of hires, even breaking it down into who are these people? Who are we hiring? Are we hiring to address equity across the board? I appreciate that. One of the questions I do have, though, for you is on the Emergency Centralized Response Center, your slide 6. Well, I appreciate nearly 1,000 requests received, 55% closure rate with faster time to assign. 55%, I don't know that I would celebrate that. Can you explain why is it so low? Is it because we don't have housing slots? Or because I'm going to look at these very carefully, because, you know, I know with permitting that we're doing now, if someone's getting a permit in 30 days but they can't get an inspection for 6 months, it doesn't matter. And I would argue that if we've got something set up and we're only at 55% closed, I have to wonder what do we need to look at, or what do we need to recalibrate?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. So there's a couple of things. One is it does have to do with interim housing availability and having interim housing beds that meet the person's needs and preferences that are available at the time that they're willing to accept it. So we do have challenges with that. I also will note that we have a number of encampments that were reported to us that are quite large and where we're just going to continue to go back. For example, Mac Park. We don't close Mac Park Ticket. Mac Park Ticket stays open and we continue to send outreach teams. So I think we probably have a little bit of work that we can do also on how we capture tickets that are related to those kinds of areas that are, they've taken many decades to get there, and it's going to take us some time to resolve.
Thank you for that, because I think it's important for us to look at that. And so now we know interim beds are at the top of the list in terms of need in order to be successful in some of the projects that we're rolling out, that we are making promises to the communities that we will work with. And to One, I want to publicly again thank him. I know in my district, credibility-wise with our cities, he has truly listened. And as a result, when we talk about purchasing motels and all, I have cities that otherwise probably never would have considered doing it, but they do it because we built a trust with them. I hope we keep that momentum going. I have a city that actually purchased land to put together a homeless program, and this is a city that probably 6 years ago wouldn't have done that. And that is a credit to the team that you have in place right now. And so I hope we can build on that because, and I know Supervisor Solis knows this because it was in the East San Gabriel Valley, they felt that they weren't heard. And while they're not going to get a blank check, it is important to work with them because in order for us to succeed, I know a lot of the encampment enforcement cleanup that's been done up in the Antelope Valley was done with Palmdale, with Lancaster. So while it impacts the unincorporated, the cities are an integral part of that. So I just want to publicly really push to make sure we keep that going because trust is going to be important, especially when we're talking about the fact that funding is going to start to go down. And then there's going to start to be this question of, are you hiding money? Why aren't we getting more? So we need to be transparent, but we also need to communicate clearly with our cities about the fiscal realities that are taking place, because I think, as was said by my colleagues, everyone thinks they passed, they did, a sales tax for homelessness. And so their attitude is, we fixed the problem, we've given you the money, now go fix the problem. And they don't recognize or realize the expense and the ongoing expense in order to maintain the housing for those that we've gotten in off the street, but for those that are falling into homelessness, what it costs to get them off the street as well. So I would just caution us on that. And then last but not least, I want to give a special shout out to the LASD host teams, along with the members of the LASA's homeless engagement team who collaborated to deliver outreach to people living on our streets. I always have said this, and I'll just say it again. The host team, which consists of law enforcement, have had 0 arrests, 0. They're not in it to arrest. They're in it to help do outreach, to help get people off the street. And I've talked to people who have come in contact with our host team who are forever grateful to them for not giving up on them and not arresting them, but in fact, being patient, coming back to visit, communicating, letting them know the resources that are available. That is why I am funding through our discretionary funds in the 5th District our host team, because I recognize the value added, and I know that if you talk to the LASA outreach team, they would tell you the same thing. The value added is phenomenal. So I will continue to advocate for the expansion that I know that there are many that want more. And I think we have to be realistic in how we do it, but it takes a special person to go out there. And these individuals that are part of this host team choose to be a part of this. And believe it or not, in one way or another, they have someone in their lives or someone that they've known who has been on the streets. And so there is a real personal connection to wanting to do what's right. So with that, I'll leave it at that. I mean, we could ask a lot more questions. Gita, we'll talk one-on-one. and I look forward to getting to know you. And I know that Justin's my appointee, and we'll work closely with you as well. So with that, Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public that wish to
Will the
testify on
following
this?
individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Patricia Alistair, Dr. Azruli Mohammed, Chichi Navarro, Byron Jose, Loretta Lorraine. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address Set Matter 2, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It's a new setup here, so I'm not familiar with it. Okay, as to homelessness, will the Hacienda Heights 7th Avenue Motel 6 rehab be finished in my lifetime? Where are the countywide transient campsites, which I've told you about more than one time, needs to be done immediately, if not sooner? Until you man up and stop the juvenile name games and call a spade, we'll all be your victims. This Democrat board refuses to deal with the unhomeless transients, which leads to encampments, as noted in the City of Industry at the Auto Center where they had the fires and all of that sort of stuff. And transients blight Roland Heights with a bus stop takeover, storm drains of Fullerton Road, Habitat for Humanity there, and adjacent to the freeways associated with that. And our Nogales median office, you guys set up an office on the median here at Nogales.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for Set Matter 2 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. For those who are addressing the board in person, please note that a chime will automatically sound when your time has expired. First speaker, please begin.
Yes, my name is Patricia McAllister, and I want to mention LASA. I've been coming to these meetings for years. About 5 years before the pandemic, I was at, I put a Freedom of Information request in to LASA, and I wanted to know who they were helping by race, and they had 5 people on there Hispanic. So don't blame this lady who's been there 2 years for embezzling money and all of that. This has been going on for years with LASA, and I really don't appreciate you trying to put all that weight on a black woman. Now, the Board of Supervisors, you are the commissioners over LACDA. You need to do an audit. They are stealing. They are people who have their income decreased. They're not decreasing their rent. Lynn Anderson, she works for LASA. She's giving out people's files with social security numbers and everything, bank information. She's handing them out to janitors and all that. You need to investigate LACDA and find out what they're doing with this money, because some embezzlement is going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lord have mercy, I got to go behind that. I'm Miss Loretta Lorraine. I do not got to say nothing bad about LASA because I experienced LASA and I have seen the success that LASA can do. You don't have, in really life, you don't have good apples anywhere. Ladies, y'all make your decision because we have a homeless crisis in the transgender community especially. Y'all do not discriminate because I know, I'm experienced y'all, and I have nothing bad to say about LASA. Success in everything. I'm with Trans Latina, and also, ladies, y'all make the right choices and always make sure that people of color, transgenders, and the Hispanics, they do get a home because, and the people they got affected with fires. Y'all make that decision, make it right, and LASA, I know y'all don't have. You cannot be accountable what other people are doing. I hope you'll make the right choices and make the right decisions. Lady, I'm with all of y'all. God bless y'all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chair. Byron Jose with the Trans Latina Coalition and Reimagine LA. Thank you for working with HI and all the other departments to ensure that there's coordination and that we are not continuing to see certain vulnerable populations fall through the crack. In addition to your leadership within this body, we really appreciate all of your work as part of the La Casa Board of Directors. We have had the opportunity to meet with most of you, your offices and the alternates, so we look forward to continue working with the rest of you to ensure that we continue to address homelessness with a key focus on vulnerable populations, specifically system-impacted individuals, Black communities, and transgender, expansive, and intersex folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Once again, my name is Chichi Navarro. I'm a policy intern with the Translatina Coalition and a resident of Supervisor Solis District 1. I want to raise awareness about the urgent housing crisis disproportionately impacting transgender, gender nonconforming, intersex, and immigrant communities in Los Angeles County. Studies show that nearly 30% of TGI plus people have experienced homelessness at some point compared to 1% of the general population. Discrimination and lack of affirming safe housing options drive this disparity. The Translatina Coalition's programs like Hope House provide vital, culturally specific shelter and supportive services to TGI plus and immigrant individuals who are too often excluded from typical housing resources. I want to thank the ECRC for partnering with TLC and other TGI-led groups to bring equitable solutions to the ground. It is critical that ECRC continue to work closely with organizations like ours as this response evolves. Thank you for your dedication to protecting most vulnerable and advancing housing justice for all Angelenos. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
This is Dr. Mohammed. For the record, I would like to submit an evidence-based exhibit to the board regarding the convergence of the agenda item with the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline and the BDC-3A Pipeline Prevention Framework, which is already in the public record. The people experiencing homelessness missions line up very closely with the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline. My request is recognition only. Adopt the neutral acknowledgement line and docket this comment. And for process only, publish the mission scorecard with corrected links and attachments. These missions are not just about outputs. They are about dignity. Transparent reporting is the seed of a legacy where every resident can see progress, not just promises.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. This report will be received and filed.
Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute recess because we've lost quorum right now. So we're going to take a 2-minute recess. And then when we come back, what I'm going to propose, I just found out that there are 6 people that have signed up for the IHSS program, and there's over 60 that have signed up for item 16. And in order to get the workers that are in the room up and out, we're going to call up item 65A, recognizing that I think there were 6 or maybe less now, because some of them may have had to leave for the IHSS item, and then we'll move to item number 16. All right, I have a quorum again. All right. Do we know where Supervisor Mitchell is? All right, why don't we go ahead then and go on to the IHSS item, item 65A. Here. Huh? Okay, then what we're going to do then is, recognizing that, then we will take up items not held by the board for public comment. Go ahead and explain that.
Madam Chair, before we move forward with public comment on items not held by the supervisors, there is a request by Supervisor Horvath to continue item 20 to September 30th, 2025.
Item 20? All right. Seeing no objection, do we have to take roll on that?
If there's no objections, then we
There's
can
no
move
objection.
forward.
Okay, then we're going to go ahead then, and we're going to go back because Supervisor Mitchell is here. We're going to go back to item 65A, raising the wages of IHSS home care workers. Supervisor Mitchell, I brought this forward because there's 6 speakers, and recognizing the next item, number 16, has got probably over an hour worth of testimony. I felt that it'd be fair to the people that have been waiting all day in the audience as well. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Madam Chair, I had to go to the ladies' room, and I didn't want to leave in the middle of public comment. It's hard to make it all work. So thank you very much. I want to begin by saying this motion that's before you memorializes weeks of negotiations between the CEO and SEIU 2015 leadership. I want to thank both the CEO and her team for their efforts, as well as the leadership team of 2015. I authored a motion back in December of 2022 that enabled an IHSS worker wage increase. And so, again, I'm back with this motion to, again, document the agreement between the organization and our leadership. It's my understanding, colleagues, that we have a time frame by which the agreement needs to be adopted for the wage increase to go into effect by January 1. It has to be approved at the state level by the second week in September. And so that's why we filed the motion on the green sheet to get it in front of the board and the public as quickly as possible. With that, let me say, colleagues, that Labor Day serves as a powerful reminder of the labor movement's role in securing workers' rights, fair wages, safe working conditions, and the freedom to organize. And we all know that IHSS care workers are among our most important workforce. They play a critical role in supporting our broader healthcare system and providing life-sustaining care. LA County is home to over 237,000 in-home support care services workers who provide essential care to approximately 282,000 seniors and individuals with disabilities, enabling them to live safely and with dignity in their own homes and communities while helping to prevent the need for costly institutional care. More than 20,000 IHSS recipients in our county are children under the age of 17 with disabilities who rely on these vital services to remain in their home and with their families. Many home care workers provide around-the-clock care for their clients and work more hours than they're paid for. Again, colleagues, for weeks we have heard testimony and received phone calls and letters from vulnerable IHSS recipients, their families, and workers about the heavy strain caused by low IHSS wages. IHSS workers deserve fair wages for the critical care they provide, and approval of this motion will authorize the county to contribute an additional 74 cents per hour, raising the hourly wage for IHSS workers to $19.64. I, like many of you, certainly wish we could do more, as this is still less than, frankly, what a typical fast food worker in California earns. However, this is what we've been able to come up with after many weeks of negotiation, lots of effort on behalf of many. I believe it's what we can bring forward. It is a good move for this county, for this organization today, and I'm hoping for your support on today's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As we gather here just a day after Labor Day, it's especially meaningful to be standing with the workers whose contributions are essential to our communities. In fact, I recall when my parents were still alive, we had to call on in-home healthcare service providers. My father was 88 years old and my mother was 94, and it was around-the-clock service that had to be provided because it was debilitating the kinds of circumstances that they face. So we owe a debt of gratitude to all of you for providing your life, your commitment to our families, even family members that are here on the dais. So we thank you. Muchas gracias a los trabajadores que me ayudaron también en mi familia mismo, a mi padre y mi madre que tenían la ayuda y el apoyo de los trabajadores cuando ellos estaban enfermos. Mi mamá tenía 25 años, no 25, 95, y mi papá 88. Y quiero decir que fue muy impacto para ver el servicio que ustedes han dado a nuestras familias. Les quiero decir muchas gracias. I also want to say that the vote today isn't just about a wage increase. This board has been working very hard for the last several months, and we've heard you time and time again asking for an increase. But what changed, I think, this last couple of months is that there was a discussion that we had with our CEO and our team, and we said, let's make this happen. Fortunately for us, it looks like there was a circumstance where we could call on additional funds that were made available. And that was our directive, and that was taken. And that was taken in a matter of 3 weeks. So I want to tell you that a lot of things got fast-forwarded because this board heeded what you had to say. And I want to give credit to where credit is due to the board members. As much of these discussions were held, and many of us were there to stand up, to push the envelope. And that's what it's going to take, especially when we have 240,000 in-home supportive service caregivers that are working night and day, many who are caring for their own family members. We've seen them We see you, we hear you. And we know that while this may not amount to much for some people, 74 cents is something that's going to make a difference for you. The 10 cents and the other 15 cents, I believe, that's going to go into health benefits. I also want to thank our team, our bargaining team, because if they were not listening, we wouldn't be here today. And I can tell you that in all honesty. And I feel very comfortable in saying that. I just want to say that today we are proud of supporting you always, and not just today, but all the time. And today the LA Times said something about SEIU 2015 President Arnulfo de la Cruz, who was quoted asking the question we should all be asking: what's going to happen to the millions of Americans who can no longer find a home care provider? We have to fight, because the fight is barely on right now. And we see that assault happening. So thank you, muchísimas gracias, y un placer estar aquí con ustedes. Thank you.
Come on, you guys. Stop. Please, 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 please. I called this item up first so you wouldn't have to sit. If you would mind just going like this to support what's being said, I'd appreciate it. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I want to thank Arnulfo de la Cruz, Carmen Roberts, and all of the 2015 leaders who have worked with my office and who have come to these chambers time and again to make very clear their mission. And I thank you for all that you have shared, for spending this time with us. I'm sorry that you've had to, but I do have to say the chambers are much more beautiful when you are filling them. In Los Angeles County, IHSS providers represent a large, low-wage workforce who face significant challenges. Over 87% of IHSS workers in the county work multiple jobs to survive. 69% struggle with housing payments, spending a significant portion of their income on rent or mortgages. A substantial number of IHSS workers rely on public assistance programs like CalFresh and struggle to afford health care and medication. These same workers earn significantly less than what is considered a living wage in LA County, making it difficult to cover essential costs. Additionally, there's a growing shortage of providers, creating a care crisis as recipients are left without the necessary support for their daily needs. Enter SEIU 2015, who have endured months of negotiations with the Personal Assistance Services Council, navigating an unnecessarily arcane process to ensure your members receive a fair wage. I commend your leadership and your negotiating team for your partnership and your diligence in securing this contract. In January, I met with SEIU 2015 to better understand concerns, as well as how you see the bargaining process. My staff has met with them at least once a month since that time, and I am regularly talking with members about your experience. And I want to keep those lines of communication open to help move along this process that has taken far too long. I'm heartened that negotiations have now reached this point and that an MOU is before us. It is time for our board and the county to give you, our essential workers, your due. I thank you for the work that you do, the service you provide, and most importantly, the example that you set in being a care-first county. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What a huge moment this is for our IHSS workers. Thank you to Arnulfo, to Carmen, to all of you who have worked through this, have many times felt unheard, many times felt disrespected, and many times felt like nobody really understood the work that you do every single day for so many of our family members, our loved ones. Ultimately, we always believe the work you do actually does save the county money. because you're helping to keep people in their home to age with grace and dignity instead of being put in an institution. So we know you do that difficult round-the-clock work, caring for some of our most vulnerable residents. And we know that you workers have been underpaid for too long and are so deserving of this raise. And I'm so grateful that we're here. When I got the news on Friday that there finally was a deal that had been reached before Labor Day, I was so grateful and I said, hallelujah, hallelujah. To you SEIU workers who came to every single board meeting, shared your stories, kept the pressure on all of us to keep working towards this agreement, thank you. I read through your hundreds of personal letters about your work, the sacrifices you've made, and you never gave up this fight. And because of your grit and your dedication, I think that's the reason we have this agreement before us today. And I will tell you, a lot of the work that I know my office did and several of our offices did maybe was behind the scenes. But every time we would get to a point that it didn't seem like we were going to make it, many of us told our CEO, try harder. Go back to the table. Keep working. Try harder. They deserve a raise. Let's figure out how to get there. And so what we're doing today is we are honoring the Memorandum of Understanding between SEIU 2015 and PASC, affirming the county's respect for the rights of organized labor to advocate for its members and improve working conditions through collective action. You deserve this. Our IHSS workers perform physically and emotionally demanding work, often under very difficult conditions. And this wage increase, while small, still acknowledges your dedication and your commitment to a community of well-being. So with most of our IHS workers earning now just about $18.50 per hour and spending over 50% of that on housing, this modest wage increase is a step towards achieving a living wage in one of the most expensive regions in the country. And I know that when we invest in our caregivers, we invest in the dignity and quality of life of the people they serve. Fair wages empower providers to deliver the compassionate, reliable care that our seniors and our disabled residents deserve. And I know that investing in in-home health care will, again, save the county money. Thank you to the CEO's team. Thank you to the whole negotiating team. Thank you to the leadership of 2015 for staying at the table, working long hours, working late into the night, working on the weekends to come to this agreement. I'm happy that I'm here today to cast my vote to ratify, to say yes to this wage increase. Thank you. I'm grateful.
Thank you. And thank you all. Yeah, good job. Keep it up right there. Okay. No, not yet. Not yet. First of all, I echo everything that my colleagues have said. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for the motion that really does summarize what this board was committed to doing. And it's important for us to recognize that together we all pushed the envelope because it was important for us to do what's right. And I would actually correct and say, while the county is benefiting from this, so is the state. Because if not for the workers that are not only in the audience, but the ones that have come up to me in the market, Target, they come up to me everywhere in the community to let me know how difficult their job is and how they need a fair wage. Carmen, a constituent, thank you. You have been a voice of reason and been someone who understands the difficulties that we have in front of us, but recognize that accepting no as an answer is not an answer. So I want to thank you for being so tenacious, but also being fair. And then one thing I will ask before we cast this vote, and again, thank you all, and I agree with what Supervisor Solis said. I understood enough to know that I too had parents who had care workers, and if not for them, I can't even imagine the quality of care, the quality of life that especially my mom would have had. So I think we all could share stories about someone we know who has benefited from being able to stay in their home because there are individuals that are willing to do compassionate care, which is what each and every one of you do on a day in and day out basis. So I want to thank you all for the work that you do as well. But one thing I'm going to ask, and it's a report back. Now, I think we would all agree the one takeaway is that the system as it is in place as it relates to PASC needs to be revisited. It is not working, and I would argue that we have an opportunity now to hit the reset button. And so, Joe, my task to you would be, even at the state level, because I know that there's legislation, so that may change anyway, but we need to revisit how this PASC works. I understand why it was created, because I was actually a deputy when it was created, but it's clear to me that there's got to be a better way. Maybe we look at other counties and how they are doing it, but this is an opportunity for us to do lessons learned. The good news is that we worked it out. The bad news is if we don't fix it, we're going to be back to square one in a couple of years. So I would ask you to do a report back, and it doesn't, I'm not going to even put a time limit on it, but I think it's an opportunity for us to look at how we can restructure and address the whole PASC issue.
Yeah, Supervisor, we've had some of those discussions internally, especially after this negotiating session. And I think what we could do is work with DPSS on that, probably give us 90 days to get you back a report.
That's fine. I mean, 90 days is far better than what I was expecting. I just think it's an opportunity for us. And I saw the labor leaders doing the same thing because I think it was as frustrating for you as it was for us as it relates to the whole negotiation process. So with that, again, thank you all for coming each and every day. The people that I go shopping with, thank you for being so nice when you do come up to me. With that, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for raising that last point. And I just wanted to reiterate, we know that there's a bill going through the process that will allow for statewide bargaining. And I don't know where that bill is. So part of that process, if the CEO, Lair, could tell us. I know the legislature is about to adjourn in a matter of weeks. Appropriations bills were lifted last week, and I just don't know where that bill is, because that could be the first significant step in us resolving that. So if you know now, great. If not, if that could be a part of.
I do, Supervisor. I have an update, and I can't, oh, here it is. It is Assembly Bill 283. It was the Haney bill. So it did pass out of the Senate Appropriations Committee, and it went to the floor, and it went with a couple amendments that I think are largely beneficial to the counties. It prevents rebasing the county MOUs based on any negotiations that the state agrees to with SAU 2015. And there was one other, and the state would pay 100% of the non-federal share of any additional administrative costs that we bear because of the negotiations conducted by the state. Now, there is still some ambiguity, and so our legislative team, Marvin Dion's up there, already met with a Senate committee, I forget which person in the Senate committee, but to see if there was some opportunity to clarify before it gets a full floor vote.
Well, that is excellent news. So thank you for raising that. We'll keep our fingers crossed with regard to the success of that bill, because I think that will make it clearer and cleaner for us, Madam Chair, as a county to navigate differently.
Yep.
Thank
Amen.
you.
Amen to that. All right. Seeing no other of my colleagues wishing to speak on this item, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who wish to speak on this item, beginning with Carmen Roberts.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Adam Alvarez, Carmen Roberts, Henry Perez, Hugo Romer, Khalid Hudson, Robert Hu, As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 65A, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. First speaker, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Moderator, why don't we go with the in-person speaker first? So let's hold remote.
Please
Carmen?
begin.
Okay, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Carmen Roberts, Executive Vice President of SEIU 2015. First of all, I'm so proud of our members, the caregivers who've shown up week after week, sharing their stories. They've put a face to a profession that too often is unseen, and their courage has brought us to this moment. This tentative agreement is more than a contract, it's recognition that caregivers matter and that their work value, and together we can create a pathway out of poverty. It shows what's possible when we work together. You asked us to identify funding, we did. You asked us to consider a one-year agreement, we did. And given the county challenges, and we did. The result is a short but powerful contract, a 74-cent wage supplement that secures millions in state dollars. We, SEIU 2015, thank you, supervisors. We know it couldn't happen without you, and we thank the past and the CEO for working with us. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, hello. My name is, good afternoon to the members of the board. My name is Adan Alvarez with Teamsters Local 396, representing thousands of package delivery and sanitation workers here in the county of Los Angeles, here to speak in favor of this tentative agreement and in support of our hardworking home health care workers here today who are fighting for dignity and respect, right? This is the ability to care for those they work for and provide for their families. They're looking to you all to do the right thing here today, to support them, allow them to care for their patients, as well as to provide for the families. So with that, I please urge this board here to vote yes on this tentative agreement, do right by the workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Khalid Hudson. I'm a resident of District Number 2 and the Advocacy Manager for CARE LA. And I'm here to support item number 65A and applaud the council's support, the voicing their support. I have a great aunt named Sarah, who's 92 years old, struggles with dementia. And 5 years ago, my aunt, another aunt, had to go get her and rescue her and bring her home. They're currently living in the Bay Area, where my aunt is paid $20 an hour for part-time to provide full-time care, and which is more than what was paid to these workers here in LA County. And so I would applaud and support you all's agreement to these terms in order to pay these workers who provide care for their loved ones a quality payment and fulfill this contract. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Loretta Lorraine, I'm so proud of y'all. Look, I got all your badges and I'm proud of wearing it because what you've done for this people here is just grace because they do take care of our mothers, people with AIDS. They do so much. And I've seen the work, what they do and what they got to go through to make a difference for our people, for our loved ones. And I'm so proud of y'all ladies for voting on this and making a difference for this people to make sure that they have a job and they have something to do for other people to make everything positive. Thank you. I love y'all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Byron Jose with the Trans Latina Coalition. We stand with the workers. We really admire their engagement and their relentless leadership. We share space here with them in this body. So thank you for everyone for being here. And definitely, Ms. Roberts, thank you for your leadership. And yeah, we look forward to continue working with the board. We had many presentations around the budget to make sure that we're centering workers and the needs of our communities while we balance the budget. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. We will now go to our remote speakers. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Mel Bailey. I am a proud member of Supervisor Holly Mitchell, your area, and I actually work for all five of you, for all five supervisors as a county employee. My mother worked in home health care for 30 years, taking care of everyone, up until she was recently diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. 2 months later, my father followed her with stage 4 cancer. On July 14th, I was injured at work by another one of your county employees, whether intentional or just gross negligence. But at that point, I was unable to care for my father. I was unable to care for him. And I really needed in-home support services because he didn't have any other way to be taken care of. Unfortunately, my father passed away on August 14th, and I am
Thank you.
wanted to hear.
Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 65A is before you.
Yeah, and then to the last speaker, we send our condolences on the loss of your father. And if you were here, you would see people in the audience nodding their head, understanding what you're talking about. So with that, Executive Officer, will you please call the roll? Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Hallelujah. Hi.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Berger?
Aye.
Supervisor Berger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, now you can have a quick clap. Okay, that's it. All right. All right. There you go. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Si se puede. All right. All right, we're going to move on with our agenda. We're going to move on. Thank you all for being here. We're going to move on now to item number...
Items not held by the board.
Okay. I thought we were going to do 16 first. That's
wanna
what you
go
showed me.
16
Yeah,
first,
16.
and then- okay.
Yeah, that's what we had listed as 16.
All right. We will now move on to item 16, implementing an emergency rent relief program to prevent evictions and homelessness, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public joining us remotely, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on the telephone to comment on this item.
All right, with that, we're going to start with item 16. So if you could, as quietly as possible, leave the boardroom, we'd appreciate it so we can keep moving with our agenda. We've got a full agenda. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. Our first two items today were really a good reminder that the most cost-effective form of homelessness prevention is to keep people in the housing that they're already in. And this last item has been a good reminder that urgency of need requires cutting red tape and not operating as business as usual when our reality calls for us to act differently. Thousands of families were displaced by the wildfires. Thousands more lost their jobs and income. In February, I introduced a motion to provide 6 months of eviction protection and created a $10 million fund to help tenants and landlords manage rental debt. But demand for the fund has been lower than expected based on stakeholder input and data, including the number of self-certification form downloads. Meanwhile, other critical needs have emerged. Families who are out of FEMA and insurance money, small landlords struggling to repair fire and smoke-damaged rent-stabilized units, and other tenants impacted by the wildfires, by economic loss, and by immigration enforcement action. This is an emergency. Our neighbors are suffering now. We have the funding. There is demonstrated need. What we don't have is time to waste. If we can't stand with wildfire survivors and immigrant families when they need us most, then who are we as a county? This is a moment to act, and the time to act is now. The choice before us is simple. Keep people safe in their homes or leave them behind in the bureaucratic red tape mess our emergencies seek to cut through. Every one of these issues has already been recognized by this board as an emergency. Wildfires, homelessness, and federal government immigration actions. This motion addresses all three. Based on DCBA recommendations and community feedback, this motion expands eligibility for rent relief to meet those growing needs, the emergencies we face. Los Angeles families are still hurting. Thousands remain displaced, and our most vulnerable residents, especially immigrants, are under attack. ICE raids have detained thousands and created fear that keeps families from school, from work, or even buying groceries. As families struggle to pay rent, evictions loom, and with them, more homelessness. This motion identifies another $9.8 million in funding, bringing the total to nearly $20 million to keep people housed. DCBA needs authority now to launch this program. It has been 8 months since the fires, 3 months since the federal government escalated its campaign of fear in our communities. And we can't start from scratch every time a disaster strikes. We need permanent infrastructure to respond faster, to pivot smarter, and to deliver resources where they're needed, because more emergencies are coming. We don't need more delays. We need more courage, more leadership, more urgency. So let's meet this moment with the action it demands. Let's be the Los Angeles County that acts, that protects people, that puts solutions over stall tactics and values lives over bureaucracy. I want to thank so many coalition members who have been championing this effort, including CHIRLA, the Council of Mexican Federations in North America, the Council on American Islamic Relations, Inclusive Action for the City, Filipino Workers Center, Trans-Latina Coalition, and so many others who are part of this fight. I urge our board to act today and to get help to the people who need it most. And I stress this because there was a motion filed on the supplemental agenda to continue this item for 2 weeks to September 16, 2025, and to place it on the operations cluster agenda for September 10, 2025. Because though it includes wildfire impacts, their motion suggests it expands well beyond the wildfire storms. Yes, it focuses on all of the emergencies we are facing, as well as the exemption this board just approved at our last board meeting regarding cluster process and impacts from federal government directives. This motion is directly related to wildfire emergency. It qualifies for exemption from cluster. It also addresses evictions and homelessness, making it exempt under the Homelessness Emergency Declaration. It responds to recent federal immigration enforcement, which the board ruled on August 12th can bypass cluster thanks to Supervisor Solis's amendment. Delaying this for a cluster hearing means putting vulnerable families at greater risk of eviction, of homelessness, or even detention. And for a reason this board has already waived process to move forward with urgency. Why delay a life-saving program for even a week, only to return it back to the board? We can take action today. It goes against the cluster review process that the board just approved because it is fully exempt from cluster. We're not using the 22.01 rule. We're using the exemptions that already exist in this policy, which the board approved. Also, our motion cites in the preamble as justification the promoting further transparency and efficiency into county operational properties, which is about the gas company tower, not cluster process reform. The correct motion would be Supervisor Mitchell's maintaining transparency in board policymaking through the cluster review process, and we know the outcome of that vote. Since June, 19 motions have bypassed cluster using the 22.01 waiver. We no longer need to rely on that for federal actions due to the new August 12th amendment. But many of those 19 motions, including immigration-related ones, were authored or co-authored by someone who is now asking wildfire victims, immigrants, and small property owners to wait longer. So the question is, what is different this time? Why is this motion, one that protects immigrant tenants, one that protects wildfire survivors, and invests millions of dollars in their care, being held to a different standard? I ask my colleagues to vote yes on this motion, to deny the request to continue it, and to take action for people who need our help the most, to show up as the social safety net we claim to be, and to help people who are at risk in Los Angeles County now. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for bringing this motion forward today. In fact, I think we were working, since I know I have fire survivors in my district, we were actually working together on a motion. I don't know what happened. I have a sense of what happened, but the bottom line is, to be clear, I do understand the urgency behind your motion and the desire to assist those impacted by the devastating wildfires that scorched both of our districts. I also understand the urgency because, Supervisor Solis, you have been a champion as it relates to the impact that the ICE raids have had, especially in your district, on constituents who are afraid to leave their home for fear they're going to be arrested and not able to get a paycheck to pay their rent. So believe me, there's a lot baked into your motion, no question about it. As a county, we have moved quickly earlier this year to prevent mass displacements through emergency eviction protections. Again, I look to Supervisor Solis on the lead as it relates to what happened with ICE. And I applaud you for that, because you recognized it early on, the impact it was going to have on people that may end up unhoused. So I recognize that, and I'm not lessening the urgency on addressing that issue. But now, 7 months into this ongoing emergency, there are still families who remain displaced as a result of the fire, who have exhausted FEMA or insurance assistance, and small landlords who have not been able to repair their fire-damaged units and are at risk of losing their properties, many of which serve as naturally occurring affordable housing. And that is why I wanted to work on a motion with you to address the fire victims. However, I must express my concerns with this motion that is before us today. With multiple priority groups differing eligibility criteria and several funding sources, the program may be confusing for applicants and difficult to administer efficiently. But that should not stop us from moving forward, but do it in a very thoughtful manner. In addition, the program that you're talking about is launching with an initial $10 million from Care First dollars, and ARPA is seeking nearly $10 million more from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for rent relief rather than permanent housing or homelessness prevention infrastructure. That's a total investment of $20 million. Again, I just want to make sure we do this right. I know that some of that money, based on what I've heard today, may already be allocated for projects in districts as it relates to homeless programs. And that is why I think it needs to be vetted through the cluster process. And finally, this motion contemplates establishing long-term rent relief that could require sustained funding in the future years as we continue rebuilding efforts. That's something that Joe and Fezia, our CEO, need to be cognizant of when we bring forward any recommendations, because once you put it in place, you cannot take it away. Given the importance of this issue and both the short and long-term impacts, I think it is critically important that we seek our community input and collaboration, especially as we are working with limited resources. But make no mistake, I understand the urgency as it relates to the fire survivors, because I talked to individuals actually on Sunday when I was at an event who are still in temporary housing, having to look for a new place to live, and they can't find anything that they can afford. Our policies must be grounded and informed and guided by thoughtful planning. With that in mind, I support continuing this motion for 2 weeks, referring to the cluster discussion on September 10th for further discussion to engage stakeholders, refine the proposal, and move forward with the strongest, most informed approach. And that does not take away from the fact that it will still be your motion, Supervisor Horvath. You will still be front and center on this issue. But as a board, I think we have an obligation to make sure just because we haven't done it with every single issue doesn't mean you throw it away. There's a process in place, and I believe that this is a fair and thoughtful way to approach it. Thank you. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On item 16, I want to thank Supervisor Horvath for bringing the motion before us. Despite the temporary restraining order against ICE's indiscriminate tactics, our immigrant communities continue to be torn apart by these raids that separate families and destroy livelihoods, including the impact that it's had on our economy here in Los Angeles County. That is why I have led, as you know, several motions to protect our immigrants, including taking legal action against the administration and setting up programs like the Small Business Interruption Fund to support those that have been impacted. And I know we're also trying to grow programs like Represent LA, which I created to offer legal support to our immigrant communities. At the moment, the Trump administration is hiring more ICE agents and threatening more raids in Los Angeles City and the County of Los Angeles. This means that more families and businesses will be devastated. We need to prepare for that reality. We have a target on our back, and we need to continue to find resources to support those that are most impacted. And I also know that many families across the county are still suffering from the effects of January's fires. In fact, many of the residents that lost their home came to the San Gabriel Valley to find a relief, because there wasn't anything available to them. And our community took them in gladly, and we continue to do that. Some of our immigrant communities have lost their income. We know that as a result of the fires. And I would also want to mention that if we are really going to be preparing for the rebirth and regrowth of all these areas that have been impacted by the fires, we need to be serious about trying to help people to keep their jobs. Just in LA County alone, in this article that came out in the Daily News today, 6,200 jobs in LA County construction area have been lost. 1.2 million immigrants have disappeared. Where did they go? 30% of those people are in construction, and 24% are service workers. Yes, we have been decimated. Our communities have been decimated. We also went through a very bad COVID pandemic, but we provided rent relief through programs, and we survived. We helped our families, and we'll continue with our efforts to help the homeless and provide housing affordability when crises appear. And I'm hesitant to delay the motion through the cluster process because I do believe this is an immediate and urgent matter. I don't understand why the things that are outlined in this motion aren't something that all of us can wrap our arms around. I don't distrust our system. I don't distrust where our community is, repeatedly coming here at every meeting for the last 8 months, describing their discourse, their pain, the fact that they are barely making it, and many of them can't make it here because they don't have jobs, or they're now homeless. And those are the people that we represent. I represent a good number of them in the 1st District. So I would urge our body here to consider what it means separating these families further from their reality and giving them support that they need, that the county, as a safety net, should be providing. So I support the motion moving forward. I don't agree that it needs to go to the cluster process because it is, in fact, it will impact and provide relief to those people most in need at this time. Fire victims, businesses, and also our workforce, our migrant workforce and immigrant communities that have been impacted and had no people actually standing up to fight for them the way that we should. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can just raise your hands if you agree. Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. This motion does prioritize the victims of the wildfires. In fact, it's written into the motion, and that would be the first tier of priority. So that isn't in question with this motion. I understand that the chair's office didn't want to include immigrant communities in this particular draft, and so that's why we decided to move forward, because I didn't hear acknowledgement of immigrants in comments today, and I don't want to leave immigrant communities behind who are facing ICE raids, who are being attacked relentlessly, who are being kidnapped off our streets. And this board has brought forward many motions affirming our commitment to standing with immigrants, but we also need to invest in that work. It's not just going to happen because we say it should happen. We have to invest in making it happen. And that's what this motion does. It prioritizes everyone who is facing emergency and follows all of the rules that the board has established. So the question is whether we want to take action now. By the way, rent's due. That's what a sense of urgency is for people who are renting, who are living paycheck to paycheck, who don't own their homes, and who are at risk of losing everything and falling into homelessness. Now is the time to fight for them. And that's what I intend to do. And I hope this board will vote yes on this motion.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I guess you didn't hear me acknowledge this work that Supervisor Solis did, and I did acknowledge the immigrants that are impacted by ICE. So I will again restate it in case you did not hear it. I acknowledged way back when was the first motion you brought in? I think when ICE first started to do their raids. So I am painfully aware of the impact this is having on the immigrant community. So, but I do believe that the motion did start out as fire survivors. And quite frankly, I thought Supervisor Solis was working on a motion for rent as it relates to immigrants. So that is why I felt that it was better to let a supervisor who's been working on this continue to bring something forward. But obviously, I was misinformed. So with that, Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public that wish to testify?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Lupita Martinez, Maria Elena Miraz, Lilia Delgado, Yanel Menkel, Nayeli Garcia, Byron Jose, Juan Munoz, Evelyn Alaman, Diego Morales, Ana Cruz, Gabriela Orona, Miguel Cojon, Maria Hernandez, Isabel Acosta, Minerva Hernandez, Rosa Miranda, Marisol Diaz, and Rosa Miranda. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 16, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Nicholas Gardner, your line is open. Please begin.
Hi, can you all hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Gardner. I'm with United Teachers Los Angeles and a resident of the First Board District. We are calling in support of this item. Our immigrant communities have been put under unbelievable stress because of the cruel immigration raids initiated by the federal government. Immigrant communities, fire victims, and all of Los Angeles need the support, so we urge you to vote in favor of this item. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bethany Leal, your line is open. Please begin.
Hello. My name is Bethany Leal, and I'm with the Korean Resource Center, part of the Immigrants RS Coalition. I am here to speak in support of the Emergency Rent Relief Program. Without rent relief, as you all have mentioned, wildfire victims, immigrant, and low-income tenants are at the risk of eviction and homelessness for circumstances completely beyond their control. Please vote yes on item 16 without delay.
Thank you. Megan Rich, your line is open. Please begin. Megan Rich, your line is open. Caller with phone number 626-246, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Hi, my name is Dinas Camilla. I'm calling on behalf of Carecen and in coalition with the Immigrants RLA. And I'm calling to support item 16. Carecen has witnessed firsthand how accessing housing remains a pressing issue to our community, with many immigrants facing significant challenges, especially right now, given the ongoing ICE raids. Without support from LA County, immigrants who've lost income due to ICE raids will face eviction and homelessness. We know that rent relief works. We've seen it happen during COVID-19 when LA County distributed over $80 million in rent relief. We need that kind of urgency now, and we must ensure that rent relief is permanent, flexible, and accessible to communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please begin.
You get this monster, and you deserve what you get. And the word is called the legal immigrants don't have any problem. Illegal, you created the monster. So let Iceland and God protect President Trump and deserve what you get. And you have failed to take care of those who have been here as illegal for a long time and take care of the billions of dollars that we have failed to get in taxes and so forth. You are criminal felons on so many levels, and you don't deserve to be in office. Thank you.
Thank you. Mia Hendricks, your line is open. Please begin. Megan Rich, your line is open. Please begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Rich, and I'm a community engagement intern with La Defensa. On item 16, I want to emphasize that while we fully support the urgent need to keep families housed after the recent wildfires, the way this motion reallocates nearly $5 million from CFCI funding is deeply concerning. Measure J created a process that centers community voices and accountability through the advisory committee. By bypassing that process, this motion risks undermining the very principles of co-governance and trust that voters demanded. We are not questioning the need for rent relief. We know housing stability is essential, but how we fund it matters, and we hope that the Board of Supervisors can move forward with transparency by sending this motion to cluster, so that we can have intentional community conversations around the usage of CFCI funds. That is how we build bridges, not burn them, on the path toward a more just Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Latia Saddle, your line is open. Please begin.
I signed up for multiple items, but I'm a veteran with lived experience. In addition to supporting requested for agenda item 17 for veterans trying to file VA claims, there must also be protection for veterans after their claims are approved.
This is this is item 16, rent relief?
Yes, I know it's for 16, but it's dealing with housing as well. So that just kind of cut into my time some more to explain. But I signed up for 16, 17, and public comment.
Okay, you can talk on 16. All right, get back in the queue for the next item when you have public comment.
Caller 323-4243, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Susan Sandoval, and I strongly support the emergency rent relief program to prevent evictions and homelessness. The wildfires forced me from my home. I lost my sense of stability, safety, and peace. I didn't know where I would live, and the financial stress and anxiety to find affordable housing and rebuild, and the uncertainty is crippling. In the middle of that chaos, Ignite the Light of Hope Foundation became a lifeline. They were a resource not only to wildfire victims like me, but also for immigrant families in the community suffering from the federal immigration crackdowns. Their support has given me strength even when everything felt unstable. But even with that support, the financial strain is crushing. We know rent relief works. During COVID-19, LA County distributed over $80 million in rent relief, and we are asking for that same urgency now to help with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 412-482, your line is open. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Yesenia, and I'm calling in on behalf of the rent relief program. I'm part of Michael's district, Mitchell district. First, I want to start by saying that this delay motion means that this motion won't come into the board for 1 month. How many people will end up homeless in this month? Be a part of the solution, not the problem. Without rent relief, wildfire victims, immigrants, and low-income tenants are at risk of eviction, homelessness. Federal immigration crackdowns are making things worse. Families who lost income due to raids need urgent support and stay safe and housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 312-623, your line is open. Please state your name and begin. Caller with phone number 312-623, your line is open.
Hi, this is Megan Choi with Power People Organized for Westside LA. I'm calling in support of 16. We know that rent relief works and our immigrant communities have been forced out of being able to attend their normal work and provide for themselves because of the unbelievable overreach from the federal government attacking our communities. Our organizations have been scrambling to raise funds from poor people, raising for poor people in order to make sure that our folks can stay home and stay safe. The rent relief will have enormous impact on our communities. Please vote in support. I'm speaking with People Organized for Westside Renewal and Immigrants RLA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maya Hendricks, your line is open. Please begin.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Maya Hendricks. I'm a resident of SD3 and a member of the Reimagine LA Coalition. I'm calling in support of the amendments on Agenda Item 16. It's clear that the urgency of the moment is being felt across the board, and we appreciate that, but the way we approach it matters. As presented, this motion would reallocate funds without the necessary input from the CFCI advisory body and undermine the participatory process that 2.1 million voters approved when they passed Measure J. We share the urgency. We feel it deeply. Many of us live it every day. Housing is a vital need and rent relief is needed, but setting the precedent of sidelining the community voices that we have worked so hard to bring into the conversation is scary. Therefore, we urge you to support the amendments on this item to return the motion to cluster and allow for an intentional discussion about the source of funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 818-492, your line is open. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Theodora Reyes. I'm calling on behalf as a resident of the San Fernando Valley in District 3. I'm full support of item 16 and urge all of our board members to continue supporting our most vulnerable communities. Rent isn't the only burden on the table. It's basic needs. It's our utilities. And a lot of our family members and community members are afraid to step outside during this time, whether it's because of immigration, federal enforcement, or just because also childcare in the home, right, for our fire victims. So I'm really grateful to our board supervisor for bringing this motion forward. And again, I fully support the item as a resident of District 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. The remote participation for item 16 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. First speaker, please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Munoz, and I'm here on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. We strongly support the emergency rent relief motion to prevent further housing instability. Hospitality workers, the majority of whom are immigrants, have been hit hard both by the wildfires and by Trump's brutal ICE raids. Wildfires cost our members hours, jobs, and even their homes. Immigration crackdowns have created fear and sudden income loss. Families who work hard every day to keep LA County's tourism industry running are struggling just to keep a roof over their heads. We know rent relief works. During COVID, it kept thousands of families safe and housed. Now we need that same urgency to protect immigrant communities and the working people who serve this county every day but are facing real hardship. Thank you to Supervisor Horvath for introducing this item. We urge the board to support this motion without delay. Housing stability is survival. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hold on, we'll get your speaker. Nope, let's turn on her mic.
Ooh, is this better?
There, yeah.
Great. I was so excited. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nayeli Garcia Leonardo, and I am the field representative for Assemblywoman Celeste Rodriguez. I'm here today on behalf of the Assemblywoman to speak in strong support of Supervisor Horvath's motion to provide targeted rent relief to vulnerable tenants, including families impacted by sudden income loss due to federal immigration enforcement or other emergencies. We need to be very clear about what's at stake here. These are real families with children who are doing everything they can to survive and who are being pushed to the brink through no fault of their own. When a parent loses income because of an unexpected raid or an emergency like a medical crisis or a death in the family, it doesn't just threaten their housing, but it also threatens their children's entire future. Eviction is trauma. Displacement destabilizes families. Children forced out of their homes are more likely to fall behind in school, experience anxiety or depression, and face long-term developmental challenges.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Evelyn Aleman, and I'm founder of Our Voice, Communities for Quality Education, an LA nonprofit that advocates for high-quality public schools and helps families access free resources and information online. When the ICE raids started in June, our team mobilized a corps of volunteers to buy and deliver fresh food supplies to families in need. Since then, we've helped more than 50 families on an ongoing basis, the majority with small children. The level of need is such that it's been heartbreaking for all of us to witness. While all families are grateful for the food delivered to them, they always ask if there is rent relief available because they are afraid of losing their housing. These hardworking families have lost income due to ICE raids that threaten to continue. Our families need assistance now. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for your leadership on this issue. We urge the board to vote yes now on motion ERRP number 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board, chair. My name is Maria Elena Meraz. I'm work with Parent Engagement Academy, a nonprofit organization serving parents and families. I have the honor and privilege to serve more than 30,000 families, and I'm here as a part of IRLA, Immigrants RLA Coalition. And we believe that thanks to this item, number 16, will really benefit the families of LA, especially the immigrant families. For that reason, I'm here. Thank you, Supervisor Hobart, for your effort. And I ask you respectively that all of you please vote yes on item 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lupita Martinez, Policy Advocate with CHIRLA. And I first want to acknowledge that this morning we had over 200 community members show up to support this motion and unfortunately had to leave to go pick up their children, go to work, et cetera. But they wanted us to extend gratitude to Supervisor Horvath and also Supervisor Solis for being a champion for immigrant communities. So as I stand before you, we have over 200 families across LA County who have been impacted by immigration enforcement, and all of your district have been impacted by immigration enforcement. So before this motion, we have talked to all the Board of Supervisors uplifting the needs around housing. And now that these raids are happening and will continue to target all of your districts, we want to continue to work together to find solutions for rent relief. So on Saturday, I had the opportunity to speak with the family. My time's up. But I spoke to a little girl and
thank you. Next speaker, please.
If you've got comments, I'm sorry to interrupt, that you want to submit for the record, if you're not able to finish, please feel free to include them and they'll get provided to the board. All right? Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Byron Jose. While the Trans-Latina Coalition and Reimagine LA definitely uplifts and center immigrants as part of a Care First and of our community investment framework, we want to make sure that we're also upholding Measure J, and specifically the advisory committee process for CFCI. So how are we ensuring that, how can we align this motion to ensure that the different needs and priorities are being uplifted, specifically around Measure J? And I would say, like, to the chair's point, it would have to be a program that is so prescriptive, wherein like maybe Jesse data or like zip codes. So how do we figure out what the priority will be given the current motion as it stands? But again, we look forward to working with every single board office to ensure that we can have the greatest impact and also aligning with not just CFCI funds, but also LASA work and other Measure A funds. So thank you, every one of you, for, again, your engagement and always listening to our emails and our advocacy. And we look forward to making sure that this motion and this work continue to advance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, miembros de esta mesa. Mi nombre es Rosa Miranda. Soy organizadora con Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Rosa Miranda, and I am an organizer with Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Estoy aquí como organizadora, ya que he organizado en el condado de Los Ángeles representando a vendedores ambulantes.
I am here as an organizer now that I represent a lot of our LA County public vendors.
Y como saben, fueron impactados por los incendios y ahorita con estas redadas están siendo muy afectados.
And as you know, they've been impacted by the fires, and now with all these raids, they're very affected.
Su preocupación más grande es cómo voy a pagar la renta.
Their main worry is, how am I going to pay rent?
Y están pasando crisis emocional, psicológica, han tenido depresión y no saben qué hacer.
And they're going through emotional crisis, depression, psychological crisis, and they don't know what else to do.
Y como ustedes saben, estas redadas, cómo han sido secuestrados, miembros de la organización han sido secuestrados y han compartido cómo han sido su terror de haber sido secuestrados.
And as you know, these raids have kidnapped, they've been kidnapped. These members have been kidnapped, and now they're so afraid. They don't want to share even the terror that they've gone through.
Y están exponiendo sus cuerpos, pero más que nada me preocupa, y como ustedes como mujeres, les hago un llamado. Aboguen por las madres solteras que no saben qué hacer, si exponerse o realmente cuidar a sus familias, a sus hijos.
And they're exposing out their bodies and all that. And I ask all of you as women, please advocate for these single women that are out there. They're not sure to go sacrifice themselves for their family or what to do.
Y estoy aquí en apoyo de la número 16.
And I am here in support of 16.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Lilia Delgado. Represento a la organización de COFEM. Somos parte de la coalición Immigrants RLA. Estoy aquí para expresar mi firme apoyo al programa de alivio de rentas de emergencia para prevenir desalojos y la falta de vivienda.
Good afternoon. My name is Lidia Delgado, and I am here representing our COFEM. And we are part of the Coalition of Immigrants RLA, and I am here to express my support with the Emergency Relief Program to prevent these evictions as well as the lack of livings.
Sin este alivio de rentas, las víctimas de incendios forestales, los inmigrantes y los inquilinos de bajos ingresos corren riesgo de desalojo y de quedarse sin hogar. Las protecciones temporales por incendios forestales expiraron en julio y las familias no pueden esperar más.
Without this emergency relief program, the victims of these fires and immigrants and all of these tenants of low resources, they are risking being evicted and being without a home. And all of these protections for tenancies, they have all expired by July, and families will no longer be able to afford it.
Los operativos federales de inmigración solo aumentan la presión financiera. Las familias que han perdido ingresos por las redadas necesitan apoyo urgente para mantenerse seguras y con vivienda.
These immigration operatives have increased the pressure, financial pressure of these families, and they have lost their wages as well as they need support, urgent support, to be able to keep their families and their homes.
El alivio de rentas también ayudará a pequeños arrendadores a reparar unidades de vivienda.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Janel Mengelle. Vengo representando a COFEM y a toda la comunidad inmigrante.
Good afternoon. My name is Janelle Menhagen. I am here representing COFEM and all of the immigrant community.
Estoy viviendo en carne propia estas redadas. Mi esposo es una persona jubilada y con su salario que tiene él por pensionado no nos alcanza.
I am living these raids and I am living it myself. My husband is retired, and because I am unable to work, we can't make the rent.
Yo era su segundo brazo, su brazo derecho para continuar trabajando, pero soy una inmigrante y no puedo trabajar porque no tengo un estatus legal.
person. I was his right-hand man or woman to be able to work and continue to help him out. But because I'm an immigrant, I'm unable to do so.
En estos momentos sus ahorros ya se están agotando. Entonces, si esta proposición 16 ustedes la llegan a apoyar, me beneficiaría a mi familia también.
At this time, his savings are also depleting. So if you support Article 16, you would help my family and myself.
Les pido, por favor, habemos muchos migrantes que necesitamos su ayuda. Muchísimas gracias y que Dios los bendiga.
I ask you, please, there are many immigrants that need your help. Thank you, and may your families be blessed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ana Cruz,
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ana Cruz,
organizadora de Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
an organizer for Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Nuestras comunidades necesitan un apoyo como el que está haciendo la supervisora del Distrito 5.
Our communities need support, like the supervisor from District 5 is doing so.
Hemos sido aterrorizados por el gobierno federal.
We have been terrorized by the federal government.
Es muy triste vivir día con miedo.
It's saddening to live day by day in fear.
Es peor que el COVID.
It's worse than COVID.
Los miembros dicen, cuando COVID me ponía doble máscara, me ponía doble guantes y podía salir.
The members say, with COVID, I was able to double mask up. I would be able to wear gloves and I'd be able to get out.
Hoy no puedo salir a trabajar.
Now I can't get out to work.
Nos pueden arrestar.
They can arrest us.
Necesitamos algo que nos pueda apoyar económicamente.
We need something that can support us financially.
Todo el tiempo nuestros migrantes apoyan este país con impuestos.
All of the time our immigrants support this country with their taxes.
Ahora es momento de que ustedes como políticos apoyen a nuestra comunidad migrante.
It is time now that you as politicians support our immigrant communities.
No tenemos dónde acurrucarnos.
We have nowhere to go.
Tenemos miedo.
We are in fear.
Tenemos terror.
We're in fear and terror.
Es momento de que ustedes como supervisores
It's time that you as supervisors
volteen a nuestra comunidad migrante,
look at our immigrant communities.
que ha sido el soporte por muchos años pagando impuestos a este país.
That has been the support for many years, paying taxes to this country.
Necesitamos que el punto 16 sea aprobado por ustedes.
We
Gracias.
need 16 to be approved by you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hola, mi nombre es Miguel Cojón. Soy miembro del colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Hello, my name is Miguel Cajon, and I am a member of Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Hoy vengo a pedirles que apoyen el punto 16,
I come here today to ask you to support Article 16
porque nuestras comunidades necesitan con urgencia un alivio de renta.
because our communities need urgently rent relief.
Hemos vivido momentos de mucho miedo con las redadas.
We've lived in many moments of fear with these raids.
Nuestra gente está aterrorizada
Our people are in fear,
y es injusto.
and it's unfair.
Hemos contribuido a este país durante años
We've been investing in this country for years
con nuestro trabajo y con nuestros impuestos.
with our work and with paying taxes.
Y sin embargo, ahora se nos trata como si fuéramos delincuentes.
Nonetheless, now we're treated like delinquents.
Por eso exigimos una moratoria de renta inmediata
This is why we ask for a rent moratorium urgently,
y que se detengan los desalojos en la corte.
and also to put a hold on all of the evictions in the courts.
Si no se actúa con urgencia,
If we do not act in urgency,
veremos una ola de familias en la calle.
we will see a wave of families in the streets.
No podemos permitir que más niños, más trabajadores, más ancianos pierdan su hogar.
We cannot allow for children, seniors, and workers to lose their home.
Les pedimos con todo respeto, pero también con firmeza,
We ask with all the respect, but also with firmness,
que escuchen a nuestras comunidades y que voten a favor del alivio de renta.
that you support our communities and that you vote yes on 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Esmeralda Negret, Eva Garcia, Lydia Catalan, Eva Garcia, Francisco Rodriguez, Diosi Reyes, Riley Bringhurst, Annabelle Loretta Lorraine, Alexia Rodaitis, Emily Filkin, Sierra Benetton, Miguel Tohom, Chichi Navarro, Yesenia Cox, Oscar Zarate, Aquina Soriano, Christina Boyer, Daniel Williams, Khalid Hudson, and Julie Markarian. Next speaker, please begin.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Gabriela Orona. Estoy aquí para que voten a favor de esta mesa número 16.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriela Orota, and I am here for you to support that you vote yes on 16.
Nosotros como vendedores ambulantes del este de Los Ángeles hemos sido afectados.
As the street vendors of East LA, we have been affected.
Primero por los incendios y después por las redadas.
First because of the fires and now because of the raids.
Nosotros como vendedores ambulantes tenemos más de 2 meses sin salir a trabajar por miedo, depresión, por inseguridad de nuestras familias.
Us as street vendors, we've been out without work and being out in the streets for 2 months now, in fear, with depression, and also because of the insecurities for our families.
Por eso pido que voten sí a la número 16.
This is why I ask that you vote yes on 16.
Esto nos daría un alivio para la renta y así proteger a nuestras familias.
This will alleviate our rent and also protect our families.
Y por favor, pónganse la mano en el corazón, porque todos somos inmigrantes y nosotros somos trabajadores y la verdad hay mucho caos en este momento. Se los pedimos de corazón, humildemente, somos madres.
And we ask that you please touch your hearts. We are all immigrants. We're all workers going through this chaos. I humbly ask that you please support us. We're all mothers.
Tenemos hijos discapacitados, incluso yo soy discapacitada, pero eso no me impide a salir a vender también y a recoger el pan de cada día. Tengo mucho miedo, pero ¿qué es lo que sucede? Tenemos que salir adelante y escondernos de la inmigración. Y acuérdense que la renta no para.
And we are disabled. We have disabled children. I myself am disabled, and I go out and I have to hide from immigration because remember that rent doesn't.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Diego Morales with Building Skills Partnership. I'm speaking today for janitorial workers who lost their job to the Eden and Palisades fires. These are workers who lost their loved ones to COVID, workers who had to adjust to the loss of a loved one emotionally and economically, and now they are feeling the impact of wildfires and raids. When the fires initially broke out, many workers shared the loss of hope, feeling invisible, feeling there's no support, because from one day to the next, they were no longer employed with no information on when they will be able to return to work and have not been able to recuperate those lost wages. Workers went from working 40 hours a week to being unemployed for months, and now many on part-time work. Because of this, many workers are on the verge of eviction, many making heartbreaking decisions, many difficult choices on what essentials they can go without. Many sharing their final notices on utility bills and others sharing their notices of evictions with me. I urge you to listen to the community and to pass the emergency rent relief program to ensure your janitorial workers stay housed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Miss Loretta Lorraine. I'm with the what is it? Oh, with the transgender community. I've always looked out for the transgender community because we also got women of color and also women, young ladies that they're immigrants, that they're being picked up by ICE and they're doing real bad. Because people, I understand, I feel for them too, but we're always left in the end because of discrimination. But we always, Lindsley, thank you, and Miss Mitchell, and all of y'all. But also, I always feel that we always get the last of the cake. Why do we always got to wait for the pie? Last of the pie. No, we always want to be included too because we're all in this together. We're human beings. We're people. We're somebody's child. We're children. We're somebody's father, mother, whatever. But we're here. We also should be included because we're never included in equally in things.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Julie Markarian, and I represent
the Apartment Owners Association of California. We represent over 20,000 housing providers. We encourage the Board of Supervisors to provide rent relief to those who truly need it. Stop using tax dollars to pay for attorney's fees. Instead, help renters who are truly in need. Stop with rent freezes and rent control. It does the opposite of helping low-income renters. You are silent about LA City Council members and Supervisor Horvath who earn over $244,000 a year and live in rent-controlled areas. This is hypocritical and an injustice to the very people you claim to want to help. Small housing providers continue to struggle. Work with them, not against them. We are the ones who provide housing, not you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Maya Daniels. My pronouns are they, them. I help in representing the Transitina Coalition within the Immigrants Are Los Angeles Coalition. Federal immigration crackdowns are only increasing financial strain. Families who've lost income due to raids need urgent support to stay safe and to stay housed. We know that rent relief works. During COVID-19, LA County distributed over $80 million in rent relief. We need that same urgency now. At the same time, we also respect the community-led process around county funding decisions, and we believe that the voices of community must be centered in order to meet the needs of all of our communities. We must ensure rental relief for all is permanent, flexible, and able to expand as more households fall into crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Khaled Hudson. I'm the Advocacy Manager for CARE LA, and I live in District Number 2. As a youth, at least 2 points in time as a child, I was homeless. My family, unfortunately, we lost income due to the industries, the defense industries leaving the state. And so we had to move in with my grandparents. And so I know a little thing or two about the impact of housing insecurity and also the impact of a drastic loss of income. And so many within our family, or many within the immigrant families within our community face this very same reality due to the loss of incomes and threats to their homes and even fear. Housing is a human right, and I urge you to vote yes on item number 16 and work closely with community-based organizations who are on the front lines of filling in the gaps when there's drastic needs like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Williams. I live in the Beverly Grove neighborhood of the city of LA in Supervisor Horvath's district. I'm a member of LA Forward, and I'm here in support of the Immigrants Are LA Coalition and their support of item 16. Supervisor Horvath, as your constituent, it means a lot to me. I greatly appreciate you bringing this item forward. Housing is a human right. Migration is a human right, and sanctuary has to mean more than simply not actively abetting deportations. Sanctuary has to mean protecting our undocumented neighbors with all the tools at our disposal, including rent relief. I want to acknowledge the importance of the CFCI and respecting community processes, but our county is under siege and we have a moral obligation to meet this moment. Neglecting to provide rent relief will only make those of our neighbors who are already at risk of kidnapping and deportation more vulnerable. I urge you strongly to vote yes on item 16 and work closely with community organizations.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good morning or afternoon. My name is Aki Soriano Versosa. I'm the Executive Director of Filipino Workers Center. Thank you for bringing this motion. We're here because this motion is needed, because we are fighting ICE, we are suing them, but we need help to support these families. And we were here out of that real crisis. This motion is urgently needed. And at the same time, we are acknowledging that established community processes need to be protected also. Black communities and the diverse immigrant communities of Los Angeles that span through all of our communities are impacted. We share these common issues, and we are standing strong together. We're reaching out to all of the coalitions and pushing for processes that serve all of us with dignity.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Derek Steele, Vlad Carrasco, Ruben Rodriguez, Manuel Mera, Angelina Mariscal, Rogelio Tabarez, Sylvia Peralta, Antonia Dominguez, Cesar Jacobo, Migibet Mendez, Bertha Gonzalez, Paloma Bustos, Ana Estrada. Next speaker, please begin.
Hello, board. My name is Alexia Roditis. I'm 25. I'm a resident of District 1, and I'm a member of United Musicians and Allied Workers, and also a member of the Rent Brigade. I've also been doing ICE patrols for the last couple months, and it's dire out there. Rent was due yesterday, and people need support now. I urge the board to implement the emergency rent relief program, given the insane and unjust circumstances plaguing this city, and to set an example for the rest of the country, because LA is a testing ground. There have been 2 presentations today on homelessness, and if some sort of rent relief isn't implemented soon, a bad situation will become catastrophic. Earlier this year, people lost their homes in fires and were faced with exorbitantly priced housing, and later with federally funded xenophobia deployed into the homes and Home Depots of LA. The same people who literally physically built and continue to tend to this city are disappearing in front of our very eyes because they have no choice. I urge you to pass this motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, board. My name is Sierra Benetton. Rent was due yesterday. We need rent relief now. I'm a wildlife monitor on construction sites. Our crews are majority immigrants, and they are terrified to go to work. Crew members will show up one day, and the next, they're gone, leaving their families unable to pay rent, let alone all of the other costs of living. These crews are essential to rebuilding after fires. Immigrant rent relief is fire victim rent relief. Please do not move this motion. Please approve Measure 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Yesenia Kush with COFEM, the Council of Mexican Federations. We are part of the Immigrants RLA Coalition, and today I stand in support of Emergency Rent Relief Program. As I have mentioned before, my mom is a single parent who's raising my 2 younger siblings. My sister is already in college, my brother is about to go to college, and she's a flower street vendor. She goes out every day to sell flowers on Soto Street and Olympic to earn a living. With the raids happening and targeting our communities at Home Depots, car washes, and street vendings, she cannot take a day off. There's no possibility. And she doesn't qualify for federal or rental assistance, despite paying her taxes every year. During the recent fires, one of our family members also lost her job, and we need support. We also ask the board to pass this motion to restore full community control of the CFCI dollars and consider.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Ruben Rodriguez, and I'm Executive Director of Pueblo y Salud, an organization in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. Our primary mission is drug, tobacco, and alcohol abuse prevention. But I'm here on behalf of the Northeast Valley Crisis Response Group that formed about 2-3 months ago when the raid started in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. There's a group of about 40-50 people there are meeting every Tuesday trying to figure out what are we going to do to help each other more than anything. So I'm here in strong support of the Emergency Rent Relief Program to prevent eviction and homelessness. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for introducing the motion. Time is of essence. We need help now. You know, we had one mother have an emotional breakdown because when she said, well, let's plan to leave to Mexico, what will we do? He said, I will commit suicide. We have a mental health crisis here that's being created by the government. So please.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Angelina Mariscal. I am the supervising attorney at Amigo. We provide legal services for immigrant families here in Los Angeles County and also to the wildfire victims. We were boots on the ground with little funding, and I'm here to tell you that we are under attack. You cannot say immigrant without wildfire victims. It's one and the same. We are all in the same. So to pass this motion is a proactive motion on behalf of each and every supervisor here. And since July, there has been 32 eviction notices that have been served. This would also help our government, our judges. There's only, I believe, 541 judges in the Superior Court. So this would be a relief. This would help people right now who are faced with legal defenses for wildfires because they didn't have enough insurance to rebuild. This would help immigrant families who are faced with legal defense funding, which is skyrocketed. It's almost $15,000 to defend somebody, so they need this. We have students going back to school, we have mothers, so let's be proactive. They just need a little push. So
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Manuel Vera. Estoy en apoyo a la proposición 16, en vista de la situación que se vive actualmente, la crisis en todo sentido, en lo que se refiere a la parte de la vivienda. Mucha gente ha perdido sus hogares, familias disueltas, miseria y mucha gente no puede pagar la renta, duerme hasta en los carros.
So my name is Manuel Vera, and I am here to support Article 16 in this current crisis that we have with living, and a lot of people, a lot of families are losing their homes. Many can't even pay their own vehicles.
Y además esto pues va a continuar si esto no se propone, se alivia la proposición 16 o sea, la aprueban. Entonces, por eso estoy aquí en este momento, para apoyar la proposición 16 y que ustedes, por favor, pues hagan una moción fuerte para que esto pase.
And, well, if this continues, I mean, many families are going to suffer, and not much is going to be resolved if you do not approve 16. So we do ask, we're here to ask, to please support 16.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
How many more GoFundMes do we have to witness? How many more violations of constitutional rights before LA steps in? My name is Maggie Beth Mendez. I'm the founder of Amigo. Amigo serves, provides education and resources to immigrant families. I am here in support of item 16 with rental assistance and represent hundreds of our families who are unable to attend these meetings because they always have to work. After witnessing families during emergencies like the fires and now ice raids, a time when families cannot say goodbye, now they're detained, worried about the survival because they were the head of household. We need your help. You have the opportunity to do the right thing. We must take action, and we fully support this relief. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Interpreter will cite read for our public comment from Ms. Isabel Acosta. Good afternoon. My name is Isabel Acosta. We are one of the families affected by the fire in Palisades, where we lost our jobs, and I support the rental assistance program. I am at the risk of losing my apartment where I live for lack of income. This program would help me financially and securing my apartment. Thank you for listening, board members. From the bottom of my heart, I ask that you support this program. Blessings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Suhaith Arias. I'm here on behalf of Voces Unidas and Pacoima, and I'm here to strongly support the emergency rent relief program, where we hear directly from families who are really recovering the financial strain of the wildfires earlier this year and facing sudden income loss because of immigration enforcement. These are parents, grandparents, and young people who are doing everything they can to survive. But without rent relief, they're at risk of eviction and homelessness. Here we are in 2025, and it feels like we've gone backwards in time. Families impacted are now choosing between rent and groceries. This isn't just a policy, it's survival. Rent relief keeps kids in their homes, helps small landlords bring affordable units back online, and prevents entire communities from being displaced. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Derek Steele. I want to be clear, CFCI is not a slush fund, and Measure J is not a suggestion, it's a voter mandate. Yet today's motion once again puts us in an impossible position, choose between urgently needed immigrant rental relief and protecting the integrity of one of the only community-led budget processes we fought hard to build. It's a false choice, and we shouldn't be forced to make it. We support relief, we support equity, but this motion gives unchecked power to departments with no public criteria and no guardrails to ensure the most impacted communities are actually prioritized. Supervisor Horvath, whether intentional or not, motions like this are dividing coalitions and undermining solidarity movements. We need transparency, not tension, equity, not confusion, and we need time to make sure urgent relief and community voices are not treated as opposites. Time that we took to make the Tier 1 $219 million reallocation recommendations that included all of this. That's why we support the Barger-Hahn amendment to send the item back to cluster. If the board members insist on going around the CFCI Advisory Committee, at least we can do is make sure that it's moved with.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Saludos, mi gente. My name is Vlad Carrasco. I'm the Climate Justice Director with Chirla, and I'm a constituent of SD2 with Supervisor Mitchell. And I want to ask you, Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Hahn, to support item 16, because as we sit here, both in Acadia and Paramount, which are in your district, Supervisor Hahn, ICE has kidnapped workers who were at a car wash and at a Home Depot. Right now, those kids, those parents have gone missing, so when the kids get out of school, they're gonna be wondering where their parents are. This item 16 is a concrete step that you can take to support those families. As the Climate Justice Director for Chirla, I'm working with 1,400 fire survivor households, and over 90% of them are still wondering where their long-term housing is gonna come from. September 1st was yesterday. We need assistance, rent relief.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Supervisors. My name is Carlos Amador. With the Clean Car Wash Workers Center, our organization is located in the Supervisorial District 2. While we have members all over the county, but just as the previous speakers shared, right, like we have been responding to the car wash raids. Over 70 raids have happened at car washes in the last almost 3 months. Several car washes hit multiple times, with over 200 car wash workers being disappeared, kidnapped, and many of them already deported. So we need the support for rent relief now. I ask you to please support item 16 to be able to ensure that we support the families that have been impacted. We have been responding to these car washes all over the county, but many of them falling in the Supervisorial District 4, Supervisorial District 2, 3, and 1 as well. So I ask you to please support item 16 so we can provide this relief for our families that are very much in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon to all our Board of Supervisors. My name is Aurea Recinto from Filipino Workers Center, and I am representing our community of caregivers. I'm here to speak in strong support for emergency rent relief program to prevent evictions and homelessness. I know most of our caregivers since January 2025 lost job, and of course, losing job means also not able to pay rent. That's why they are also facing evictions without rent relief, and also they became a victim of wildfire. So immigrant and low-income tenants like us are at risk of eviction and homelessness. Temporary wildfire protection expired in July, and families cannot wait. I hope you will support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Rosemary Ruiz. I'm here to strongly support item 16. Between ongoing immigration raids being violently inflicted on our communities and rising rents, it's becoming impossible for immigrant families to keep roofs over their heads. A rent freeze is not just relief, it is justice for Angelenos. Without it, we're forcing people to choose between their basic needs and safety. No family should be pushed out of their community when they have to put their entire livelihood on the line every time they leave their homes by stepping out into a city facing violent attacks by federal agencies like ICE. Many of my own loved ones and their families are afraid to leave their homes due to the fear of not making it back that same day. People trying to better their communities and simply making a living should not be punished with the loss of shelter for existing within a government that treats them inhumanely under illegal kidnappings. We've witnessed an entire summer of violent raids, and this motion is needed without delay. Voting yes on this rent freeze would show our immigrant community that our government, the city of LA, cares about them and will act like it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Hadir Azab, and I'm the policy coordinator with CARE LA, also part of the Immigrants RLA Coalition. And we're here to stand in strong support of item 16. We know that families in our communities are being displaced not only by the wildfires, but by job loss, rising rents, and aggressive immigration enforcement. And without the support of the motion, they face eviction and homelessness. And as many of my colleagues have stated, it's September 2nd, rent is due. And with every month and with every week that passes, these community members are at higher risk for homelessness. This motion is a great first step, and our systems must continue to grow to match the scale of our values. Black and diverse immigrant communities of LA share common issues, and we are standing together as a community by pushing for processes that serve us all with dignity. However, housing is a human right, and over 200 people were here earlier, given the long length of the day, in support of item 16, and I think I can speak on behalf of them when I say that we strongly urge you to vote yes on this without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Anna Karen Estrada, and I am from the San Fernando Valley, a constituent of County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. I am a proud daughter of immigrants, and I'm here with Immigrants Are Los Angeles. I strongly support item 16. Without it, wildfire victims, immigrants, and low-income tenants are at risk of losing their homes. Earlier this year, communities were impacted by the Palisades fires. Many lost jobs and income. Many live paycheck to paycheck and are now on the brink of eviction or unhoused. In my own community, I've witnessed raids in Reseda in the Northeast Valley. Street vendors and small businesses are afraid to open. Students worry if they'll see their parents again, and too many are forced to work or take over their families' businesses. It is horrific, and it deepens disparities facing communities already give so much to our country. Rent relief works. During COVID-19, the county kept thousands housed with over $80 million, and we need that urgency again with a program that is permanent, flexible, and responsive. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Antonio Domínguez, soy del centro de CLIN, parte de la coalición Inmigrantes Somos Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon. My name is Antonio from CLEAN, and I'm part of the Coalition Immigrants RLA.
Estoy aquí para apoyar firmemente el punto 16, el programa de alivio de alquiler de emergencia.
I am here in support of Article 16 for the Emergency Relief Rental Program.
Las familias en nuestras comunidades están siendo afectadas no solo por los desplazos, solo por los incendios forestales, sino también por la pérdida de empleo.
Our families are being affected, our communities are being affected not just because of these displacements, but also for the fires and also for the loss of employment.
Y el aumento de los alquileres y la aplicación de la inmigración agresiva.
And also the increase in rent and also this immigration laws.
Sin apoyo se enfrentan al desalojo.
Without any support, they will be facing eviction.
Este programa ayudará a mantener a las familias en sus hogares y dar a los pequeños propietarios los recursos para reparar viviendas accesibles y dañadas.
This program will help to keep families in their homes as well as helping these small landlords to fix these accessible homes.
Los emigrantes están listos para asociarse con el condado para asegurarse de que las familias saben acerca de este programa.
The immigrants of LA are also willing to help these families to be aware of all of these resources so that they can let these families know.
La vivienda es un derecho humano. Les insisto a votar si en el punto 16 y tomar una estrecha colaboración con la comunidad.
Having a home is a human right, and I do ask that you vote yes on 16 to be able to be part of this community.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Berta Gonzalez. I'm the community organizer with the Clean Car Wash Worker Center and a part of the Immigrants RLA Coalition. I'm here to strongly support item 16, the Emergency Rent Relief Program. This is a lifeline for families being displaced, not just by fires or job loss, but by the aggressive immigration enforcement. I work with car wash workers facing low wages, wage theft exposures to harsh chemicals, and now the fear of going to work and ICE showing up at their workplace. Since June 8th, over 200 workers have been taken in raids and leaving 200 families without income and at risk of eviction. We also want to uplift the importance of CFCI. This motion reflects those values, but we need to go further. Budgets and programs must continue to grow to truly meet the scale of community needs, especially in Black and immigrant neighborhoods. Immigrants RLA is ready to partner with the county to ensure outreach is culturally and linguistically.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lorena Seves. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. I want to begin by thanking you for your time or dedication to our communities. My name is Lorena Seves, and I'm the founder of Ignite the Light of Hope Foundation. We are here today to express our strong support for the proposed immigration rent relief program. Our organization works directly with immigration families who are struggling to meet their most basic needs. And we believe this motion is critical. It will help alleviate the immense stress, depression, and anxiety so many in our community are experiencing. Passing this program will not only provide essential support, but also uplift spirit, bring much needed hope to those who feel they have none left. Please vote yes on item 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Paloma Bustos with the Sunita Jane Anti-Trafficking Initiative at Loyola Law School. We advocate for policies to prevent human trafficking, and I'm here to speak on support of item number 16. After the wildfires, immigrant workers have been essential in helping to clean up and rebuild our communities. They have been out there in construction, cleaning debris, and doing the difficult recovery that allows families to begin healing. But it's also important to remember that long before the fires, these same workers were essential. They maintained our neighborhoods and contributed every day to the well-being of Los Angeles. Now, many of them are struggling to pay rent, not only because of the wildfires, but they are also afraid to show up to work because of ICE raids. Rent relief is a lifeline. It will keep families in their home, prevent people from being exploited or trafficked by those who take advantage of their hardship, and make sure that every worker who have always helped to keep this country running are not left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es César Jacobo. Yo vengo de Clean Car Wash Worker Center. Estoy aquí para apoyar el punto 16, el programa de alivio de alquiler de emergencia.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Cesar from Clean, and I'm part of the Coalition Immigrants RLA, and I am here to support 16, the program for emergency rent relief.
Las familias en nuestra comunidad y los trabajadores de la industria del car wash estamos siendo afectados, no solo por los incendios forestales, sino también por la pérdida de empleo, el aumento de renta y las redadas agresivas de esta administración. Los trabajadores del car wash, sin su apoyo, enfrentaremos el desalojo.
Our families in our communities are being affected from our car wash, are being affected not just by these fires, but as well as the loss of employment and also the increase in rents and also these aggressive rates that this administration is implementing in these workers at the car wash. Without your support, we are facing eviction.
Este programa ayudaría a mantener a las familias en sus hogares y dar un pequeño a los propietarios de los recursos para reparar las viviendas accesibles dañadas.
This program will help to keep these families in their homes as well as these small landlords to be able to have the resources to fix these homes that are for low-income people.
Inmigrantes somos Los Ángeles.
Immigrants are LA.
La vivienda es un derecho humano en lo instinto a votar. El punto 16. Los trabajadores estrechen colaboración con las comunidades organizativas. En las comunidades asegura a que nadie le falte la casa.
I do ask, housing is a right, and I ask for your support on 16 to collaborate with our communities so that all of our other organizations also feel secure and also can keep their homes.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Rogelio Jaime Tavares Serrano, a la orden para servir, to serve community. I'm a constituent of Supervisor District 3, and I represent a community of families that work 2 or 3 jobs just to sustain their families and can barely support them. Our families, many of them, are unable to leave their homes, work, shop, transport children to school due to intentional harm that's been posed on our communities. Siblings have stepped up to pick up groceries, pick up children or siblings from school, substitute for parents at work. Our communities never consented to being marginalized. They never consented to being treated with indifference, disregard, being exposed to disproportionality, inequity, poverty, institutional racism, or environmental hazards. Our communities urge you to support those struggling to pay their rent. In my language, Hamadi, thank you for listening to the 1.3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Silvia y vengo de la organización Clean Car Wash Worker Center. Vengo representando a los carwacheros y estoy aquí para apoyar firmemente el punto 16, el programa de alivio de alquiler de emergencia.
Good afternoon. My name is Silvia, and I come from the Clean Car Wash, and I also come here in representation of our fellow car washers. I am here to support firmly on 16, the program for emergency rent relief.
Las familias en nuestras comunidades están siendo desplazados no solo por los incendios, sino también por la pérdida de empleo y la aplicación de la inmigración agresiva. Sin apoyo se enfrentarán al desalojo.
Our families and our communities are facing evictions, not just because of the fires, but also because of the loss of jobs, as well as this application of immigration laws that are aggressive. Without your support, they will be facing eviction.
La vivienda es un derecho humano. Le insto a votar sí en el punto 16 y trabajar en estrecha colaboración con la comunidad, organizaciones de la comunidad para asegurar que nadie se quede atrás. Gracias.
We ask, housing is a right, and I do ask that you support Article 16 to work closely in collaboration with our community and organizations in our community to ensure that we do not or are not left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 16 is before you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell, you have your hand up. Supervisor Mitchell? Supervisor Mitchell, you have your hand up. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask for clarification. I've heard several people reference the date. Yesterday was September 1st. I think it was referenced from the dais and several members of the public. So if I could get a question answered, we've had some disappointment. I've expressed some disappointment in terms of the amount of time it has taken to get past rent relief programs actually into the hands of people. So, Rafael, I think it'd be really irresponsible for us to allow anybody to leave here thinking or not knowing how long it would actually take. So if the motion were to pass today, based on our past experience, how long would it take for rent to actually get in the hands of people based on the content of the motion?
Thank you for the question. Rafael Carvajal, Director of the Department of Consumer Business Affairs. Given the fact that we don't have an active rent relief program right now, nor do I have an active contract in place, it would take me at least 90 days to get the program up and running and money out the door. Do recognize the urgency of the need. We would make every effort to try to expedite that as soon as possible, but definitely need that time to be able to get the contract in place.
90 days.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Executive Officer, what are we voting on?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we are voting on Supervisor Barger and Hahn's motion to continue item 16 to September 16th and refer it to the September 10, 2025 Operations Cluster agenda.
All right, call the roll.
Supervisor Solis? No. Supervisor Solis, no. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
No.
Supervisor Horvath, no. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 3-2. We will now move on to item 68, which is County Code Title IV Revenue and Finance Ordinance Amendment, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public joining us remotely, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on the telephone to comment on this item.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We had a member of the public who, touched on an issue that I think we as a board are going to have to acknowledge and confront because it is a sensitive issue that is continuing to divide the community, and it's a problem. So I held the item today because of the critical importance of making sure that the will of the voters in passing Measure J is upheld in the charter. This ordinance does not take the place of that fix, which is still pending, since this ordinance can be changed by a future board with a simple majority vote. While the ordinance largely follows Measure A, I want to call out two differences that I think are inappropriate departures. First, the ordinance formalizes the definition of, quote, unrestricted revenue that has indeed been a contested issue between the county and Measure J advocates, as it reduces the amount of the set-aside for community investment. Regardless of which interpretation we side with, I think it's inappropriate to include that in the ordinance at a time when the public is deeply concerned and sensitive to the undermining of Measure J. Second, the ordinance lowers the threshold for declaring a fiscal emergency and suspending the set-aside from the 4/5 outlined in Measure J to 2/3, making it easier to bypass the commitment to community investment. It's unclear to me why an 1/9 threshold would not be appropriate when there will be 9 members of the board. Further, the issue of vote thresholds and other county policies and ordinances can and should be reviewed collectively, and we should not simply single out Measure J because of an administrative error that this ordinance does not correct. I am clear that the expanded board in 2032 will require rethinking many things about county governance. It's my understanding that that's a part of the role that the Governance Reform Task Force is currently undertaking. However, I am again concerned that we would depart from Measure J in an ordinance that is meant to assure the public that we are committed to upholding it, not recrafting it after the fact. To that end, I have some questions for County Council, if I may, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Thank you. Since the ordinance is intended to reassure the public about our commitment to uphold Measure J, despite the conflict the passage of Measure G has created, why does the proposed ordinance differ substantially from Measure J by 1, formalizing the contested definition of unrestricted funds, and 2, lowering the emergency vote from 4/5 to 2/3?
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for the question. I'll take them in order. First, the definition, and then the percentages. You are correct. Through this motion, and specifically this ordinance, the board is reaffirming its commitment to Measure J, which this board has and continues to carry out through its CFCI policy. The ordinance, therefore, transparently codifies Measure J as voted by the voters, setting forth the what is to be set aside, which is 10% of the county's locally generated unrestricted revenue in the general fund. And then second, the board's CFCI policy, which our CEO has stated numerous times, is the methodology as to the how that set aside is implemented. The inclusion of section 4.13.020E, which defines, in the draft ordinance, which defines locally generated unrestricted revenues in the general fund, also known as net county costs, is intended to eliminate any confusion or potential further disagreement regarding this term. The definition was formally adopted by this board in the Care First Community Investment CFCI policy, which took effect in July 2021, after much deliberation and education by our CEO on what exactly locally generated revenue is and the external restrictions that are placed on those funds, as set forth in the CEO's memos in May, April, and March of 2021 when the deliberations were being held. And that definition continues in effect today. Measure J, on the other hand, did not define the term, but rather allowed it to be determined, quote, annually in the budget process or as otherwise set forth in the county code or regulations. That's from Measure J. So while there's no requirement that the CFCI language be included in the ordinance, given that it was previously adopted by this board and continues to be this board's policy for how it implements Measure J, we thought it prudent for full transparency to include it here in the ordinance. But we can certainly remove that if that's the will of the board. I can move on now to the second piece unless you have additional questions.
Let me respond to that, and then we'll move on to the second one. I appreciate that the board has taken action, and the CEO has consistently talked about the fact that, that it was an inappropriate definition. I would just suggest, given the delicate nature that we are all currently in with regard to Measure J, that this might not be the time, nor do I think it's necessary. If it passed as a board policy, then we can continue in that practice. But I don't think now is the time when we've got public sentiment in question around a feeling of confidence around Measure J, regardless of how many times we declare our commitment to it from this horseshoe. I don't know that this would be the appropriate time to include that in an ordinance. I just really, really don't.
Understood. Just one point of clarification. I don't think the CEO has ever said that Measure J had an inappropriate definition. Measure J didn't define it at all. Measure J said that
it's an inappropriate interpretation by those who proposed it. I get it.
Okay,
I
got it.
fully
We can
understand,
certainly remove it. So
Yeah.
if that's the will of the board, we would take it back and we would revise
So my
it.
point is, I understand that the CEO and this board has taken action, so we should just stand on that action. But I
Understood.
wouldn't include a definition in the ordinance. Now is not the time, in my humble opinion.
Understood. As to the second part of your question with regards to the lowering the emergency vote from 4/5 to 2/3. So that is in section, just for purposes of the public, that is in section 4.13.020F of the draft ordinance. And it was set at 2/3 beginning in 2032 upon the expansion of the board from 5 to 9 members. It was set at 2/3 vote rather than 4/5 requirement, as the 4/5 requirement in Measure J, because in the other context of Measure G, as put forward on the ballot and voted by the people, all of the other supermajorities are set at 2/3. So there's no legal requirement that a supermajority be 4/5 or 2/3. It was set for consistency purposes. With regards to the board's current composition of 5 members, a simple majority is 3, which is 2/3. And so the supermajority being 4 is the simple majority plus 1. With regards to the 9 members, the simple majority is 5. A supermajority of just adding 1 would be the 6. 4/5 would be 7. Not 8, it would be 7 members. So we could, if this board would like it to be 4/5, we can make it 4/5. We made it 2/3 to be consistent beginning in 2032 with all of the other supermajority definitions in Measure G.
So what about all of the other ballot measures that talk about a supermajority? If I remember correctly, and I'm sure that there are more, I just happen to remember Measure A as the author of Measure A. What's the plan for addressing, bringing all of the past charters in compliance with G? You've done this one, I guess, because you're writing the ordinance. But what's the strategy? Because this isn't the only, J isn't the only ordinance that requires that. Measure A does as well, and perhaps there are others that I'm just not aware of.
We can certainly comb through all of the ordinances as well as the charter to see if there is any place where it needs to be switched for consistency purposes, but that's why we set it in this ordinance, because we were looking at Measure G, and that's why we set it to begin in 2032.
It just seems to me that strategically we need to look at all of them. And
we can do that comprehensive review.
Perhaps do all of them at once. And we've got some time because it's 2032. Yes. But again, I didn't understand why this one was picked. One more question. In evaluating ballot measure options for preserving Measure J, I think, which was a report back that your department was held accountable for in the charter, in my read of the report back, Council has only discussed putting Measure J back on the ballot. Has County Council evaluated instead whether this problem could be solved by putting a provision on the ballot that removes the part of Measure G that deletes Article 3 in its entirety and deletes Measure J?
The report back that we've done thus far is on legislation options. We have not done our report back yet with regards to putting forth further charter on the ballot. And when we do that, that's expected in the next couple of weeks, we will be evaluating both.
Comprehensively, excellent.
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you. So,
So if you wish to continue this item, we could take it back if it's the will of the board and remove the definition of CFCI from the draft ordinance that we've put forward.
I would appreciate that because I'm not going to support an ordinance that includes it. So I would, because it's the will of the board. I don't know how you want to handle that measure,
No,
Madam
can you
Chair.
do a clear, so the definition of CFCI, because according to you, the board policy still applies. So does it really matter?
That's correct. The board policy still applies.
Does it?
I think it does.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So there'd be a motion to continue it. And we would bring it back if there's a second for that.
All right. Supervisor
Thank
Hahn.
you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I hear Supervisor Mitchell's concerns about this with the language that it goes above and beyond what the voters approved in Measure J. And I think it's fair, really, at this particular time, because there does seem to be a lot of tension with our activists and the little mistrust, and it's already kind of a mess. So it was my feeling that when we asked you to bring this ordinance forward, that it would mirror the language that was approved by the voters and not add any extras. So I would be in support of continuing this ordinance and ask that you remove the additional language. As it relates to the 2/3 or the 4/5, yeah, I do feel like we need a strategy to look at all of them. That removing the sheriff, was that Measure A? Yeah. So I'd like to see what we have going forward. But I just wanted to reiterate that I do believe that this county, this board particularly, has a policy in place about Measure G and Care First investment funds. And I think by approving this ordinance, it will take us a step closer to codifying the policy into an ordinance, which we know ordinance isn't as good as a charter. We all know that, we believe that, but I think this is what we need to do in the meantime. And as we're pursuing other ways to reinsert Measure J into our county charter, I think, again, I really want to see us explore a lot of the options, either taking the issue to a judge, pursuing a legislative solution, or bringing it back to the voters for a fix to this bureaucratic error. But while we weigh these options, I think we need to get this ordinance in place. And when we say continue it, are you thinking?
Refer it back? That's what I was going to ask.
Refer it back?
Yes, correct. Refer it back and we'll bring it back. We'll probably bring it back on the same day as, I think item 20 was continued. We can bring it back on the same day as item 20.
Yeah, I'd just like to see it without the additional language personally.
So not a continuous, a refer back to, okay.
Apologies, yes, a refer back, sorry.
All right, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. Voters made their voices heard when they passed Measures J and G, and our job is to implement them, not to rewrite history or ignore their will. I'm committed to passing an ordinance to codify Measure J, language that reflects what was actually passed. But I want to be clear, an ordinance is not anywhere close to the end of the work. We're here to fix what went wrong, to take appropriate action, and to build long-term solutions rooted in transparency and accountability. An ordinance is one step towards the permanent restoration of Measure J and the will of voters, and I support exploring every available option to correct this bureaucratic disaster. Every door should stay open, and an ordinance should mirror the language of Measure J. Voters approved both Measures J and G. The elections are over, and both are the law of the county. The Governance Reform Task Force has shared a letter in support of this process, stating that neither Measure J nor Measure G's merits should be reconsidered. This board has consistently defended Measure J. When it was challenged, we advanced Care First funding, and now, even after the county's mistake, we are stepping up again with solutions. So with that, I want to ask a clarifying question to County Council. The notion that one section of Measure G could be repealed and that would solve the issue as it relates to Measure J. Is that accurate? Or it's my understanding that language needs to be, I don't know the exact legal term, but reconciled completely so that way G and J work together. It's not as simple as just removing one section. Do I have that right?
That's correct, and that will be included in our next report back with regards to various charter amendment options.
Okay, so I think it's important to highlight that. I know there was this idea that just removing a simple section of Measure G would solve the problem. That's actually not the case. And that solution came from people who claimed to have discovered the problem with Measure G, which also isn't the case. We know that there are people who are committed to undermining Measure G in advocacy of Measure J. And I think that's certainly a valid opinion, but the voters have passed both, and I believe that it is the duty of the county to make sure that both are appropriately implemented. And so to that end, making sure that we are further codifying all actions that have been taken by the voters is critically important, and making sure that we fix that process going forward is also important. So I think I'll leave my comments there at this point.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. To go back to the actual motion before us, I support Supervisor Hahn's point and ask that the ordinance reflect Measure J. And so until you do the analysis and perhaps another motion or action takes care of all of the past ordinances that need that adjustment, I would ask that we remove that as well. Thank you.
Understood.
All right, so I see no other people want to speak on this at the board. We're going to take public comment, but I think before us right now, for those speaking in public comment, is the recommendation is to refer it back to the county council to address the concerns raised by this board, in particular the language as it relates to CFCI board policy, correct?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Loretta Lorraine, Aculina Soriano Versosa, Jose Byron, Derek Steele. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 68, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Megan Rich, your line is open. Please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Rich, and I'm a community engagement intern with La Defensa. On item 68, I'm concerned that this ordinance changes key parts of Measure J in ways that weaken it. First, it lowers the vote threshold to suspend community investments from 4/5 to 2/3. That makes it much easier to pause or bypass these funds, and that goes against the strong commitment voters made when they passed Measure J. Second, the ordinance narrows the definition of unrestricted revenue, which reduces the overall amount of money going to communities. At a time when people already worry about Measure J being undermined, these changes send the wrong message. I urge the board to amend this ordinance so it reflects the original intent of Measure J, protecting at least 10% of county revenue for real community investment and alternatives to incarceration without weakening public trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. The remote participation for item 68 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Lord, I've been in this rodeo, but I tell you, I think y'all will make the right decisions, and I do commend all of y'all, and I'm forward with everything you got plans, and I hope y'all make the right choices. And Lindsley and you, and I've seen your work, and I'm really impressed with all 5 of y'all. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Aki Soriano Versosa with the Filipino Workers Center, and just want to express that, we really want to preserve the integrity of Measure J, as it's very important for all of our communities, to make a strong Los Angeles, and so support the amendments to make sure that this ordinance is, really in line with what was passed by the voters, and to not make interpretations that are different, that also narrow and degrade the integrity of Measure J. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Byron Jose with the Trans-Latina Coalition and Reimagine LA. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for holding these items and for your comments uplifting the wish of the voters of the community where we are. And thank you, Supervisor Hahn and Horvath for uplifting that as well. We want to make sure that CFCI is not Measure J in its interpretation of Measure J back 4 years ago. So we want to make sure that as we move forward, we're codifying, we're protecting Measure J. Some of the discussions that we keep hearing on the budget earlier today, and even the last item, right, go back to this notion of how are we investing in our communities. So we want to make sure that we continue to do that. And I forgot my last point because the chair was smiling at me. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, and directing county council to make sure that they're listening for the community. This was not discussed at the GRTF. We're having an ethics commission. We're moving forward, so we need to clarify it now and not just continue running, circling around the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Derek Steele, let's be clear. Most people didn't even know that Measure J was on the agenda in this way today. The ordinance came with no public engagement, no transparency, and no real attempt to rebuild the trust after Measure G erased the charter protections the voters approved. Now, County Council, who is the reason we're in this in the first place, tries to quietly rewrite Measure J in ways that make it weaker, narrowing the definition of the unrestricted revenue and lowering the board's threshold to suspend the set-aside. That's not how you restore public faith. That's not how you create more. That's actually how you create more distrust. We know some offices want to defend Measure G. I'm GRTF, so that's truly understandable. But it can't come at the cost of Measure J. This ordinance should not be rushed through under the guise of technical cleanup. The real fix is to amend the part of Measure G that caused this and restore what the people passed. If we're serious about equity, transparency, and honoring community leadership, we have to stop rewriting the rules behind closed doors. Vote no on item 68 and at least send it back for proper review. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. That concludes public comment for item 68.
Okay, Executive Officer, please take roll on referring this matter back. Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barker?
Aye.
Supervisor Barker, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We will now proceed with public comment on items not held by supervisors, including the closed session item and general public comment. Executive Officer, please read the public comment rules.
We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by supervisors, including the closed session item and general public comment. These consent items will be acted upon with one motion. General public comment is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not on items on the meeting agenda. For members of the public joining us remotely, please use the raise hand feature or press *3 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take remote speakers. This will be for all items not held by the board for discussion, including closed session item and general public comment. Will the following individual please come forward and staff will assist you? Eloisa Galindo. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Yes, good afternoon again. This is Mel Bailey again. For general comments, I just wanted to note that at the beginning of the meeting, normally when the call-in number is being given, it's given out verbally. But today, unless I missed something, it seemed like we were being referred to the website. For people who are visually impaired or have any other type of ADA, situation, going to a website can be very difficult, and I would just ask if we can go back to verbally announcing the call-in information during the, after the code of conduct is read. That's all. Thank you, ladies, and have a blessed evening.
Thank you.
You know what? For a point of privilege, I don't know whether or not that got omitted, but he makes a very good point. It seems like every time we try to do something good, we leave something out. So could we have the number verbally announced for those who, as he said, either are visually impaired or have some other reason they're not on our website?
Yes, Supervisor, we'll incorporate that into our notification in the next meeting.
Nicholas Gardner, your line is open. Please begin.
Members, I'm commenting on item 26. My name is Nicholas Gardner. I am a political organizer with United Teachers Los Angeles. We just wanted to share that our concerns with the Xterra School project have not changed since last October when the item was before the board. And we're pleased to see that the board will move forward to reject the application. We, of course, urge the entire board to support the denial of the CUP for the Xterra Charter School. The community where this school is going to be placed is very impacted with a long history of suffering with many social, economic, environmental, and traffic burdens. The location itself is not ideal for a school. It is in an area that is which is dense in the middle of a single and multifamily residential uses next to the 5 freeway. Many parents and community members have shared concerns with the building of this charter, so we urge you to reject its application. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Caller 213-712, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Montes. I'm a member of Centro Centro CSO. I'm kind of tired, a long day. Graduated from East Garfield High School, grew up in East LA. And our concerns regarding the Xterra school project have not changed since last October 2024, when the item was before the board. So I support the board action in October to move to deny the conditional use permit for Xterra. So I continue to urge the entire board to support the denial of the CPU. East LA, you know, we've suffered from many social, environmental ills, especially traffic. You know, putting the proposed charter school in the middle of a quiet residential community is really not compatible. You know, we lack traffic, we lack parking, accessibility. So this would cause a lot of environmental problems, noise,
Thank
lack
you.
of accessibility.
Latia Saddle, your line is open. Please begin.
Hi, I'm commenting on item 17 in public comment. My name is Latia Suttle. I'm an Army veteran, parent with lived experience, advocate for veteran. In addition to the support for 17, veterans trying to file VA claims, there must also be protection for veterans after they receive their claims, after it was approved. Veterans are being victimized by predatory practices within the family court system and Department of Children and Family Services. Veterans report cases being deliberately dragged out for years, with matters bouncing back and forth between family court and DCSF, creating endless costs that target VA disability compensation as a funding source. The individuals and entities profiting from this exploitation include officers of the court, minors counsel, custody evaluators, child visitation monitors, therapists, attorneys. These actors charge veterans thousands of dollars in fees and costs, including requiring veterans to pay for their own court reporters, an expense that can exceed $3,000 per hearing. Domestic abuse is often ignored in family court and DCSF, leading victims to be re-victimized. This systematic treatment contributes directly to homelessness and suicide among veterans. In LA, there are over 3,400 homeless veterans, and across California, it exceeds 11,000. Nationally, the suicide rate among veterans is 18 per day. So I'm just asking that in addition to these claims, veterans trying to find claims, that they be protected. Once they get their compensation, the compensation needs to be protected as well, because it's not currently being protected. You have DCSF not even asking people if they're veterans officially, but once they find out, it's just going back and forth. That's all I have.
Thank you. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please begin. Roy Humphreys.
Thank you. I'm pleading on bending knees here that this board will permanently terminate the land acknowledgement fiasco, incessantly insipid act that it is. And if you say, who's Roy Humphreys? How about Congressman Harold Ford? How about the entire staff and participants of Gutfeld and the Five? And how about Jesse Peterson and the host of Victor Vincent Hansen, and also it is this disgusting woke shaming crap needs to be terminated immediately, if not sooner. Thank you.
Thank you. Peña Martinez, your line is open. Please begin.
First, I'd like to say it was pretty sorry showing for any individual who wants to say it's woke to, acknowledge land that we're on that was stolen and, taken through genocide. Secondly, I wanted to speak on item 26. Also, want to be clear, I'm with Centro CU, so I fought hard against the Xterra Charter School project that was going to be replacing a church in an area where it's already saturated with schools and charter schools as well. These would take away so many services and funding, and then take away services from the public schools that are in the area. It wouldn't have even been a safe place for students. The plan that they had really didn't address, the health and safety of the students there with such a street saturated with so many vehicles. So I'd like to just make sure that that project ceases. And I'm glad that it's moving forward to this place where they have less legs to stand on in order to push for reviving any projects that they have in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for these items is not concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. First speaker, please begin.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Eloísa Galindo, soy parte de ISA y Padres contra la Privatización.
Good afternoon. My name is Loisa Galindo, and I am in part of Parents Against Privatization, EPCP.
En octubre del 2024, así como vieron a toda esta gente del pueblo que pedía ayuda, estuvieron también gente que hablaba para que no se construyera una nueva escuela.
In October of 2024, just like you saw all these people here, the community, also we spoke and came so that there wouldn't be a construction of a school.
La comunidad está pasando por muchas cosas.
Our community is going through so much.
Quiero decirles que las preocupaciones por el proyecto escolar de la industria Xterra no han cambiado.
I want to say that the concern for this project of Xterra in this industry hasn't changed.
Desde el pasado mes de octubre 2024, este tema se votó no.
Since October 2024, this topic was voted on no.
Apoyamos la acción de la Junta en octubre que decidió denegar la CUP.
We supported the action from the board that was negating CUP.
Para la escuela Xterra.
For Xterra School.
El este de Los Ángeles es una comunidad impactada por cargas sociales, económicas, ambientales y de tráfico.
East Los Angeles is an economic area that is charged with social charge, economic charge, and also a lot of traffic.
La comunidad, una de las preocupaciones de la comunidad era congestión de tráfico.
One of the concerns from the community was traffic jams.
Seguridad peatonal.
And also our people walking the streets.
Thank you. That concludes our time for public comment on these items.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the following items are before you. Items 3 through 15, 17 through 19, 21, 23 through 49, 51 through 64, 69. These items are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Solis, and I will second it to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the executive officer. Executive officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. Madam Chair, it is my understanding that there are no specials, so we can move on to adjournments.
All right, we are going to have adjournments in this order: first, second, third, fourth, and I will be last. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Los Angeles County Fire Department firefighter, paramedic Jerry W. Guzman, who who passed away off duty at his home on Friday, August 15, 2025, at the age of 58. Jerry dedicated over 23 years to the Los Angeles County, protecting the lives and property of residents and communities. Hired by the County of Los Angeles Fire Department in April of 2002, Jerry graduated as part of the Recruit Academy 111. As firefighter, he worked out of Fire Station 35 in the city of Cerritos and Fire Station 187 in the city of Pomona. After completing paramedic school, Jerry worked out of Fire Station 92 in the community of Little Rock, Fire Station 26 in the city of La Puente, with his last assignment at Fire Station 32 in the city of Azusa. Born to parents Gerald Warren and Eileen Guzman, Jerry grew up in Oahu, Hawaii with his brother Nick Guzman. Jerry treasured being a family man, a firefighter, and a friend to many. He had a flair for life and enjoyed Halloween celebrations, football, taekwondo, in which he was a black belt, and the most important thing was spending time with his family. Jerry was dedicated and an esteemed firefighter. He poured every ounce of commitment and caring into his daily work on every response without hesitation or regard for his own safety. He was a skilled firefighter paramedic, always approachable, and could always be counted upon for guidance and to pay it forward. Jerry exemplified the fire department's core values, touched countless lives, and his passing is felt deeply by all who knew him, including the Los Angeles County Fire Department families. Jerry is survived by his son, Justin, mother, Eileen, girlfriend, Sandy, and her children, brother, Nick, extended family, friends, and colleagues. I believe all members might want to be on this. Okay.
Please.
And then lastly, I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in the memory of Mary Gutierrez Hunter, a fierce advocate for working families. Mary Gutierrez Hunter was a Whittier constituent who served as a strategic campaigns director for SEIU California, representing over 700,000 workers. In her role, Mary led the work to meet the union's vision of a strong early child care and education system for children, families, and child care providers. She was also a member of the Child Care Law Center Board of Directors in 2016. Mary will be remembered not only for her work with SEIU advancing justice for children providers throughout California, but also bringing light in every room that she walked in with her smile. My thoughts and prayers are with her loved ones, including her husband and daughter. May she rest in peace. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Louis Neidorff, and it is with great respect and sadness that we remember his life, the visionary architect behind some of Los Angeles's most enduring landmarks, who passed away on August 13th, 2025, at the age of 96. Born in Los Angeles in 1928, Louis's passion for architecture began as a child sketching towns and studying design. His talent and tenacity led him to UC Berkeley, where his master's thesis boldly proposed the concept of circular office buildings, a vision realized in his most iconic project, the Capitol Records Building, completed in 1956. The Round Tower remains one of Los Angeles's most beloved landmarks and a symbol of the city's cultural identity. In addition to the Capitol Records Building, his notable body of work includes the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium, the now demolished LA Memorial Sports Arena, the Beverly Center, the Beverly Hilton Hotel, and the Ronald Reagan State Building. Beyond Los Angeles, he led the 6-year restoration of the California State Capitol in Sacramento and designed the Rancho Mirage residence of former President Gerald Ford and First Lady Betty Ford. Louis dedicated much of his life to teaching and mentoring the next generation of architects, serving as chair and later dean of the School of Architecture at Woodbury University. His career earned him numerous recognitions, including the AIA California Lifetime Achievement Award. Known for his humility and wit, Louis often said that his goal was to create happy buildings, spaces that uplift both those who inhabit them and those who pass by. His life reflected that dream. He was a devoted father, grandfather, great-grandfather, teacher, and friend who never lost his curiosity about the world. Louis is survived by his daughter Victoria, 4 stepchildren, 11 grandchildren, and 6 great-grandchildren. His legacy will endure in the skylines he shaped, the students he inspired, and the joy his designs continue to bring. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Dan Tana. It is with deep respect and sadness we remember his life, the beloved restaurateur and founder of his iconic namesake restaurant on Santa Monica Boulevard in West Hollywood, who passed away on August 10th, 2025 in Belgrade, Serbia at the age of 90. Dan's remarkable journey took him from playing professional soccer to immigrating to the United States, where he pursued acting before finding his true calling in hospitality. In 1964, he opened Dan Tana's, a warm Italian restaurant that quickly became a fixture in Los Angeles. Over the decades, the restaurant earned a reputation as a Hollywood institution, welcoming legends such as Elizabeth Taylor, Johnny Carson, and Kirk Douglas, while also becoming a gathering place for generations of Angelenos. With its checkered tablecloths, red booths, and menu items named after stars and notables, Dan Tana's created an atmosphere that captured the magic of old Hollywood, while remaining deeply rooted in the community of West Hollywood. Even after selling the restaurant in 2009, Dan's vision and spirit continue to live on in every dish, every table, and every memory made there. Dan is survived by his wife and daughters, Gabrielle and Katerina, as well as countless friends and admirers who will remember his generosity, charm, and enduring contributions to Los Angeles's cultural and culinary history. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Chuck Bennett. Chuck was a respected photo editor, journalist, and longtime member of the Daily Breeze and the Press Telegram family. He was known for his practical approach to leadership. He believed his role was to make the work of his colleagues easier, and in doing so, he earned their trust and respect. Whether covering breaking news, major community events like the Long Beach Grand Prix, or the daily life of our neighborhoods, Chuck cared about local journalism and the people who produced it. Outside the newsroom, he valued time with his family and friends. He enjoyed cooking, traveling, watching Dodger baseball, and kept close ties with the circle of friends he had known since college. Even as he faced illness, he continued to work and live with a sense of steadiness and grace. Chuck is survived by his wife, Denise, their 2 sons, Chuck Jr. and James, his parents, Chuck and Mary Bennett, and his sister, Mary Johnson. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Clark Davis, who passed away peacefully at the age of 76. Clark was born in Long Beach and the son of Donald Davis and Louise Davis. Clark excelled in his studies and served as class president and vice president at Narbonne High School. Clark was also an outstanding athlete and earned all-conference recognition in both baseball and football, and received the same recognition while playing football at Harbor College. After completing college, Clark became a sheriff's deputy with the County of Los Angeles. Clark was one of the originating members of ALADS, the first union for the sheriff's deputies. Clark's career in law enforcement was cut short after he suffered a major accident while on the job, and he retired from the force in 1979. Following his retirement, Clark worked as a personal bodyguard for several movie stars and celebrities like Olivia Newton-John, Bonnie Franklin, and Hugh Hefner. When Sherm Block ran for sheriff of Los Angeles, he hired Clark to be one of his drivers and bodyguards during his campaign. Impressed by Clark's skills and knowledge, Sheriff Block introduced him to political advocacy, and Clark was hired by Alma Fitch and Associates. Within 3 years, he became a partner, eventually became the sole owner of the firm, where he represented major corporations. Clark was appointed to many boards and committees by sitting mayors, supervisors, and city council members, including the Central City Association, the Public Health Commission, and the LA City Task Force. Clark supported several nonprofits, including the Boys and Girls Club of San Pedro, the Hollywood Wilshire YMCA, the North Valley YMCA, and the Hollenbeck Youth Center in East Los Angeles. Clark is survived by his wife of 52 years, Deborah, son Stephen and his granddaughter Kira. I knew Clark very well for a long time. He was always the consummate gentleman and always worked to bring everybody together for a solution.
May I be included on that?
Yes.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, Clark Davis.
Yeah.
Quite a fixture in LA. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Roberta Garcia, who was the mother of Pico Rivera Mayor Johnny Garcia. She passed away at the age of 82. The youngest of 4 children, Roberta grew up helping in the family restaurant where she discovered her love for cooking and cherished family traditions. Before marrying her husband, John, Roberta worked at Clifton's in downtown Los Angeles, and later she worked for a catering truck in Boyle Heights. John and Roberta had 4 children together. Roberta was a devoted mother, grandmother, great-grandmother who treasured family gatherings, holidays, and backyard barbecues. Known for her warmth, humor, and strong faith, Roberta was a lifelong Catholic and Christian, attending St. Mary Ann's Church and giving generously to charities. She loved music, dancing, friendly competition in the kitchen, especially over salsa recipes. Her guiding words were always, let's enjoy today and not worry about tomorrow. Roberta will be remembered for her strength, kindness, and unconditional love. Roberta's legacy lives on through her children, including Mayor Johnny Garcia, her grandchildren, her great-grandchildren, and all who were blessed to know her. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Samuel Skip Kiesel, Jr. Skip Kiesel was a legendary legal giant, philanthropist, and dear friend to so many in Long Beach and across LA County. Skip wasn't just a lawyer, he was a pillar in the Long Beach community. In 1970, he founded the city's preeminent law firm, Kiesel, Young & Logan, which became one of the most respected law firms in the county, with offices in Long Beach, San Francisco, Seattle, Anchorage, and Hong Kong. That should have said law firms in the country. During his legal career, Skip was named on countless best lawyer lists and received many accolades for his work as a litigator. In 1990, Kiesel was inducted into the International Academy of Trial Lawyers, a prestigious group totaling only 500 members in the world. From the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles to boardrooms across the nation, Skip's integrity, brilliance, and sense of fairness earned him admiration far beyond the courtroom. But what truly made Skip special was his generous giving to so many nonprofits in the Long Beach community. He gave back constantly, not for the recognition, but because he believed it was the right thing to do. For years, on the 14th floor dining room of his downtown Long Beach office, he famously hosted everything from small receptions to luncheons and dinners featuring world leaders, presidents, and entertainers, always for charitable causes. His photo wall on that 14th floor was a catalog of who's who in the political world. I've had the honor of knowing Skip and his wife Beth for many years. He was always gracious and humble and generous with his time and his wisdom. He was a good friend to my brother and me. The last time I was able to see him, he was receiving the keys to the city of Long Beach. Los Angeles County, especially the city of Long Beach, has lost one of its champions. Skip's legacy will live on in the institutions he helped build, the people he mentored, and the lives he touched. He's survived by his beloved wife, Beth, who you could always find them holding hands wherever they were. 3 children, Catherine, Carolyn, Stephen, and Hope, and grandson, Jackson. And my last one, Madam Chair, today is I move that when we adjourn in the memory of Tom Bost. I want to thank Supervisor Horvath for letting me adjourn for my really good friend, even though he lived in your district. A longtime Dodger fan, college professor, lawyer, Tom Bost passed away at the age of 83. He was born in Oklahoma City, raised in New Mexico before attending college at Abilene Christian University in Texas. It was here that Tom met his wife and his partner and his best friend, Sheila. After college, Tom went to law school at Vanderbilt University, and shortly after graduating first in his class, he and Sheila moved to Los Angeles. They enjoyed living in Park La Brea and Mar Vista before settling in Santa Monica, where they started their family. Soon after his arrival in LA, Tom served as an associate and partner for 31 years at Latham & Watkins. Tom went on to teach law at Pepperdine University as a tenured professor and served as an associate dean and chair of Pepperdine's Board of Regents. As a season ticket holder, Tom also enjoyed attending many games to watch Pepperdine's men's basketball team. One of Tom's great loves outside of his family was the Culver Palms Church of Christ. Tom and Sheila raised their children and grandchildren at this church where Tom served as an elder. Whether cheering at a game or offering a quiet word of encouragement, Tom's warmth and presence left an indelible mark on everyone who knew him. I was fortunate to know this family very well, and I think my son Mark actually knew some of Tom's kids. Tom is survived by wife Sheila, 4 children, 2 daughters-in-law, and 12 grandchildren. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Carter Barton Spruill Sr., a longtime resident of Palmdale who passed away on August 1st at the age of 68. Carter grew up in Compton as the youngest of 9 children to William and Olivia Spruill. He played football at Sentinel High School and then Compton City College, where he earned the title of All-City in football before being recruited to Utah State University. He transferred to the HBCU Southern University, helping lead his team to the historic 1979 Bayou Classic victory. Carter spent a brief stint in the NFL with the Seattle Seahawks. He often said, although I didn't continue as a pro footballer, I became an all-pro welder. Carter had a 4-decade career as welding foreman, structural steel inspector, and was a proud member of Operating Engineers Local 12 Union. In a field where he was often the only Black man at his level in Los Angeles, Carter earned immense respect, not just for his skill, but for his leadership and his integrity. He worked on some of California's most notable projects, including San Francisco International Airport, UCLA Medical Center, the Los Angeles Metro subway station, along with several schools and high-rise buildings. After retirement, he gave back as a senior instructor. Carter's greatest legacy is his family. He's survived by his wife of 32 years, Tony, and a blended family of 7 children, 4 grandchildren, a brother, a sister, numerous nieces, nephews, grandnieces, and grandnephews. We are privileged to have several of Carter's loved ones joining us today. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge them, including his beloved wife, Tony, daughter Casey Spruill Pierce, daughter Erica Walters, daughter Amanda Curie, son Carter Chaz Spruill, sister Stephanie Spruill, son-in-law Stonish Pierce, granddaughter, the beautiful granddaughter Irene Pierce, brother-in-law Melvin Brewster, and their dear family friend Cynthia Mitchell Hurd, who we all know is the president and CEO of the LA Urban League. Yeah, Carter lived boldly with faith, perseverance, and joy, and his memory will continue to inspire all who knew him. Your presence is a testament to Carter's remarkable life and to his legacy. Thank you all for being here today. I also move that we adjourn, thank you, we adjourn in memory of Merrick Bobb, a prominent figure of the modern police oversight movement in Los Angeles and across the nation, who passed away on August 28, 2025, at the age of 79. A resident of Los Feliz for more than 40 years, Merrick dedicated his life to advancing justice, accountability, and civilian oversight of law enforcement. He began his career as a Deputy General Counsel for the Christopher Commission, which investigated use of force within Los Angeles Police Department after the 1991 beating of Rodney King. He later served for 2 decades as a special counsel to the Los Angeles Board of Supervisors, delivering landmark reports that brought to light pervasive issues within the Sheriff's Department and driving meaningful reforms. In 2001, Merrick founded the Police Assessment Resource Center, a nonprofit dedicated to promoting effective and publicly accountable policing. He also served as federal monitor of the Seattle Police Department's consent decree with the U.S. Department of Justice, a role he held until 2020. His courage, intellect, and dedication made him a respected leader in the field of oversight and reform. He will be truly missed. Merrick is survived by his children, Matthew and Jonathan, 4 grandchildren, and his sister, Gloria Kern. And last, I move that we adjourn in memory of David Loera, longtime resident of Sierra Madre, who passed away on August 16th. Dave served as an officer in the United States Army, where he received the Vietnam Service Medal with 4 Bronze Stars, the Republic of Vietnam Campaign Medal, and the Army Commendation Medal. After his military service, Loera held leadership positions in the Veterans of Foreign War Post 3208, including commander and quartermaster. He also served as commander of the VFW District 11, where he worked on behalf of veterans throughout the entire region. He contributed to efforts that resulted in the renaming of the Sierra Madre Post Office in 2016, and after World War II, veteran Louis Van Lercel. He also supported the establishment of the VA Veterans Outpatient Clinic in Arcadia, participating in meetings, town halls, and advocacy with the Department of Veteran Affairs. In 2014, Sierra Madre named Loera the city's Citizen of the Year, citing his record in volunteerism. He served as a reserve police officer for the city of Sierra Madre for 10 years and coached sports including T-ball, Little League, Pony, Colt baseball, and AYSO soccer. He was president of the St. Rita's Men's Club, past president of the Sierra Madre Kiwanis Club, and a member of the Utility Users Tax Oversight Committee. Loera was also active in civic projects, including supporting the city's 4th of July parade, fundraising for the maintenance of the Dapper Field, and contributing to the replacement of the bleachers at Heasley Field. He received the congressional recognition for his work on behalf of veterans in 2024. Dave is survived by his wife, Terry, his 5 children, and his greatest joy, his grandchildren. We will now take all these motions as seconded. If there is no objection to a unanimous vote, that will be the order. Executive Officer, would you please read us into closed session?
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS2, conference with labor negotiators, Fezia Davenport, and designated staff as indicated on the posted and supplemental agendas.
Executive Officer, will you please read any reportable action from closed session?
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on September 2nd, 2025. Item number CS2, conference with labor negotiators, Fezia Davenport and designated staff. No reportable action was taken.
All right, this board meeting is adjourned till Tuesday at 9:30, Tuesday, September 9th. Thank you.